time.
Let's talk a little bit about what she had to say, Caroline Leavitt, the new press secretary, because she was asked a little bit about, she said 25% tariffs are coming and they are coming tomorrow. But then she was asked about exemptions and she said she didn't have a readout on the exemptions, that there would be a detailed list of whatever is included in this tariff implementation plan, or whatever you want to call it, tomorrow. Do you think from the language that she gave that there could be exemptions for something like oil, or should we just, is it just too soon to know at all?
I think it's entirely possible. I think one of the things that's probably difficult for her in these situations is, my guess would be that there's nothing written down yet. We know that, already in this administration, when Trump was pardoning the folks who attacked the Capitol on January 6th, there were folks in the administration who said, well, let's tailor this. Let's do nonviolent folks, or let's leave the worst folks still in prison. And eventually he got frustrated and said, the heck with it, let's just pardon everybody. So my guess is that there's a broad understanding in the West Wing about doing some sort of a tariff, but my guess is that there are still furious debates and back and forth over whether there should be exemptions, whether certain industries should be exempted, and that sort of thing.
Chris, I want to ask you, so the reasons we've been given have been around, again, from the press secretary around fentanyl and around migration. We've heard the U.S. president talk about, sometimes he calls it a trade deficit, sometimes he calls it a subsidy. We know that the trade deficit between Canada and the U.S. is really quite small. If you remove oil, the U.S. has a surplus with Canada, but it's a fraction of the over $1.3 trillion trade relationship between the two countries. And then I'm just your thoughts on the bigger context over the last few weeks. I haven't heard him say it in the last few days, but he talks about the 51st state. He talks about annexing Canada through economic coercion. We've seen him, weeks ago with that Canadian flag. It was the Swiss Alps, actually, but, it was supposed to be the Canadian Rockies. We heard him talk about territorial expansionism in his inauguration speech. I mean, is that part of his goal? I'm not saying it's going to happen, but is that part of his thinking around all of this?
It may be related to that. I think, with all this talk about territorial expansion, Trump is looking for some way to make his mark. And I think in his mind, being the first president since Eisenhower to add new states, or the first in probably like 100 years or so, to really add new territory to the United States, seems like a good way of doing that. And again, I think Trump often just sort of latches onto ideas and becomes wrapped up in them without thinking about the practical consequences, the mechanisms involved. There's a level on which Trump really doesn't seem to understand that other countries have agency and have preferences, whether that's Greenland not wanting to become a state, Canada not wanting to get into a trade war, and that sort of thing. I think it's a very, very odd, very idiosyncratic form of legacy chasing that I think is unique to Trump himself.
Chris, just your thoughts on, we have gone from probably having two of the closest relationships of any two countries in the world to now, I would suggest, potentially the worst relationship due to an impending trade war in decades, in generations perhaps, between Canada and the United States. And, many Canadians, many observers would say this is being inflicted upon by Donald Trump. Donald Trump, Canadians will say this, we didn't ask for this, this has just sort of come. The reasons for it don't seem, as you've said and as many people have said, just don't seem to add up. So why? What is Donald Trump's worldview that he would kind of want to have a relationship with a northern neighbor deteriorate so badly, so quickly?
Well, I think a lot of this goes to the psychology of Donald Trump. Trump is not somebody who appreciates mutually beneficial relationships, who understands, being a good neighbor, having a situation where both parties to an agreement get something out of it. He looks at relationships between people, between countries, as they have to have a winner and they have to have a loser, and if you're not the winner, you're the loser. And I think what's going on with Trump is he is looking at that positive relationship. He is looking at that extraordinarily modest trade deficit and all those other things, and he sees that as a problem. He looks at a relationship like that and thinks, well, we must be getting played for suckers somehow by the other side, and the way you deal with that is by blowing up the relationship. It's disappointing and sad, but unfortunately, it's what we've got in the White House right now.
Chris, just very, very quickly, is this resonating with the American public? Is the American public going, hey, whoa, what's going on here? 25% tariffs? What's going on? Or do they care? Are they aware? Or, what's your sense of that?
Yeah, I think the last 2 weeks in the U.S. has been a fire hose of chaos. And so I think this is going to resonate with Americans if and when these tariffs go into effect and raise prices on things like gas and other consumer goods that the United States imports from Canada. I think once people see this in their pocketbooks, at the gas pump, you're going to see a big reaction. One of the things we learned from the Biden presidency is that inflation is political kryptonite. Americans had about 2 generations without inflation of any serious size. And once that actually kicked in during 2021, 2022, the recovery from COVID, Americans were furious, and it kind of pushed everything else off the side. And I think, Trump is probably playing with fire politically, because I think, whatever else he does, if Americans see the price of gas go up, if they trace the increase in the price of gas, the price of groceries, to the Trump White House, I think he is not going to get the sort of response he's expecting.
Chris, good to talk to you. Thank you. Chris Galdieri is a professor of political science at St. Anselm College in New Hampshire. Power and Politics host David Cochran has been listening in and joins me now, as well as our chief political correspondent, Rosemary Barton. And so, Rosie, let me just ask you, and this was pointed out to to us, from our bureau in Ottawa, that we don't know whether it seems as though the 25% is going to come. Maybe it'll be the announcement tomorrow. Maybe that's the date of implementation. We're not sure. And we also don't know about exemptions. Is that kind of a fair characterization of where we are?
Yeah, I mean, I will say the press secretary did say that it would be implemented on
tomorrow.
That day. Yeah, so I will take her at her word, but be skeptical of how quickly that could actually happen. Government officials are not chomping at the bit to respond to this right now. They are proceeding with caution until they get more information, as David said earlier. They want to see what's actually there, as opposed to panicking and responding every time Donald Trump says jump, because that is a lesson that they did learn in the first Trump administration. I would just say a couple of things following that interview that you just did. I think it is quite right to point out that Americans elected Donald Trump with the hope that the economy would improve, that inflation would come down, and that their lives would be less costly. So if tariffs go into place, these things are at risk. And I think that is a problem for the president, and a pretty good argument for the Canadian government to make to Donald Trump directly as well. And I would also point out that it is actually not surprising that Donald Trump is using tariffs. I don't think that is coming to him lately. This is something that he has been thinking about and considering in the first administration with Robert Lighthizer and others. And it is a tool that they believe is fundamentally important to shoring up their own economy and bringing industry, as David so smartly pointed out early, back from developing countries or China into the United States. The problem, of course, with that tactic and economic strategy is that doesn't happen overnight either. And if Donald Trump thinks that he can suddenly cut off Canadian oil, critical minerals, other natural resources, because he has it in the United States, I think he will be sorely mistaken that he has access to those things in a timely manner. There's a short-term game and a long-term game here. And I think that the short-term game for Donald Trump, the short-term play, might be far more challenging than he expects if Canada responds in an assertive manner, as the government has promised it will do if this is indeed where we're going.
Ontario Premier, the Progressive Conservative leader, who's in an election campaign, has responded to this. Let's watch.
you, I've talked to endless senators, congresspeople, governors, probably 3 a day, every day. If you add them all up, probably over 100 of them. And do you know, no matter if they're Republican, Randy, or if they're Democrats, not one single one of them agree with attacking Canada's economy. We are their third largest trading partner in the world, Ontario alone. We're the #1 customer, #1 export destination to 17 states. We're #2 to 11 others. Overall, as a country, we're 28 states, they're #1 export destination. We do $1.3 trillion in trade, two-way trade. We're the #1 export destination, Canada, in the entire world. Who attacks your #1 customer? I'll tell you, no one does, except Donald Trump.
And there it is, right, Rosie and David? I mean, that's kind of the question. I mean, I was characterizing it. I think I'm being as fair. I mean, this is a deterioration of the Canada-U.S. relationship of the likes I can't remember in my lifetime in terms of a potential trade war between Canada and the U.S. that just, to Doug Ford, to a lot of people in this country, just doesn't make sense. Rosie?
Yeah, I'll just say two things. First of all, let's see, right? We're responding to a press secretary who's saying something is coming and giving us a percentage of tariffs. I still think we need more information before we can characterize how bad things are. While I completely admit with you, things are not good. And then I would just say about Doug Ford, let's just remind people that he's in the midst of an election campaign, just at the beginning of election campaign, where he has put all of his political fortunes on the table to be the one who can defend against Donald Trump. So imagine things go sideways for this country. Well, I think there's a good chance they could also go sideways for Doug Ford. So everything he's saying is fair, but I think we also need to take it with like a very large grain of salt because he's campaigning very actively to keep his job as premier. I'll let David talk too.
Yeah, I would say Canada-U.S. relations, not necessarily. Canada-Trump relations,
yeah,
definitely.
I should have been more specific.
No, but because the reality is, Andrew, and it's like he dominates so much, right? And he says so many things. But it's not like you see senators lining up or members of Congress or governors saying, let's go get Canada. Let's hammer them, right? It's not what it is. In fact, there are plenty of voices inside the United States body politic and inside the United States leadership ranks and inside the business community saying, don't do this. This is bad for everybody. This is something Donald Trump fundamentally believes. And I would encourage everyone, there's some reporting out there by Politico from, I think, August or September of last year. They got their hands on a paper written by Robert Lighthizer that was being circulated amongst the thought leaders of the Trump administration, and it very much explains the way they see tariffs working. And we talk about the cost increases and all of these things, and those are absolutely true in the short term. But one of the options that they're looking at is that if you get this revenue from tariffs, you can then get Congress to cut taxes to offset the price increases that come from the tariffs so that even if prices go up, the buying power of the average American is kept whole. And then you reap the benefit from increased domestic procurement and purchasing and the relocation of manufacturing. So they believe in this in its own right as a way to make life better for Americans, even if there is this hit in the first place. And you're going to see price shocks when tariffs first come in, but they're kind of a one-time jump in inflation, so to speak, because there will be economic things that create deflationary pressures on the other side that will offset some of that. And it's not like the tariffs, if they start at 25% as they're being threatened to, it won't be a month-over-month increase of 25%. It would stay there, and so it's a one-time jolt on inflation and other things. So how that ripples through the economy, Tiff Macklem, the governor of the Bank of Canada, was out this week saying, like, it's very difficult to predict it because we just don't know. But you're going to see challenges internally in terms of whether you can do what you call substitutions. You know, if a factory in Manitoba buys something from Minnesota, is there a way they can buy that in Saskatchewan? So, like, okay, they had to change what they're doing, but it doesn't necessarily drive up their prices in a massive way. And while premiers and others are talking about the need for COVID-style relief, it's not COVID-scale relief, right? The global economy isn't going into a medically induced coma like it did. You still have your trade relationships with Asia. You still have your trade relationships with Europe. I'm not saying any of that to suggest this won't really hurt and this won't really be difficult. But, you know, it's the analysis we had the other day from Beatha Karansi, who was on the show. She's a vice president with TD Bank. Is she says we're looking at a recession somewhere in the range of what you saw in 2008, 2009, with the subprime mortgage crisis and the liquidity crash that came as a result of all of the credit default swaps and insurance stuff they did in the United States that nobody understood, but everybody suffered from, where you'd be looking at contraction of the economy of about 2%, which is a pretty deep recession, and an unemployment rate of around 10%. Now, that doesn't happen overnight. That takes months to ripple through the economy, like 3, 4, 5, 6 months before it gets to the peak damage. You know, so that's kind of the order of magnitude and then the timeline that you'd be looking at if Trump goes ahead with this tomorrow.
And then, Rosie, just in terms of, again, you know, it's hard to kind of know the details. We just don't know the details. So what I think about, and what a lot of people think about is, for instance, a vehicle that's made in both countries where the car parts cross, you know, 6, 7, 8 times. 25% tariffs, how does that work? Does it include the auto sector?
Yeah.
We've heard Donald Trump saying he doesn't want cars made in Canada anymore. He wants them made in Detroit. He's like said those kind of words. So I guess that's the kind of thing the Canadian government officials will be looking for. And so far, they've just been quiet on just in the last hour or so, right?
Yeah, I mean, they are in this cabinet meeting. We are expecting, I think, to hear from David McGuinty, who's the public safety minister, who's in D.C. And meeting with his counterpart in Washington. He had a planned press conference this afternoon. Whether that goes ahead or not, I don't know. But in terms of a bigger response, they are just really quite desperate to see things on paper in detail, whether that's an executive order that comes at 3 o'clock or whether that's something that comes tomorrow morning. To your point about the auto parts, I mean, I think that illustrates well the point, right? You couldn't have that industry exist anymore if there was a 25% export tariff, and if we counter tariffed it, the whole system, the whole idea of an auto industry that is that integrated would collapse, and that's kind of the problem. When David says that the Bank of Canada is worried and unsure of how this will play out, they also had some scenarios that they put forward if it were to be a 25% tariff universally when they made that interest rate cut earlier in the week. And obviously less demand would lead to less productivity in manufacturing or in other factories. And then we're looking at massive job losses and massive layoffs. And I don't say that to scare people because I don't know exactly how this is going to unfold. But I do think it's important for Canadians to understand that this will affect them, if it is what we think it is, it could affect them from the cost of their orange juice or the availability of an avocado all the way to whether or not they have a job anymore. And I think that is hugely concerning and is going to demand a political response from this country that is very aggressive, but also a real think about how we are using our own domestic economy, right? Whether that also needs a shift or more innovation or ways to be less dependent on the United States in some way. And those are like big conversations for down the road, but there's things that we'll have to start thinking about if this is where we're headed.
And Rosie and David, there is that conversation that's going on right now, right, between Anita Anand and her provincial counterparts around some of the trade barriers that exist in this country and how that could potentially offset what these tariffs could mean to the Canadian economy, right? I mean, this conversation seems to be happening at a kind of accelerated rate.
Yes, it is happening at an accelerated rate, Andrew, but all the interprovincial trade barriers in all of the provinces will not offset a war with the engine of the global economy that is the United States. These are things Canada needs to do in its own right for its productivity problems and its domestic economic situation. It is in no way going to offset what is coming from south of the border should they follow through on this. This is something the premiers have talked about for years at every premier's meeting, Council of the Federation meeting, and then very little progress actually happens on it because, you know, the trade-offs that are required in the big global, big national picture of the economy are pretty small, but, you know, in the very specific segments of each provincial economy, they're very important economically and equally important politically. So it becomes very difficult to trade these things off because of the outsized importance in each provincial economy. But given that the U.S. has shown in the first 2 weeks of the Trump administration that it can no longer be counted on to be a reliable trading partner, a lot of these things that have been on the back burner move to the front burner and may get dealt with in this crisis. The question is just how meaningful is it? How fast is it? And you know, does it in any way offset what we could see depending on the duration? Likely not. So they may get alignment on that. But Andrew, a key thing, Rosie talked about the political response to what's coming from here. We don't know if something's going to be carved out or not, you know, in terms of Trump decides to exempt oil. If he doesn't, if it's at a 25% across the board, the position of most of the premiers and the position of the prime minister has been that they will not go to Washington and say, please carve out this industry above all other industries. They don't want to pit region against region, national unity reasons, fairness reasons, all of these things. That doesn't mean premiers won't do that. Right?
Yeah.
That doesn't mean Doug Ford won't be down there looking for a carve-out for the auto sector, though he has, you know, wrapped himself very much in the Captain Canada mantle. I cannot imagine Danielle Smith would not go, the Premier of Alberta, and advocate for an oil exemption because she has made that her defining position from day one. So the challenges of holding Team Canada together, even before Trump took the oath, and even before he's done anything, were hard enough. If it's a world where the national government will not advocate for exemptions and premiers and regional sectors start doing that, you're going to have all kinds of domestic internal tensions and divisions in response to all of that.
Yeah, Rosie, just a quick thought from you on all of that. Could we start really seeing that fraying? And we all know the context, too, that we're in, right? We're in a Liberal leadership campaign. There will be a new leader, a new prime minister in about 5 weeks from now. But there are those that say, you know, in the meantime, it's kind of hard to kind of just rally everyone together.
Yeah, and listen, the government is still the government, and the Prime Minister continues to do his work. But for sure, we are in probably the worst position we could be in terms of the context to confront this. You know, just this morning, you had Mark Carney putting ideas on the table around climate change and tax cuts and saying that, you know, it was important for the government to stand up to Donald Trump. You had Chrystia Freeland put out a press release saying we should put tariffs directly on Elon Musk's Tesla company and go after other key sectors in the United States. So we've got sort of a clash of ideas, whether it be from Liberal leadership candidates to premiers, about the best way to respond, and the Prime Minister and his team in the middle trying to hold this all together. I think that there is great risk here if we see some exemptions for sectors and other parts of the country feel that it is unfair. And you heard the Prime Minister just this morning talk about how he wants this to be approached fairly. And Danielle Smith fundamentally believes that already it is not. And already it has not been, given that her economic engine is still on the table, as is everybody else's, but she feels fundamentally that it should be left out. So I think there is great risk. But again, we don't know an awful lot about where we're going with this. Maybe it's not as bad as we're thinking. You know, that's the only thing I can think of right now for the next 45 minutes.
Maybe it's worse.
Maybe it's worse. Thanks, David.
Yeah, no,
well, he said 25% and may go up from there yesterday. So who the heck knows?
Maybe more, maybe less. Yeah, so we'll see.
All right. Thank you both very much. You know, I have a feeling we'll talk a lot in the next few hours, but thank you for now, Rosie and David in Ottawa. Now, Donald Trump has said repeatedly that the tariffs are coming, and now they appear, as we've been telling you, unavoidable. The White House press secretary spoke last hour. She's telling Canada, Mexico, and China that the Trump's deadline hasn't changed tomorrow. Our Chris Reyes was listening in. And so, Chris, what did we learn?
You know, Andrew, what we have at this very moment is that very definitive statement from essentially the official spokesperson for the Trump administration. And in normal times, Andrew, we could just take that as fact. But as Rosie and David aptly put it, you still have to proceed with caution. We still have to be skeptical. We have to wait for an official order. But what we do have is that definitive statement from Caroline Leavitt that these tariffs are coming. Have a listen to what she said.
I was just with the president in the Oval Office, and I can confirm that tomorrow, the February 1st deadline that President Trump put into place at a statement several weeks ago continue. The president is going to implement those tariffs tomorrow, and he will respond to Mr. Trudeau's comments in due time, I am sure. Well, the tariffs are incoming tomorrow on Canada, and the reason for that is because both Canada and Mexico have allowed an unprecedented invasion of illegal fentanyl that is killing American citizens and also illegal immigrants into our country. The president is intent on doing this, and I think Justin Trudeau would be wise to talk to President Trump directly before pushing outlandish comments like that to the media.
Okay, so what we didn't hear there, Andrew, are any details about what could be in this tariff package. And that is what we're waiting for with this 3 p.m. event that Trump has, where he could be signing more executive orders. But, again, I had a little bit of a chuckle when David said that Trump is confusing, because I don't think I've heard a statement truer today than that. And a perfect example of this are the remarks that he made from the Oval Office yesterday. So he was asked whether Canadian oil would be definitely included or excluded from these tariff packages. And he answered that question 2 separate times, minutes apart, and he gave 2 very different answers. We put those clips back to back. Have a listen to what he said.
We may or may not. We're going to make that determination probably tonight on oil. Yeah, because they send us oil. We'll see. It depends on what the price is. And I'll be putting the tariff of 25% on Canada and separately 25% on Mexico. And we will really have to do that because we have very big deficits with those countries. Those tariffs may or may not rise with time.
Will oil be part of that, though? Because we get oil from Canada.
Oil is going to have nothing to do with it as far as I'm concerned. Oil has nothing to do with it.
So is it a wonder, Andrew, why we're confused, right?
Yeah.
So, he may or may not put tariffs on oil. Oil is definitely not a part of that. But, I mean, as soon as he puts pen to paper on those executive orders, then we'll know exactly what the details are of this tariff package.
Yeah, because as has been pointed out, it sure sounds like those tariffs are coming in tomorrow, that they are being implemented tomorrow. Does that mean tomorrow is the beginning of when those tariffs take effect? Or is that at a later date? I don't think that we're clear. It sounds like, again, we're just taking the words of what the press secretary had to say, that it is coming tomorrow. But just your thoughts on that, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because what we heard from Caroline Leavitt, even though she didn't give any details about what would be in the package, is she used the word implemented, that these tariffs would be implemented on February 1st as the statement, to kind of deliver the promise that President Trump made on his first day in office. Now, these tariffs are taken at the border by customs agents. So the possibility that they could be implemented by tomorrow, given that billions of dollars worth of Canadian goods crosses into the United States, I mean, what is the possibility that that could happen by tomorrow? Again, we'll wait to see. What we are hearing, though, from Trump officials, including his pick for Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, is that there seems to be room for negotiation, which is certainly not the tone that you hear from President Trump on these tariffs. Every time he's been asked about them, he has sounded very definitive about the deadline, very definitive about why he's doing it. But I want to play for you this clip from Howard Lutnick. It's from a couple days ago, but he seems to say that if Canada meets certain conditions, that these tariffs would be off the table. Have a listen to that.
If we are your biggest trading partner, show us the respect, shut your border, and end fentanyl coming into this country. So it is not a tariff per se. It is an action of domestic policy. Shut your border and stop allowing fentanyl into our country, killing our people. So this is a separate tariff to create action from Mexico and action from Canada. And as far as I know, they are acting swiftly. And if they execute it, there will be no tariff. And if they don't, then there will be.
What we're not clear on, Andrew, is, who's deciding whether Canada is meeting these, Trump-imposed metrics for whether these tariffs are off the table or not. I mean, every time Trump is asked about these tariffs, he often focuses on the deadline. He focuses on, the pouring in, as he's described it, of fentanyl into the U.S. And he has falsely insisted that the U.S. subsidizes Canadian goods, which it does not.
And just on that point, in terms of fentanyl, and I got my kilograms and my pounds mixed up. So this is, so I just want to do that. I want to do this correction, because when Howard Lutnick talks about the fentanyl pouring in from Mexico and from Canada, it's 43 pounds that was seized last year from Canada going into the U.S. versus 23,000 pounds going into the U.S. via Mexico, via other ways. So just in terms of that reason being given, Chris, I mean, there's really there would be those that would suggest that that's a spurious reason, that it's just, there's no comparison in terms of the amount.
No, exactly, and even with the recent announcement of this $1.3 billion border package that would put more personnel and technology at the border to prevent any illegal substances from crossing the border, there is no discussion, at least public discussion, whether that meets the metrics of maybe not taking these tariffs off the table, but taking this deadline and kicking it down the can a little bit. There was that reporting from Reuters that possibly maybe this deadline was going to be March 1st, but that was quickly shut down by Caroline Leavitt. In fact, she called that reporting false, and that's when we got that definitive statement that this is definitely coming on February 1st. And again, I want to underline that she used the word implemented, that these tariffs will be implemented tomorrow.
But you make the good point, Chris, because does that mean border officials will be ready tomorrow to suddenly do that? I mean, that is not a lot of warning. I don't know, maybe. Or maybe there is some kind of period of time where they get ready to check whatever goods are on that list. But that does sound like in the biggest trading relationship in the world, $1.3 trillion worth of trade, to have that kind of scrutiny on a whole range of products. Again, we don't know the details, but it would seem like quite an undertaking.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I'm not a border security expert, but if you could just imagine that would be a massive change in operating procedure for all border officials to scrutinize every truck that's going across the border and making sure the forms are filled out so that these new tariffs are collected. We haven't seen any indication that there's been preparation for all of this, because again, I mean, this is what has put our newsroom into a scramble. I mean, these tariff threats was not a major part of Donald Trump's campaign, certainly not against Canada. I mean, he's talked about Mexico, he's talked about China, but not against Canada, not until after he was elected and late last year started to talk about this consistently, gave that suggestion that Canada should be a part of the United States as the 51st state, posted on Truth Social that picture, as you mentioned incorrectly, showing the Rockies, even though it was the Swiss Alps with the Canadian flag. I mean, all of this is pretty new. And, so you can just imagine that we haven't seen any preparation for it. And for this to come tomorrow, it's hard to imagine that they're going to be ready to go on day one. I mean, we'll certainly be there watching for it.
And Chris, another point that we should point out, and I know you know this, you're Canadian, you're based in the U.S., but you know that this story has really consumed us here in Canada. Of course, Donald Trump becoming inaugurated. There's so much news. There's so much going on. There was that terrible mid-air collision, of course, yesterday that also consumed the media. So I don't think there is kind of the awareness of these tariff threats that look like they're coming in the U.S. anywhere near to the same degree that they are in this country. And of course, the impact will be harder on Canadians than it will be on Americans.
Absolutely. And I can just share some anecdotes with you, Andrew, because I was on the ground covering President Trump's inauguration. I was out with the crowd and talking to Trump's supporters. And when I asked them about their number one issue, it was about the southern border and securing the southern border. It was about getting their prices back down to affordable levels. And at the times that I brought up this idea of Canada becoming the 51st state, or this idea of putting tariffs on the U.S.'s biggest trading partner, the most common answer I got was almost a chuckle, a giggle, as if they thought that that was a joke. And it was consistently followed by, you know, a friendly word to their fellow Canadians. Yeah, I talked to some Americans who were from Michigan, so obviously living very close to the Canadian border. They said they loved Canadians. They didn't feel that that should be a priority of the president, given all of the other domestic problems happening in this country. And, you know, one statement that I took away from those conversations was one woman saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And yet, here we are. We'll see. Okay, Chris, thank you.
We'll wait.
We'll wait, but we won't wait to talk to you again. It'll be probably sooner rather than later, which is great. The CBC's Chris Reyes live in New York. So let's stay on this story and bring in Martha Harrison. She's an international trade lawyer and partner at McCarthy Tetro. Martha, let's just start with your reaction to the White House confirming that U.S. President Donald Trump is going forward with a 25% tariff that will be implemented on Canadian goods tomorrow. We just don't know the details. We don't know if there are exemptions. We don't know if that comes into effect tomorrow. This is all we know is what we played, the clip we've played, and what we've heard. What's your reaction?
Well, thanks for having me again. It's nice to speak with you again, Andrew. I think that I, along with other trade professionals and certainly business folks in Canada, we're grappling with the constant uncertainty as it relates to the implementation of these tariffs, whether it is going to be 25%, whether it's going to be a blanket tariff across the board, or whether there will be exemptions. We did have initially some reporting that there was going to be a March 1st implementation date. It does seem like the press secretary has seemingly corrected that, and now there's all sorts of discussion around the implementation being tomorrow. One interesting piece that you were speaking about with Chris Reyes just now is the concept of implementation. And from an international trade perspective, when we are talking about implementation of a tariff, that usually means starting today. So one can administer and implement a tariff at that moment. And so it sounds to me, when I hear the word implementation, that means immediate. And we have a very real and practical issue, which is also part of the discussion that you just had, and that is how to prepare Canadian exporters and U.S. importers to sort of pivot very quickly with anything to do with new paperwork, new claims on customs importation forms for the tariffs, and importantly, to understand, for the U.S. importer in particular, to understand how their border agents are actually going to collect these revenues. So just like everyone, I'm sort of in a moment of uncertainty.
So a moment of uncertainty, but Martha, I just want to hear you again on that. So your understanding of this word, implementation tomorrow, your understanding is that 25% on Canadian imports is going to happen tomorrow. That would mean looking through trucks, looking through and putting that 25% tariff on as of tomorrow?
Generally speaking, the term implementation means that it's going to take effect at that time. I want to be very clear. It's entirely possible that the press secretary and other spokespeople for President Trump are using that word in a different context. So I can't predict with any degree of certainty whether they are using the term implementation as having immediate effect, or whether they're using that word more as a symbol of decision-making time will happen and implementation will happen thereafter. So it's very possible that my lingo is different from the press secretary's lingo. But if it is implemented and takes effect tomorrow, you're right. It means, practically speaking, there will be significant delays at the border while both regulators on each side of the border, Canada Border Services Agency, as well as Customs and Border Patrol in the U.S., grapple with the concept of gathering the paperwork, the advanced systems where exporters and importers have to push through their customs information and documentation, and how to collect those revenues. But I don't want to leave the impression that I'm predicting with any degree of certainty that they will start tomorrow.
Yeah, but I mean, just the concept of it, $1.3 trillion of trade. I mean, it's enormous.
Yes.
Again, we don't know if there are exemptions, how many exemptions there are. We have no idea, but just that idea. And let me just, you know, you're an international trade lawyer, so what do you think, or what's your understanding of the response that should and will come from Canada?
The response we know from Prime Minister Trudeau this morning will be swift and it will be immediate. My understanding is that the Department of Finance, with the Prime Minister's office, in collaboration with multiple federal agencies and all of the premiers, have put together a first choice list. It's very likely that that list will have strategic goods for countermeasures, tariffs that we would impose, or surtaxes that we would impose on strategic goods coming from the U.S. being imported into Canada. And so we hear, for example, things like Kentucky bourbon, Florida orange juice, commodities that originate from states that are very important to President Trump from a constituency perspective and from a general political perspective. And so we understand that it's very likely that those surtaxes or counter tariffs, as they're sometimes referred to, will be implemented immediately. The scope and the range of those products is yet unknown. Mm-hmm. We do know that Prime Minister Trudeau has indicated multiple times that to the extent possible, he's going to try and sort of weigh out and balance the pain, for lack of a better word, that each province will feel as it relates to counter tariffs. Each province has different commodities that they import from the United States that take different priorities. And so, for example, British Columbia is quite concerned around different types of softwood lumber issues, et cetera. And my understanding is they're quite concerned. Their premier was on the news earlier today, I believe, indicating a real concern around potential job loss that might be swift in certain sectors in BC, for example.
Martha, appreciate your insight and your time. Again, thank you very much. Martha Harrison is an international trade lawyer. I want to bring in now Kevin Page. He's a former parliamentary budget officer and president and CEO of the Institute of Fiscal Studies and Democracy. Kevin Page, appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Based on what we heard, and this is it, we've got that clip, right, from the press secretary. That's the newest information that we have, that those 25% tariffs are coming on Canada tomorrow. Will there be exemptions? Won't there be? But the word implementation was used. What's your interpretation of what's coming tomorrow?
Yeah, I think it sounds like it is going to be implementation. We don't know that unequivocally, as Martha's alluded to. Often, I think when you bring in these kinds of measures, you tend to, governments will consider implementing on the day of the announcement. There's been forewarning to Canadians, to Mexicans, to the Chinese that, these tariffs were coming. Will they be in a position actually to execute, to implement like that quickly, literally tomorrow? We don't know. Obviously, from the point of view of implementation, they would, the border people would like to have more time. But we kind of knew this was coming. The president's been talking about it. I think it's been part of the Make America Great agenda for a while now, for really a number of years, to talk about tariffs, to strengthen the manufacturing industry, and to really deal with border-related issues. So it's an unfortunate day. It's going to have a significant economic impact on Canada.
Tell us about that, because I think there are probably some Canadians watching, worried, anxious about this. What does it mean?
Yeah, so I think that the latest numbers that we have, Andrew, probably were in the Bank of Canada Monetary Policy Report released just yesterday. They're kind of buried in the annex. This would effectively mean a modest recession for Canada. The Department of Finance, the Bank of Canada were planning that we can get growth in the 1% to 2% range this year. Maybe keep that unemployment rate around 6.5%, 6.7%. I think the estimates are 25% tariff across the board could reduce output about 2 to 2.5 percentage points in 2025. That would put us in recession territory. That would mean our unemployment rate, which is sitting at 6.7%, could easily go to 7.5%, 8% sometime over the year. That would mean as well that the deficit right now that is sitting around $45 billion for 2025. It's going to weaken because of the recession and the loss of revenues, but the government's going to have to add additional fiscal supports to help households and businesses. So we're probably talking about a deficit that's much higher, could be in this 60, 70, $80 billion range for 2025, 26.
And so jobs, and you mentioned the unemployment rate, so you expect, do we have estimates in terms of job losses?
No, none in job losses, but I think, again, just from those sorts of rules of thumb, Andrew, that if you go back, we go back to, say, 2008, the Canadian economy shrank just under 3%. That's a year-over-year reduction in the real gross domestic product. We saw our unemployment rate go from about a little over 6% to almost 9%, 8.8%. So again, you could see significant increases, with that kind of loss of output. We have estimates, Andrew, in terms of how much our exports. I've heard you talk about the trade numbers, exports and imports in the $1.3 billion range for Canada annually. We know roughly 3.5 million jobs directly are linked to exports, and then there's a lot of indirect jobs. There's a lot of jobs at stake, so it's not surprising. We've got premiers out talking about whether it's softwood lumber or oil and gas or automobiles. They're talking about significant job losses. So this is going to be a significant hit. I think it also means, Andrew, that we're probably going to have to get Parliament back, and we'll probably need some version of a Budget Implementation Act within weeks or the next few weeks or month.
I think I said 1.3 trillion. That's the two-way trade,
oh,
right?
Sorry,
yeah,
trillion.
yeah, 1.3 trillion. No, not at all. It's just a big number, and it's kind of a hard number, I think, for a lot of Canadians to get their head around. In terms of it, I just want to go back to this a little bit, because so you think that the kind of economic hit that this country could face is similar to the 2008-2009 financial crisis in terms of, for those that can remember, it could feel like that, it could be like that?
Yeah, so the context of 2008 was a financial crisis. This is a crisis that's been inflicted on us because of these trade measures. So I think just again going back to the Bank of Canada report released yesterday, they're talking about in 2025 a drop of about 2.5 percentage points of GDP. That's not unlike the recession that we experienced in 2009. So yeah, again, we're a $3 trillion economy today, $1.3 trillion in terms of trades, about $600 billion of exports. Just to go back on those numbers. So there's a lot at stake for Canada because we're a very small but very open economy.
So you said that you think Parliament will have to be recalled. Maybe let's get into a little bit of that, because there already is some built-in support that could go out to Canadians, but I think what you're suggesting, Kevin, is there may need to be more.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think so. Andrew, we saw, I think, both in the 2009 financial crisis and we saw in 2020 with the global pandemic, that it was essential that the federal government and provincial governments, but mostly the federal government, they step in to stabilize the economy. It's going to be very unstable because of this trade shock. It was unstable because of the financial shock in 2008 and the pandemic in 2020. So I think it's incumbent on the federal government. I think the federal government, again, our debt is elevated because of COVID, but our fiscal numbers, again, we're still a AAA credit rated country. Our deficits and debt numbers are better than pretty much anybody in the G7, G8. Much better than the United States. If we have to, we can certainly absorb this sort of hit. I think the hope then would be to come up with a trade strategy, with the Prime Minister, with the premiers, with the industries, like that would end this trade dispute as quickly as possible. We had some success on softwood lumber under President Trump in his first mandate. Hopefully we could do something similar. But I just don't think this is going away. This seems to be really embedded in their politics of Make America Great Again, this idea that they need to have these tariffs.
And so, Kevin, you're working with the 25%, but we also heard the U.S. president just yesterday talk about how that may not be the ceiling. It may actually go higher. And so what does that do? You talked about how you believe there is the fiscal cushion, if you will, to kind of withstand this, at least in the short term. But what about the longer term? Would the country be able to kind of withstand that?
Yeah, so the short answer is yes, we can take this. Obviously, this is something we don't want to do. These are resources, or debt that we would prefer not to have to generate. Again, it kind of goes back to, like, why are we doing this? Why is the U.S. Inputting these tariffs? Is it because of borders? I don't think it is, because again, as you said, I've heard on your program from other people, like, doesn't seem to be an issue of drugs. It doesn't seem to be an issue as well as illegal people crossing the border. If we look at our trade balances, we're pretty much in balance. If you look at our balance of payments, we're effectively in balance with respect to the United States. There's no deficit, on a balance of payments basis, goods and services and financial transactions. So is this really about protecting or strengthening the manufacturing base in the United States? Again, is this the best way to do that? To actually, to put up, in a free trade zone, to put up these sorts of restrictions? I don't think so. But yeah, I think my sense is, Andrew, that with the 25% tariff, this is going to hurt Americans as well as Canadians. It's going to hurt us more because we're smaller. But it's really going to hurt the Americans. It's going to mean higher prices. It's going to mean less interest rate reductions. It's going to slow their economy down. I don't see this as successful. But it may be that we just have to run this course. And then, the Make America Great people will realize this is not a good policy for the United States as well.
Let me ask you a little bit about retaliation from Canada and what that could mean to Canadians in terms of whether they're, at the end of the day, I understand that it'll be, at least in this first phase, it'll be targeted, whether it's a Kentucky bourbon or Florida orange juice, that there will be a tariff on that. But could this lead to inflation in this country? Could this lead to Canadians having to pay more for, say, fresh fruits and vegetables?
Yes. Yeah, I think it will mean, it's, again, really unfortunate, but if there is retaliation, our import prices are going to go up. We import, again, in that $500-600 billion range, again, $3 trillion economy. It means it's going to mean higher prices for, consumer goods, depending on what those goods are. So yeah, we're going to pay higher prices. I think we saw from the governor of the Bank of Canada just yesterday that they could sort of see this coming. So they realize that the output drop is going to be significant. This will dampen overall inflation pressures because the economy will be weak. So they realize with this, the significant household debt, they got to get these interest rates down. So I think that was a good move on the part of our governor, Mr. Macklin. But yeah, higher prices, it's going to be, people are going to get really stretched in this period. That's why we're going to need these government supports.
I've been looking at the dollar and the markets. The dollar, it is down. It's down just under 69 cents. But it hasn't, I wouldn't say it has crashed. The TSX is also down, but let me just look here. It's down 159 points. Also, it's down a little bit. But what's your sense of that in terms of the chill this could send, or any concern you have about those investing in Canada, concerned about continuing to invest in Canada, maybe moving investments into the United States because of the concern around these tariffs?
Well, I think it is a major concern. I would say, just first off, Andrew, I don't think the market's really priced in, the Trump tariff policy. I think, the markets have been, relatively strong in recent weeks. They're kind of maybe inflated, thinking that maybe some elements of President Trump's agenda would really boost U.S. growth and the global economy. But yeah, I think, we definitely concerned, about, if there are medium-term actions by firms. We've already seen some signals, some companies saying maybe it's just a lot easier to move our factories into the United States if these tariffs are going to continue. I think the strategy we're going to see from the Prime Minister, from the premiers, and from industry is going to be, like, let's end this crisis really quickly. And so it'll have to be strong. And then again, we go back to, why are we doing this? Is it because of border issues? Is it because of trade imbalances that do not exist? Or is it something even bigger? Is it really about some version of sovereignty, where President Trump is really trying to weaken Canada, and again more of this 51st state idea. And if it's that case, then I think Canada's got to be prepared to take even stronger actions, and not only in terms of responding dollar for tariffs, but even export restrictions.
And so when you say export restrictions, you're talking about, are you talking about oil? Are you talking about potash? Tell me.
I would talk about energy and those important minerals, which would be critical. Again, if you want to end this really quickly, if you think this is we're really being pushed by a bully, so to speak, then that would be an option that they have to consider. And I would say as well to the Canadians that are listening, that Ottawa, the bureaucrats, not just at Finance Department but other departments, they've been working long hours trying to figure out how to construct a really good policy. So now it's time for our political leaders to step up.
Kevin, always good to get your insight and speak with you. Thank you very much for taking the time to speak with us.
A pleasure, Andrew.
Kevin Page is a former parliamentary budget officer. So we continue to monitor the latest on Donald Trump's threats to impose this 25% tariff on goods from Canada and Mexico. Last hour, the White House press secretary, the White House press secretary confirmed that this will happen tomorrow, but there has not been written confirmation. CBC's Power and Politics host David Cochran is with us, as is Arkady Simpson in Washington. You know what? I think it's been a little while since we've listened to that clip. Control room, is that okay? Can we do that again? Can we listen to what the press secretary had to say a little over an hour and a half ago?
Office, and I can confirm that tomorrow, the February 1st deadline that President Trump put into place at a statement several weeks ago continues. The president will be implementing tomorrow a 25% tariffs on Mexico, 25% tariffs on Canada, and a 10% tariff on China for the illegal fentanyl that they have sourced and allowed to distribute into our country, which is the president.
And then just to continue that, and then I don't have an update or readout for you on the exemptions, but tariffs will be for public consumption in 24 hours tomorrow, so you can read them. That's just a little more of what she had to say. David.
Yeah, I should say on that, tens of millions of Americans dying from fentanyl. I believe later in the press conference, Caroline Leavitt did clarify that, saying the fentanyl has the potential to kill tens of millions.
That's very different.
There's a very important distinction, because as deadly as fentanyl has been in the United States and Canada, and I'm not trying to minimize the deaths of hundreds of thousands, but it's not tens of millions. That's a whole different scale. But that is one of the prime motivations that's going on here. It's interesting. We focus obviously on the Canada-U.S. Dynamic, Andrew, but Mexico has been responding to this today, not so much to the briefing at the White House today, but from Trump's comments yesterday. The President Claudia Sheinbaum, her economy minister Marcelo Ebrard, they talked about how essentially if Trump follows through on this, he's essentially setting aside the North American Free Trade Agreement, which has been in place in some form since the early 1990s.
And the one he renegotiated, right?
Yes, and called the greatest trade deal in the history of the world, and yet here we are. And the economy minister warning, too, like the Canadian ministers have been doing, that the tariffs would affect Americans as profoundly as it would Canadians, saying it would affect about 12 million U.S. buyers of cars made in Mexico. Prices of refrigerators, computers, televisions, beer, and fruit would also increase, and U.S. consumers could face a scarcity of those products. So this is the rational, data-driven argument coming back from the trade partners that Donald Trump has decided to threaten since he won the election, and now practically every day since he's formally been in office, pushing back on all of these things. But again, the Mexicans, just like us Canadians, not quite knowing what it's going to look like, when it's going to be implemented. I know you were talking with your earlier guest. Implemented tomorrow means one thing legally, another thing when it's a press secretary speaking at a podium or journalists talking on a television. But those are kind of the details. Like, if it comes in effect on Saturday, Tuesday, Thursday, it's still a 25% tariff on the economy. You know what I mean? So it's the broader directional state of what Trump is threatening to do. The fine print, we'll get that when we get it.
And so, Katie, let's talk a little bit about the reasons. You know, I think there should also be a distinction between the reasons said and the actual reasons. I don't know whether we know the actual reasons, but there's a lot of rhetoric around the reasons for this, and a lot of people saying those reasons don't make any sense.
So when this all started, the very first threat that came from Donald Trump, it was back on November 25th, and he put a post on social media saying that he was going to impose 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico, and he cited two reasons. He said, one, fentanyl entering the United States, and two, illegal migration. Those were his two reasons, and he wanted to see those problems go away, and unless it happened by the time he was inaugurated, he would hit those countries, both Canada and Mexico, with those 25% tariffs. Since that time, we have seen Donald Trump bring up other complaints about the Canada-U.S. trading relationship. He talked about the trade deficit. He exaggerates the size of the trade deficit and complains about it. He's talked about economically annexing Canada, all of these kinds of different things because he is frustrated, it appears, with the Canada-U.S. trading relationship. He has long complained that he thinks it's unfair and that America is treated poorly on the world stage. The specific things he was looking for, at least it appeared, had to be with the border. And that was sort of backed up by his pick to be the Commerce Secretary, a man named Howard Lutnick. He testified before senators on Wednesday. It was his Senate confirmation hearing, and he sort of outlined how the Trump administration views tariffs. These tariffs that apparently are now going to go in effect on Saturday or be finalized on Saturday. We'll wait till we see it on paper. They are being put in place to get a specific action. They want to see changes and improvements in border security. So that's what this all appears to relate to, at least in this moment. Now, when you take a look at what the actual sort of facts are, even though Canada and Mexico have been lumped together as you know, similar, they've been lumped together as problematic, the challenges on the northern border are different than the challenges on the southern border. So when it comes to fentanyl, for example, last year, U.S. officials seized 19.5 kilograms of fentanyl at the northern border. At the southern border, it was 9,500 kilograms of fentanyl. So you can see there's a big difference there. But what some people in the Trump administration or some around Donald Trump, what they really might actually be frustrated about is some of the bigger picture challenges when it comes to drug organizations, whether it's money laundering, whether it's gang activity, whether it's precursor chemicals getting into Canada and then somehow making their way into the United States. Those are some of the more nuanced challenges rather than Donald Trump just screaming fentanyl, fentanyl, fentanyl. So it's a more nuanced challenge. However, the Canadian officials have done a number of trips talking with American officials saying, listen, here are the actual numbers when it comes to people who are crossing illegally into the United States. And the drugs coming into the United States versus what's going on the southern border. Still, despite those arguments, Donald Trump has lumped it all together. And one of the senior Canadian government sources I've been talking with saying, in trying to prove this case, it's largely trying to prove a negative. That's the way the Canadians see it, because there is, you know, the challenge is so different compared to what the challenge is on the southern border. It's like trying to prove a negative to Donald Trump to change his mind.
And just as we're speaking, I have the most senior government official that is tweeting about this. That is the Prime Minister, Katie, just moments ago. Justin Trudeau posting, rather, I should say, no one on either side of the border wants to see American tariffs on Canadian goods. I met with our Canada-U.S. Council today. We're working hard to prevent these tariffs, but if the United States moves ahead, Canada's ready with a forceful and immediate response. So that coming from Prime Minister Justin Trudeau just moments ago. So David, that's next, right? Well, I mean, I guess we have to still see, we have to see what this is from the Americans and then what it will be from Canada.
Yeah, I mean, that statement from the Prime Minister there doesn't really move the needle from what they have been saying, that, you know, we're waiting to see, and when it happens, we'll respond, and we'll respond in some form proportional to whatever action is taken against us. It is sticking that with that playbook of responding to actions, not to words. So, I mean, we'll see. I know the Prime Minister has obviously just wrapped up this meeting with those cabinet ministers, and we've got reporters staking out where we believe Justin Trudeau is with cameras and microphones to see what we can find out there. But you know, it's interesting on the fentanyl thing, and as Katie outlined, the the proportional, the tariffs are proportional. The problem is not proportional at the borders. 43 pounds, I don't know really practically what that means in terms of fentanyl, but, you know, that's about the size of my 8-year-old, who's a little guy. And, you know, that is something I can pick up and carry, you know, to put him to bed every night.
22,000 pounds you cannot carry, David. I don't care how strong you say you are.
I might try. I might try. But yeah, no, not all at once, that's for sure. But this conversation is happening as if there is no direct into the United States source of fentanyl. Like the port of Los Angeles is this massive, gigantic economic shipping hub. Like nothing's coming in there directly. Nothing's coming to the United States by boat, by plane, whatever directly. It's not all coming through Mexico and Canada. So there are challenges there. And of course, the CBSA and the RCMP have been really aggressively posting on social media as they try to show how serious they are about interdicting things at the border, you know, deporting people, finding drugs, finding guns, finding things. It's going both ways, right? And you know, you live in Toronto, a lot of the guns that come into that city in particular, they're coming from the United States. A lot of the drugs that come in are coming from the United States. Human trafficking is sort of going both ways in terms of how things have been happening. So, you know, the problem with all of this, Andrew, is that you try to apply a rational political and rational economic analysis to it, and it doesn't seem to apply.
Well, and I got to get to a guest soon, but I do want to ask you a little bit about this because I brought it up, other people have brought it up. Kevin Page, a former parliamentary budget officer, just brought it up. So if we kind of take all the reasons and say, all right, it's the fentanyl, well, there's not much fentanyl. It's illegal immigration, well, there's really not that much of that. All right, military spending, okay, we're going to ramp that up, but still not satisfied. The trade deficit, well, there isn't really much of a trade deficit. And then you take the context of the 51st state, referring to the Prime Minister as the governor, the flag, the Canadian flag, looking out to what he thought, I guess, were the Canadian Rockies, threatening annexation through economic coercion. I mean, you start to wonder, like, what's going on? I mean, is this part of, is it really art of the deal getting a better trade deal, or is something else going on in terms of Donald Trump's motivations for these tariffs?
Yeah, like you're not, look, he is at once kind of isolationist, but at the same time sort of expansionist in a continental context, right? Up to Greenland, up to the top of the Canadian territory and down to the Panama Canal, right? It's like a game of Risk where you've got to get all of the territories in the North American continent to get your 5 armies to turn. But, you know, it is, at its heart, he is now the political leader of the world's greatest economy, backstopped by the world's greatest military. And he is going to throw that weight around to get whatever he wants, right? And here it is what? It is the 31st of January. It's day 11, day 12 of the Trump administration of 1,461 days of this term. And the disruption that he is doing is to destabilize everything and force people to bend to his whims and bend to his desires in the advancement of his agenda. You know, you look at how the United States voted in this last election, the Inflation Reduction Act that brought in by Joe Biden, which led to massive economic growth inside the United States and forced Canada to reorient its financial and economic policy to respond to it. You're seeing the electric vehicle subsidies in the plants here in Ontario. That has put jobs and manufacturing plants in districts that voted for Trump to get rid of that program. There is a big data example of people voting against their own economic self-interest because of the belief that America has been hard done by the world and by progressives and by the woke DEI agenda. You know, you try to apply rational thought to it, but here we had, while bodies were being pulled out of the Potomac, a false blame on diversity hiring policies as the cause of the crash, and 1,500 people who stormed the Capitol of the United States, beating police officers so badly, many of them, multiples, committed suicide in the weeks afterwards, pardoned. So trying to interpret it rationally as opposed to gut feel. I don't know how valuable it is. It's what we try to do.
We try.
But I just don't know how accurate you can be because none of this makes sense from an economic perspective, from a jobs perspective, and from a trade perspective. I mean, you know, Canada and the U.S. fought and died together on the battlefields of Europe and Afghanistan, and here we are sending sizzle reel videos by text to cabinet secretaries to try to get them to stop disrupting the most successful economic partnership in the history of the planet. That's just where we are in 2025.
Yep. It's where we are. David, thank you. I'm glad you are where you are. We'll speak again soon. CBC's David Cochran in Ottawa, and of course, CBC's Katie Simpson in Washington. For more on this, I want to bring in Jimmy Jean, who has waited by patiently. Appreciate you waiting by, Jimmy. Thank you so much. He's the chief economist and strategist at Desjardins. Just your reaction to what we heard and what could be coming, this 25% tariffs on Canadian goods as of tomorrow.
Well, I mean, it's preoccupying, but it's nothing new at this point. It's been a threat that's been out there for quite a while. I think late November it first came, and Mr. Trump reiterated that as he was signing his executive orders on January 20th, and so yesterday he simply reiterated that, and then again today with a little bit of confusion in the mix. That's on brand, I guess, but I think at the end of the day, I don't think this is the end of anything. It's just sort of the beginning of what's likely to be, an intense negotiation, and also, we will be seeing the effects of all of this. We will be seeing the reaction, and that's when the pressure will mount, particularly on the administration, and might lead to maybe a more amenable administration to make some concessions. And is it going to be a piecemeal approach, or will it be something better? We don't know, but I just don't think this is the end of it.
You don't think this is the end of it? It's the beginning. We don't even know the details of it. We don't know the exact details of the Canadian response, but now it looks as though it's coming in terms of this 25% tariff. What kind of impact do you think we could see to the economy immediately?
Well, I think it's the impact is already seen, right? It's the uncertainty. When you talk to businesses, I was just doing a talk at a Chamber of Commerce, and it's really extreme cautiousness. All projects are being put on the ice. Businesses are not in a position to be confident about making investments. There's a lot of concern about jobs, about how they will be able to even for some of them get some financing in this current context, as some capital providers are getting rightfully concerned about the ability to be repaid. So you have all that uncertainty going on, but at the same time, everybody being in the same place as to trying to understand whether this is serious and this can be lasting, or whether it's bluff and very short-lived. And we've certainly seen that during the first Trump administration. So there's still kind of a hope that this can be resolved ultimately. But yeah, the uncertainty is the biggest part of it, and the Bank of Canada discussed that this week. And then if we have those tariffs and those countervailing tariffs as well, then at some point we will see that reflect into the prices people are paying. Of course, we need to get the details of that precisely. I would suspect the Canadian officials in particular to use a careful approach, not to hit necessities or things that people can't really substitute very easily, and rather focus on items that are not really critical to a household's functioning. We know that households have had a difficult time with the cost of living in the last couple of years. So this is going to be one primary area of focus in the next few days if we get that information.
Do you expect the country to be plunged into an economic recession as a result of this?
Well, I mean, in the worst case scenario, if we were to have a 25% tariff, and who knows, something even bigger, and it were to be maintained with no possibility of rollback of any kind, our simulations show that indeed the Canadian economy would experience a recession. And actually, the simulations we did, that was back in December, what the Bank of Canada published this week was very close to what we had come to. So there's corroboration that the economy, in terms of economic activity, would be under significant challenge. We'd see the unemployment rate go up. There would be job losses. Of course, governments would intervene as well, roll out measures to protect workers, to protect businesses, at least on a temporary basis. And the Bank of Canada would as well cut interest rates further than if there's no tariff. So it's not as if we don't have any tools or response mechanisms, but if this is maintained, indeed, that seems a recession seems inevitable.
So we've talked about the economy generally. I want to go back micro to what this means to Canadians who are watching, who are concerned, people's personal finances. You talked about how if there are countervailing or retaliatory tariffs on American goods coming in, that'll be targeted to try and not hurt Canadians with necessities. But will products become more expensive? What should people, be concerned about, or what are you concerned about when it comes to, say, mortgages, borrowing?
Well, actually, there are some good and bad news. Certainly, the prices of some imported goods would rise, but imported goods are only one part of the consumer spending market. It's not everything, and far from it, actually. So, in our calculations, we determined that inflation would rise to maybe 3%. But that's not the sort of 8% that we had during the pandemic. So that's way more manageable. And the fact that it's more manageable also means that for the Bank of Canada, we think it can respond with interest rate cuts. Despite there being more inflation, I think it's a sort of inflation that they will understand very well, the dynamics of. That being a very temporary price level shock, as we see in the business, and really the impact on growth and on jobs would be the dominating factor for the Bank of Canada. So that would allow them to cut interest rates further and deeper, and actually that would be for those households who are not affected, who don't have to worry about their jobs or anything like that, and are maybe looking to buy a house or renewing a mortgage. That easier monetary policy will make, in turn, those conditions much easier than they would otherwise have been. This is by design, because if we're in a recession, the Bank of Canada wants to extract the most offsetting growth it can, and that's most easily done in the real estate market, which is very sensitive to interest rates. But it doesn't mean that for workers and businesses that are very exposed, and Statistics Canada demonstrated that it was close to 9% of employment that was directly tied to trade with the U.S., there would be some more worrying news, and we would see consumers in that space cutbacks on their expenses.
Okay, 9%. That's a figure that I wasn't aware of. Appreciate you bringing that to us. I also want to touch on what you were talking about earlier, and that is around businesses being, holding off on investments. What kind of concerns do you have around the chill that this could send in the business community in terms of businesses, Canadian businesses, looking to move operations to the United States, and also concerns around foreign investment coming in to Canada? A lot of foreign investors have, been lured to Canada because it's a stopping off point, to a big market just south of our border. Tell me about those kind of concerns that you have, or maybe you don't have.
Certainly. I mean, if this is if this were to be sustained, we'd be seeing those responses. In fact, this is one of the reactions that we hear from the business community. Some of those multinationals that have business operations in the U.S., and they've been busy moving a little bit more of those operations over there to shield themselves from tariffs. Some businesses may be looking to make acquisitions right now in the U.S., and this is really this is very much in line with what Donald Trump wants, right? He said he wants businesses to move to the U.S., and even suggested that the tax cuts that he's also promising would be under the condition that businesses move their operations to the U.S. But that's also bad news for Canada if this happens, because we're already struggling with our business investment. If anything, we want to see more investment, more capital deployment in this country in order to improve our long-lasting productivity lag, and that would only exacerbate that lag. And if foreign multinational ultimately are less enthused about Canada, and that could include in things like in electric vehicle batteries, with now the Trump administration being much more hostile to the green transition, and most of that capacity having been put in place to serve the U.S. market. So those are examples of where we could see a significant pare back in investment intentions. Certainly, those are very, very bad news, and the governments will have an uphill battle, I think, in this case, to try to offset that and provide incentives for businesses to do actually the opposite, and to invest significantly in their productivity, their efficiency, in order to offset the competitiveness shock that is represented by tariffs. So I think it's clear that in the near term things would be tough, but we have to remember we have trade agreements with Europe, with the Asia Pacific. And in the case of the Asia Pacific, we're talking a market of 500 million people, so 1.5 times the size of the U.S. market, and we're hardly present in this market. So there are opportunities as well down the road to diversify.
Very quickly, Jimmy, and what about our own market within Canada in terms of some of the trade barriers that exist? I mean, could that be, how far could that go to kind of mitigate or offset some of the harm that these tariffs could inflict on the Canadian economy?
Yeah, I think it's what one would call a no-brainer. Having said that, it sounds like a no-brainer in theory, but it's in practice, it's likely to be difficult because there are political constraints, whether we like it or not, that are behind those interprovincial trade barriers. There's a reason why they're still here, even though we've been talking about that for a long time. So I think we can go further in terms of improving this, but there will be some constraints remaining, I think, no matter what. So that's why we need to do both, improve those east-west linkages, but also look internationally and develop new, much bigger markets.
Jimmy, appreciate your patience and appreciate your insight very much. Thank you. Jimmy Jean is the chief economist and strategist at Desjardins. Let's bring in CBC business reporter Anis Hadari live from Calgary. So Anis, we've heard the impact of tariffs on Canadian goods could be devastating. So just how devastating?
It is very hard to put a number on this, partly because we don't know how much Donald Trump is going to tariff, if he's going to carve out exceptions, or if it's just going to be everything across the board. And, we've got a lot of banks in Canada, and they're all making different guesses. Scotiabank projects that if there's a 25% tariff by the U.S. across the board, the Canadian GDP, a measure of our whole economy, could take a hit of as much as 3.8%. And if Canada retaliated with its own tariffs, our GDP could drop by as much as 5.6%. Now, to put that in a little bit of context, some viewers may have to stretch their minds back a little bit, but if we go back to 2008 and what a lot of people saw as a big recession at that point, it was smaller in Canada than in the United States by far. But if we go back to the 2008 recession, over a 3-quarter period, the Canadian economy contracted by 3.3%. And that was during what people called a global financial crisis. So Donald Trump's tariffs, if they are as blanket as he warns, in a best case scenario, in some cases, according to Scotiabank at least, would be worse than 2008. So this is really the kind of thing that could hit the Canadian economy across the board. And while we can isolate specific sectors, when an economy goes into that much of a recession, it can often mean that people lose their jobs, and that has all sorts of spiraling effects across the board, Andrew.
And Anis, you are in Alberta, the center of Canada's oil industry. 60% of American energy imports come from Canada, mostly from Alberta. We don't know whether or not energy oil is going to be exempted from this 25% tariffs on Canada. What's the feeling there, though, about what's going on, about the implementation of these tariffs tomorrow?
I mean, there's a lot of nervousness in really every part of the economy here, but certainly the oil and gas industry is concerned. If energy is not exempted, U.S. tariffs could widen what we call the oil price differential. That's the gap between what Alberta oil sells for versus other oil. There are a lot of reasons for that. It has to do with the type of oil and gas that we put out and the amount of refining or processing that it needs. But the other side is that the level of production goes down in Alberta, obviously if we're not selling it to anyone. And at the same time, the price that we can get for it, the price that we sell it for will go down because, as we have heard for many, many years in Canada, we don't feel in Alberta, the oil and gas industry in Alberta has often said it doesn't feel that it has enough pipelines to get its product to market. And certainly most of the ways to get Alberta energy to any market lead to or through the United States. So if that all of a sudden becomes way more expensive or cut off in some way, then the price that we can sell it for goes down because there's more stuff sitting in the pipes than we can get rid of, and so we will sell it for less just to get it out the door.
Yeah.
It means less money for Alberta companies, it means less money for the Alberta government, it means less work for Alberta workers. But again, that's if Donald Trump tariffs energy.
We don't know. Or whether or not, and if he doesn't, whether there's some kind of restriction or retaliatory measure from Canada that includes oil and gas. Again, we don't know. But Anis, thank you. The CBC's Anis Hadari live in Calgary. So we are standing by to take you live to the U.S. Capitol, to the White House. The U.S. President Donald Trump is scheduled to sign executive orders this hour. We don't know what they are or how many. It's possible they could include the much anticipated Trump's tariffs Trump has promised to impose on Canada, Mexico, and China. It's also possible the president may take some questions from reporters. He has been doing that in the last few days, but we will bring those to you live as soon as the event begins. And Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has responded on the news on X, saying no one on either side of the border wants to see American tariffs on Canadian goods. I met with our Canada-U.S. Council today. We're working hard to prevent these tariffs, but if the United States moves ahead, Canada's ready with a forceful and immediate response. CBC Power and Politics host David Cochran and our chief political correspondent Rosemary Barton are tracking the details and join me once again. And so, Rosie, we haven't heard much from Canadian officials, and I guess that's just because everyone's just kind of sitting back. Well, I'm not trying to say they're putting their feet up, but they're sitting back waiting to see.
Yeah, I would say they're probably on the edge of their seats, is probably where they are. I did just check to see if they had heard anything yet, and they have not, which is not surprising because they have not typically been given any sort of heads up when it comes to these kinds of announcements. I do think that that's actually part of Donald Trump's strategy, a bit of shock and awe here to destabilize people if it is the beginning of a negotiation of some kind. I did want to pick up on a point that Anis Hadari raised about pipelines, because I do think that that is an interesting conversation now, if this is happening, if it applies to oil. I interviewed the former premier, Jason Kenney, on my show last opportunity here for Canada. He said, well, what if we went to Donald Trump and offered to see if we could get behind the Keystone XL pipeline, something he liked and other presidents didn't. So it is interesting how much this, as worrisome and troubling as it would be for the economy, it's also interesting, I think, to think about what it could do to the political landscape of this country, upending things. And we talked a little bit about what that would mean for national unity. But I think it would also drastically change the nature of the election campaign that we are expecting in a couple of months' time. Already you see Liberal leadership candidates positioning themselves not only vis-a-vis Pierre Poilievre, but also President Trump. I would imagine that if tariffs are in place during an election campaign, that is what the election is about. And then it becomes a completely different conversation, I think, than just do Canadians want change. It becomes about a little bit more than that. So anyway, as we wait to get details of things, I do think we have to just sort of try to understand the scope and magnitude of this issue and how it will fundamentally change a lot of things in this country in the very immediate future.
and Rosie, David, I want to get both of your thoughts on a question that I'm going to give you in a second, but I also just want to know, I want to let our viewers know what's going on right now. And what's going on right now is that Donald Trump is going to sign some executive orders, and this is not going to be liveable, so there won't be live cameras in the White House. This happened, I think it was yesterday. I can't remember. All the days come together now. But sometimes he does speak to reporters as he's signing these executive orders. We don't know whether it's going to include the tariffs on Canada, and reporters ask him some questions, and he answers the questions, and then we get some alerts that we will be able to share with our viewers, and then a few minutes, 5-10 minutes after that, the tape comes in, then we play it back. So that's just what could happen in the next little bit. But I wanted to pick up on what Rosie was mentioning about how the Canadian government, the Prime Minister, doesn't know what's happening. What does this say about, or does it say anything about the relationship between the Canadian government and Donald Trump's White House right now, that there's just kind of zero? It doesn't seem like there's any kind of communication going on in terms of a very significant development between the two countries.
Well, Andrew, the Canadian government doesn't know, but, the clips you were playing earlier of Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State doesn't know. Right? Just think about that for a second, right? The top diplomat in the U.S. government can't say with any certainty when in a hour-long sit-down interview with Megyn Kelly exactly what it's going to be, because everybody is telling anybody they speak to from the Trump administration that the president is the decider and he will decide. So I am pessimistic we're going to get clarity on in this executive order event. Just because executive orders get posted right away, they have a level of specificity in them, right? We all saw that on Inauguration Day and then basically every day since. And the messaging from the White House press secretary earlier was that this will be made available within 24 hours. Now, if she knew it was coming at 3 o'clock, I think she might have said, and this is an assumption on my part, that we'll know more when the president signs executive orders and in the Oval later today. I mean, that was only 2 hours after that White House briefing. So I just looking at it that way, I'm a little bit pessimistic that we're going to get the sort of clarity we're looking for. And we may have, in fact, another day of scramble and panic on Saturday.
I guess what I was kind of saying is, I don't know whether it'll be in the executive order per se, but sometimes he speaks kind of extemporaneously. They ask him questions and he said, what, there's going to be a carve-out for oil or not. I mean, it could be that kind of thing, but...
Absolutely, and whether that holds for more than an hour, Andrew, who the heck knows, right? Yeah. His speaking has not provided clarity, to the level of specificity where, $1.3 trillion in two-way trade are affected here. So, yes, I completely take your point that he may say something that gives us a greater sense of things, but in terms of whether there's going to be, the full tariff plan laid out in black and white, which an executive order would do, I don't think we're going to get that, is kind of my point at 3 o'clock. But,
who knows?
20 minutes ago it was supposed to happen, but here we are.
Yeah, we'll watch. Rosie, let's talk a little bit about the Prime Minister meeting with, I can't remember the exact name of it, the Canada-U.S. Trade Council. Is that what it is?
Yep.
And what may have come out of that? I mean, we've heard kind of suggestions that if this does come, there will be another likely virtual meeting of the First Ministers, probably sooner rather than later, right? And just in terms of trying to kind of figure out Canada's response.
Yeah, so that council is a group of prominent Canadian business people would be the best way to describe them, that he's sort of tapped into, or former politicians that he's tapped into to try and get other ideas. He also met with the Canada-U.S. Cabinet Committee virtually as well, and he is on his way back or has just arrived in Ottawa and will be in his office, presumably getting briefed on where we are now in the day. And I think it's great. I think it's great to get advice from as many people as possible and try to get ideas and get yourself on the same page to set yourself up for success. But we are operating in a very strange situation where, as David said, no one really knows what the president is going to do. And I should point you to 2018 when the aluminum and steel tariffs were in place. And this is a story I've told many times on TV before, but it's so revealing in terms of what we're dealing with. And former Ambassador David McNaughton said this to me, that he was convinced the tariffs weren't going to be put in place on steel and aluminum. He had that from so many sources, and he was feeling relieved, and he was calling people in Canada about it. And 15 minutes later, he got a call, and the tariffs had been put in place. So, like, that is the volatility with which we are dealing with the president. And I think because he probably feels emboldened and has a strong mandate from Americans and feels like this is going to help them, I think he has to follow through to some extent. It's just the extent part that I don't think we yet understand.
Rosie, you brought up the Liberal leadership campaign that's going on. I wonder, you know, I know the Prime Minister is still the Prime Minister, and if this comes tomorrow, of course, Justin Trudeau is going to be the one, along with cabinet members, that are going to implement whatever the response is going to be. But we also have I guess it's two top contenders, right? Chrystia Freeland and Mark Carney, also kind of talking a little bit about this. I mean, how does that element kind of play into Canada's response in the short term? Just that we will have a new leader within in the next 5 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely complicates things, right? I think Mark Carney is taking a kind of different tack. He is not talking as specifically about what he would do as Prime Minister to tackle Donald Trump, although he did go on side and say he was also in favor of dollar-for-dollar tariffs. Chrystia Freeland, who of course has done this before, has negotiated with Donald Trump, has taken him on. She would say she has won. She did manage to negotiate successfully the CUSMA agreement, the new NAFTA with Robert Lighthizer in the first administration. She has taken a much more detailed approach to how she would take on Donald Trump. You know, 100% tariffs on U.S. alcohol, 100% tariffs on Elon Musk's Tesla cars, those kinds of things. And she has a lot of other ideas. Those are the two that pop in my head right now. But it does factor into that campaign. It factors into the Ontario election that we are seeing right now. And as we were saying, that kind of messaging can become a little convoluted. And that is not, I would say, a great position of strength for this country right now. But there is only one body here that can take action, and it's the federal government. Yeah. And when they decide to take that action, you know, it will be forceful, and it will meet, I think, what Donald Trump is going to do, because it has to, because they cannot be showing weakness to the president at this point.
And David and Rosie, come on in on this too. I don't want to get too ahead of my skis here on this, but, you know, I was interested listening to Kevin Page, former parliamentary budget officer, saying, you know, we're not really sure what this is about. If this is about an attack on our sovereignty, or, you know, if this is a 25%, you know, across the board, then maybe there does need to be a ramping up of the retaliation. Let's say there's a carve out for oil and gas, that there should be some kind of export tax that the federal government implements. I mean, this is where we could be, and this really could open up some, you know, serious issues in the country.
Oh yeah, there's no question about that. That would Daniel Smith has made it very plain that if there were an export tax applied to oil and gas, which would dramatically affect Alberta, but also Newfoundland and Labrador and Saskatchewan, you'd have a national unity crisis on your hand, and that is believable. You know, just given you know, the long history of how Alberta feels about this, and going back to the original National Energy Program, which was a policy of choice, as opposed to this would be, you know, a grim necessity as a retaliation in an existential trade war. What I also find remarkable, Andrew, is that if you look at what the White House press secretary said today, 25% tariffs in Canada and Mexico, 2 democratic allies, 2 continental neighbors, 2 steady, reliable partners, you know, with our ups and downs broadly, like in a normal trade relationship, but like one of the most successful economic partnerships on the planet, 10% tariff on China. A non-market economy, a global manipulator of prices, a peddler of foreign interference in democracies around the world, and a regime that engages in transnational repression. Not things Canada and Mexico can credibly be accused of, or have been accused of, but yet 2.5 times higher tariff is the threat that exists right now. And also, you know, with the assaults on sovereignty and the forced repatriation of manufacturing inside the United States, it is just remarkable that you would see allies, you know, in trade, and Canada, an ally in times of war, being threatened in such a way when China, the major global rival to the United States right now, is not. So it is remarkable to look at it in that way in terms of like the domestic arguments that are happening here in Canada, that this is this politician's fault or that politician's fault. I mean, is it? Or is this just the way the current occupant of the big house on Pennsylvania Avenue operates? It seems that it may be a consequence of that, because it happened with Colombia. Mexico's got a brand new president with a 6-year mandate. They're still being threatened. You know, it is just the way things are now and how we're going to have to respond to it. And the challenge is going to be, how do you hold all the different regional and economic interests of Canada together when he is constantly probing for weaknesses and exploiting fractures in any kind of united approach?
And can I just say, too, I was just going to say on the issue of Colombia, that was sort of, I think, a bit of a test of whether that threat of tariffs would work, right? He was trying to send people who had been deported from the United States back to Colombia. Colombia didn't want to accept them. He threatened with tariffs. Colombia changed their minds. I mean, so that sort of, for him, I think, at least sends the signal that this is a tactic that works. But what I think it also does is it does give me a little bit of pause in terms of what we're actually going to see. Is it a follow through, or is it just more threats? How long do you let that lead go in terms of threats to try and negotiate more? I mean, it is true that he complained about the border, some of which was simply false. And the Canadian government suddenly came up with Black Hawk helicopters, more canine dogs, and drones. So it's not as though, at $1.3 billion. So it's not as though he's not having success by dangling this in front of us. I guess the question is
a commitment from the defense minister to sort of ramp up that
to try and pull the spending forward, to the NATO target. So I think the question is, how long can that go on for Canada, and do the actual tariffs themselves allow him to continue doing that? Or is it the threat of the tariff that is actually more effective in extricating things for people? However, he also just wants, as David has pointed out again and again, he wants a source of revenue for his own projects, for his own tax cuts, for the things that he wants to do for Americans. So those are the kinds of things that I guess he's weighing, but they're the kinds of things that also give me a little bit of pause in trying to understand whether or not this is actually going to happen. And certainly that's what the Canadian government is worried about too.
Yeah, and Andrew, we were talking about this morning in the Power and Politics meeting, and one of our producers, Mason Maharaj, made the point that eventually, if you don't follow through on the threat, does the threat lose its weight and lose its value, right? If you're going to use tariffs as a weapon, at a certain point, you're going to have to apply them. If it's going to have any broader meaning to the rest of the world, it can't just be dangling it and never following through on it. So that's what I wonder about, right? I mean, how many times can dad threaten to turn the car around before the kids stop listening? At some point, you've got to follow through on it and make good on it to send a message to everybody else that you are, in fact, truly serious. I mean, they got the capitulation from Colombia. They had accepted deportation flights before from previous U.S. administrations, but they were on non-military planes and they weren't in shackles the way Trump wanted to do it. It was kind of military flights going into a sovereign country. That was also a factor there, and that needed to be resolved. But, they let it go because of the economic threats there. It's just this broad-based undercutting of the quality of life and the function of the economy in this country that is on the table. And, at some point, serious. You have to make good on the threat if the threat is going to carry any weight going down the road.
I'm going to let you go because I think you're going to do an extended version of Power and Politics pretty soon.
We live here now, Andrew.
I know, yeah, we do. But maybe you'll come back if Trump says something. Rosie, David, for now, though, thank you, David Cochran and Rosemary Barton in Ottawa. Now, the White House press secretary spoke a little earlier this afternoon. She says President Trump's deadline has not changed.
At this point, the president has made it very clear those tariffs are going to be implemented and in effect. If the president at any time decides to roll back those tariffs, I'll leave it to him to make that decision. But starting tomorrow, those tariffs will be in place.
The CBC's Chris Reyes was listening in to the White House press briefing. She joins us now from New York. Chris, so tell us more about what we learned as we wait once again for Donald Trump to sign some executive orders. Maybe it has to do with Canada. Maybe he'll say something. We don't know.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. That's what I'm waiting for. I mean, you're getting a wealth of analysis from David and Rosie and Katie, and that's exactly what you need when you're covering the Trump administration, because there's so much reading between the lines. What I'm keeping an eye on is the next official statement to come out of the White House. And the last one that we got was about an hour ago from the main spokesperson of the Trump administration, which is the press secretary, Caroline Leavitt. And she was pretty definitive about when these tariffs are coming. Have a listen to what she said.
I was just with the president in the Oval Office, and I can confirm that tomorrow, the February 1st deadline that President Trump put into place at a statement several weeks ago continued. The president is going to implement those tariffs tomorrow, and he will respond to Mr. Trudeau's comments in due time, I am sure. Well, the tariffs are incoming tomorrow on Canada, and the reason for that is because both Canada and Mexico have allowed an unprecedented invasion of illegal fentanyl that is killing American citizens and also illegal immigrants into our country. The president is intent on doing this, and I think Justin Trudeau would be wise to talk to President Trump directly before pushing outlandish comments like that to the media.
So, Andrew, you can't get any clearer than that. She just spoke to the president. That's what Caroline Leavitt said. She said that these tariffs are incoming, that they will be implemented tomorrow. Now, what we're waiting for is the actual order, the actual executive order to be signed. And as you rightly pointed, there have been times when cameras have been rolling live as President Trump has been signing those orders. We don't know. We don't think that's going to happen this time around. There are cameras, we believe, in the Oval Office. It could be tape that could be coming into our newsroom after the fact. There's also a live shot still running in that press briefing room, and it was scheduled to be 3 p.m., the signing of these orders. But right now, we're still waiting to see exactly what we're going to get from President Trump.
Oh, Chris, I didn't realize that. So you don't think that that reporters are not going to be there in the room asking questions, or that the tape is going to be rolling, or why is it that you think that we're not going to really hear from him kind of speaking off the cuff and answering questions?
You know, and to take our viewers a little bit inside the newsroom and behind the scenes, I mean, what we're keeping an eye on are these live feeds, usually from pool cameras, in the briefing room or at the White House. I'm looking right now at the feed that we usually take these things from. I'm not seeing a live shot from inside the Oval Office. We'll wait to see. Again, whether sometimes what happens is that we get it after the fact, the cameras roll, and then the tape comes into our newsroom. Right now, I don't know that we're going to be able to. I don't know whether there's a live pool camera inside, and whether we'll get President Trump signing these orders live. Because I mean, either way, as soon as he signs them, we'll find out.
Well, I think what happened, I think it was yesterday. I'm sorry, the days are just kind of rolling into each other. It was yesterday. So what happened yesterday, Chris, right, was that we were getting there was a camera inside the Oval Office. He was signing these executive orders. Then he started speaking about his recommitment or reiteration that tariffs were coming to Canada. We got it on the wires. Then the tape was sort of played back several minutes later, and we allowed people to hear what the president had to say. That's what happened yesterday. Whether that happens today, who knows? But let's talk a little more. But it's good to kind of just let our viewers know exactly what it is. Like, how come you know what he said, but you haven't played what he said? Well, sometimes we get it live from inside the Oval Office. Sometimes we don't. So what about the possible oil and energy exemptions?
Yeah, and because we haven't heard from President Trump yet today, let's play what he said yesterday when he was signing other executive orders, his favorite activity since his inauguration day. And as you mentioned, cameras were in the Oval Office as he was signing these orders, and reporters were able to ask questions. He was asked about whether oil would be part of the tariff package, Canadian oil, and the biggest customer of Canadian oil is the United States. So that's worth mentioning. He was asked about whether oil would be a part of the tariff package 2 different times, minutes apart. He gave 2 different answers, and we want to play that for you back to back.
We may or may not. We're going to make that determination probably tonight on oil. Yeah, because they send us oil. We'll see. It depends on what the price is. And I'll be putting the tariff of 25% on Canada and separately 25% on Mexico. And we will really have to do that because we have very big deficits with those countries. Those tariffs may or may not rise with time.
Will oil be part of that, though, because we get oil from Canada?
Oil is going to have nothing to do with it as far as I'm concerned. Oil has nothing to do with it.
And you can see there, Andrew, the origin of our confusion is that President Trump giving two different answers to the same questions, just minutes apart. He may not. Oil has nothing to do with it. So again, at this point, to get any more definitive than what we heard from Caroline Leavitt, we're actually just going to have to wait to see what's in this executive order and wait to see President Trump put pen to paper on this before we know all of the details.
Chris, thank you. The CBC's Chris Reyes, live in New York. Let's bring in Arlene Dickinson. She is a member of the Council on Canada-U.S. Relations. She joins us from Toronto. Appreciate you taking the time, Arlene, once again to speak with us. So here we are. You met with the Canada-U.S. Relations Council. All right, I got the exact title right this time, I think, with the Prime Minister. And then we hear this news from the White House press secretary that these tariffs are coming tomorrow. I don't know, had you finished your meeting with the Prime Minister and then the news came out? Is that sort of how it played, or what's, can you tell me?
I think there was news coming in as we were meeting with the Prime Minister and the group. It was changing real time. So as you just talked about with your other guests, I mean, this is a real time. It's changing constantly.
Mm-hmm. And so can you tell me the reaction from the Prime Minister, from people in the meeting when the news was starting to come out that it looks as though these tariffs are really coming tomorrow?
Well, I think it's still TBD to be confirmed, and we aren't 100% sure. We don't even know what kind of tariffs they might or might not be, what sectors they're going to be on. Are they going to be a percentage? Are they going to be $1? Are they going to be on goods? So until we know exactly what that looks like, the only thing we can do and what we are doing is making sure we're ready to respond and retaliate in the best way we possibly can. And I would say that this group is very collaborative. It was very frank and it was very decisive. Canada is not going to be intimidated.
What does that mean, Canada is not going to be intimidated? I mean, what does that actually mean? I'm not trying to be cute at all.
No, I understand. I think, when I think about not being intimidated, I think about not being weak in terms of, trying to find the concessions that are going to appease somebody who is going to constantly need to be appeased and want more and more concessions. So, for me, not being intimidated, and I think for the group, it's making sure we're standing strong, making sure that we are thinking about how we can go toe to toe in terms of the impact of these tariffs on Canadians. But I also think it's very important that we remember the impact is on Americans as well. So it's easy to say 25%, and it's, I've heard the rhetoric so many times now about us, taking subsidies from America, that, we're not respecting America. These things are just not true.
So these things are just not true. So why do you think it's happening? What's your sense? And did you get a, from the other people on the council, from the Prime Minister, why is this happening?
It's power, it's control, it's money. I mean, I don't think it's much more complicated than that. Those are very big things. And so we have a president in the United States that is determined to get money wherever he can, determined to exert his power however he can, and determined to get control over geographies whenever he can. And so these things are what we have to respond to and have to make sure we're standing tall against.
Tell me about the Prime Minister and how he has been responding. You've been in a meeting with him today as this news continues to come out. He will be leading the kind of retaliation that this country imposes. Tell me about what you observed.
There's a calmness to what is happening in terms of not being reactive to the point where we aren't thinking, and so there's calm. I'd say that the group together is again showing collaborative approaches to solutions and is working hard to find out how to make sure that we are doing the best we can to protect Canadians, and that's across the board with everybody that's in that room.
You're a business person, Arlene. I mean, how concerned are you that about the impact that this could have on whether it's we've heard these stories. Are you hearing these stories about people who are reluctant to invest right now? People are thinking about moving operations out of Canada. Do you think that this could put a chill on foreign investment into Canada?
There's no doubt that this is on everybody's mind in the boardrooms across this country. What there also is across the boardrooms in this country is a resolve to try and make sure that we are reinvesting in Canada and not moving everything offshore. We need to inshore. We need to make sure that we're protecting our industries, not dismantling them. And I think that's part of what Trump is trying to do, is to put fear into people so that they do start to play into his hand. And this uncertainty of timing, the uncertainty of what he's going to do, does in fact create a discussion and potentially a pause on how people will invest. But listen, Andrew, like if we think about one of the largest trading partners in the world, one of the largest economies in the world, that's the EU. This is our second largest trading partner. There is other opportunity for us to trade in this world with partners who are going to be more fair and more and approach the relationship in a mutually beneficial way.
Arlene, I hear that, but I've also heard kind of, Canada needs to diversify its trading relationships. We had 4 years under Trump from 2017 until 2021. We were told that then. We've been told that for years, that we shouldn't have 75 to 80%. It's not quite 80, but I think it's around 75% of our trade all going to one market, and yet it continues to go to that one market. So, I mean, do you think now maybe the business community in this country, that it's a wake-up call to say, all right, we really, really do need to think about other places to sell our goods?
100%, Andrew. It's a really great question, and it's actually the right question in terms of what we have to do. We can't waste the opportunity that we have right now to do exactly what we should have done before. And we have to focus on making sure that our economy is strong. So yes, we need to find other trade partners. We need to expand those trading relationships that we have with the EU. We need to think about the value of what we deliver to other trading partners and stop thinking that the United States is our only chance at economic success. It's not.
What kind of concerns do you have around what this could mean for the Canadian economy? And I think, people are watching. They'll want to hear from someone like you who's in the business community. What is this going to mean to them? What is it going to mean to them at the grocery store? When it comes to just buying basic goods, they went through the inflation, the cost of living concerns that have subsided somewhat. But are we going to be going back to that kind of situation yet again?
Yeah, until we know exactly what the tariffs are going to be and how they're going to be implemented, I can't tell you exactly how we're going to see the impact, but we are going to see impact. There is no doubt that this is going to have impact on Canadians' wallets and on our lives. And that's the part that is so troublesome to me, because, again, it's not just Canadians, it's also Americans who are going to feel the pain from these tariffs. These tariffs aren't just one way. This is going to have impact on both Americans and Canadians. And for Canadians, I understand the fear. This is real. We don't want to go backwards. We're going to need to make sure that we put the right programs and policies and measures in place to minimize the impact as we strengthen our economy ourselves.
And so, Arlene, though, when it comes to going dollar for dollar with countering or retaliatory tariffs, I mean, what that could mean is that Canadians will, in fact, have to pay more, right? And so how do you do that in a way that doesn't inflict more harm than you want to?
It's a complex challenge, Andrew. There are so many pieces to this, and there's so many areas that people are going to be feeling the impact in that we can't yet predict. But you're right. I mean, honestly, the fact is that people are going to feel this in their wallets. We all are. It's going to be difficult for a while. Again, not just in Canada, but also in America. And you have to hope that cooler heads are going to prevail when you start to see the impact that's going to happen. But as importantly, as we witness the impact, we have to be acting to make sure that the impact isn't long-lasting and that we are quickly rectifying that impact. So other trade partners, expanding and investing in our industries, cutting red tape in terms of regulatory challenges so that we can get our resources and things built the way they need to be. You know, there are things that we can do to try and ease the pain in Canada as we build our economy.
What if Donald Trump's, what this is all about, is really about economic coercion, for trying to force Canada to become the 51st state, a threat to our sovereignty?
Anyone I've spoken to, I mean, there are definitely, I shouldn't say that anyone I've spoken to, because there's certainly people who have said and expressed that they believe that that would be the right solution. But by far, the majority of Canadians and businesses that I've spoken to have stood on the fact that they do not want to be the 51st state, that they would rather find other solutions, and that they will work towards those solutions. I mean, if that is what he's trying to do, I believe he is going to face an incredible amount of pushback and well, we aren't, just as I said, we aren't going to be intimidated into that, and we're not going to be pushed into that corner.
Arlene, thank you once again. That was Arlene Dickinson, a member of the Council on Canada-U.S. Relations. And the CBC's chief local correspondent, Rosemary Barton, joins us again from Ottawa. Rosie, it's just sort of, it's strangely quiet. That's how I would characterize the last few hours, just because we had that press briefing from the press secretary a few hours ago. And now we have had a tweet from the Prime Minister, but we haven't heard from Trump. So it's just kind of, we're just sort of in this waiting pattern, right?
That's right. And let's be clear to Canadians, we don't even know that what he's signing, if he signs things in the Oval Office, these executive orders, we don't even know that they are related to tariffs. There's no indication of that. That's not what the press secretary said. She simply said that those tariffs were going to go ahead tomorrow, that they'd be implemented tomorrow, was her language, and that we would be able to see the list of tariffs publicly tomorrow. So the goods that the tariffs would be applied to. So yeah, I mean, we are in this strange waiting game, and I imagine that is frustrating for a lot of people who are watching this, a lot of people whose businesses really depend on the American market for export, who are wondering whether they will have a business if this goes forward and how that's exactly going to work. There are even businesses, Andrew, and I've talked to some of these people who are considering relocating out of Canada to the United States if they can, because it would be the only way to keep their business alive. So this is a period of caution and instability and uncertainty, and I understand all that. And for the Canadian government, they too are simply waiting to see where this goes. Arlene Dickinson is quite right that the strategy is not to panic and not to respond every time Donald Trump says something. That is not going to get this country very far at all. And it's a lesson that they learned during the first Trump administration. So that is why you are not seeing very much right now. It doesn't mean that things aren't happening behind the scenes. Yeah. I saw that Melanie Joly gave an interview to the New York Times talking about what she had been doing and meeting with Howard Lutnick and those kinds of things. But it means that for now, trying to just kind of wait and know that Canada is ready to respond if needed is I think politically the best approach, right? You don't want to come out and provoke the bear, certainly, and you don't want to make things worse by doing something or saying something right now while you're in this tenterhooks kind of period.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's kind of, I think, hard for us in the media. I mean, it's a story. It's a big story that could have a huge impact on Canadians in terms of, in the short and medium terms, in terms of what this looks like. I just want to say that, in fact, I think it's kind of like the situation, Rosie, tomorrow where Donald Trump is in the Oval Office. I believe he's in the Oval Office in the White House. He is signing some of these executive orders. We're starting to see those alerts come in. So it looks like it could be some tape turn. What we call tape term, that's our shorthand for it, which is, we'll get the tape, we play it back for you. But so far, from what I've seen, he hasn't said anything. He signed an executive order on regulation. I don't know exactly what that means, but as you rightly point out, Rosie, we don't know whether he's going to be signing an executive order on the tariffs, or if he's going to be speaking to reporters who might ask questions about the tariffs or not. We just don't know.
No, and he is also headed to Mar-a-Lago this evening to go to his place in Florida for the first time since he became president. So obviously he has his own personal schedule to worry about as well. But beyond these executive orders, of which there have been many, many, many since he was inaugurated, that have vastly that are seeking to vastly change the United States in pretty dramatic ways, and some, let's be clear, that have been badly formulated and needed to be undone very quickly. He's done those things, but tomorrow this might just be, something that goes up on a website. When he made those first comments about the 25%, we later then signed a bunch of executive orders that didn't include the tariffs. We later saw a trade policy document that had been outlined that said that there were certain dates that had to be met, and that by April 1st there would be a study of trade subsidies and deficits and sort of give advice to the president on where to go from there. So it's also possible that that's the way things will happen. It's also possible that he sends out something on social media while he's flying down to Florida. I mean, that we don't really know, and no one in the Canadian government knows either how this is going to unfold. All that we have today, that we didn't have yesterday, is further confirmation from the White House that these things are going to happen, and they're going to happen tomorrow. And the rest is a waiting game for us.
And Rosie, I guess the real challenge for the Canadian government in terms of response is that we can point out that, of course, these kind of tariffs or a trade war between Canada and the United States would impact American consumers just like it will impact Canadian consumers. But the fact of the matter is that it'll have more of an impact on Canada than it will on the United States. And that's just because it's a bigger country. They're not as exposed to the export. They're not as export driven as we are, and they have many other countries that they trade with, so they can kind of do this in a way that doesn't have as much of an impact. I don't know whether the U.S., for instance, would be thrown into a potential recession as a result of this.
Yeah, I mean, there would be ongoing inflationary pressures, as we talked about, which is exactly what the president doesn't want. There would be probably an increase in gas prices, again, something the president doesn't want. But in terms of immediate impact of the scale on the economy, yeah, it would be far more damaging here. 2.5%.
Sorry to interrupt, Rosie, but so he's speaking. And so these are the latest wires, and Donald Trump saying nothing can be done by China, Mexico, and Canada right now to forestall tariffs. We have big deficits, and tariffs are something we're doing. We may increase tariffs. Canada has treated us very unfairly. We're not looking for concession. We will put tariffs on chips and oil and gas. Oil and gas tariffs by February 18th. We will put tariffs on steel, aluminum, and copper. Had a good meeting. Oh, no, yeah. Okay, so there we go. These are more details of what he has just said.
Would you repeat the oil and gas one there and the date? Yeah,
Yeah. Nothing can be done by China, Mexico, and Canada right now to forestall. He talked about big deficits, and tariffs are something we're going to do. Oil and gas by February 18th. Oil and gas by February 18th. Canada has treated us very unfairly. Not looking for concession. Yep, oil and gas by February 18th. And we will put tariffs on steel, aluminum, and copper. So there you go. I mean, so he's saying this, and I think we're gonna get that tape. We'll play it back, but it's just that's.
I will say one of the things that strikes me there is that nothing can be done, and that the United States is not looking for concessions. That is a pretty demoralizing position, I think, for Canada. If he is suggesting that these things are going to happen and there is simply no negotiating to be done, that puts us in a very difficult position. But again, I would also say this: until we see something in paper, until we see something written down that is a formal document that confirms what he's saying, I think Canada will sort of not respond until that part is very, very clear. But a different date, February 18th, is interesting. The fact that oil and gas might be included, given what you've just said there, is potentially disastrous for us. But this is not encouraging if he is saying that there is nothing that Canada and Mexico can do to make this happen, to make this go away.
Right, because then it raises the question about, okay, 1.3 billion at the border. You know, we're doing some of these things. It's about fentanyl. It's about migrants. It's about
Turns out it's about nothing.
It's about nothing. There's nothing you can do, Canada. This is coming, no matter what. I mean, so what kind of message does that potentially send to the Canadian government?
Yeah, I mean, I will say that if the date is actually now, February 18th, if the document that's going to be published tomorrow lays out the sectors that are going to be affected, but says that this will happen February 18th, again, that buys us time. I'm not taking any kind of sense of encouraging signals from what he has said inside the Oval Office in terms of what that time would get us. But I would say that is the one thing the Canadian government would be hoping for. If they can't avoid these tariffs, what can they get in terms of time to not put pressure on the president, but to put pressure on every representative in Washington, every governor and every business person to say to the president, if you do this, it will be catastrophic for a number of economies. Please think again. So time would be good news in light of this, but let's be clear, none of this is good news.
And Rosie, I'm trying to get a sense. You know, he's sort of going down the list. I wonder if the list is longer or if that's just the list. I mean, you know, again, it's just he's sort of speaking, but he does talk about aluminum, steel, copper, oil and gas by February 18th. Those are the specific sectors of the Canadian economy that he's listed.
Yeah, 60% of the oil imported into the United States comes from Canada. How does that work? I'd love to know. How do you turn off the taps to Alberta oil overnight and continue to function as a country? I don't know what the answer is. So I remain kind of. I guess I have lots of questions too about how this is going to work and what he actually wants from the country. And maybe, as I said before, the answer is nothing. Maybe this is just an ideological move to try and get revenue from a different country and change the way that the economies work all around the world.
And I should just point out, he has said nothing about the percentage so far in these. You know, I don't know, but you know, we heard the press secretary say 25%. Is it 25% on oil and gas? We don't know. It's interesting that the date is different, and again, it's not saying that the date is also tomorrow for aluminum, steel, and copper. We just don't know. I'm just kind of going through the list. You know, this is something that Donald Trump has said moments ago in the White House, in the Oval Office, as he's signing these executive orders, maybe on this, maybe on other issues, but just to give everyone a little take into what's happening. Rosie, I got to let you go. Thank you very much. The CBC's chief political correspondent, Rosemary Barton, in Ottawa. And this is a live look at Parliament Hill on the left, White House on the right. Trump says the tariffs are coming tomorrow, and also speaking in the Oval Office moments ago that they will include oil and gas on February 18th. Much more ahead. Power and Politics with David Cochrane starts in just seconds from now.
Hi there, this is a special early and extended edition of Power and Politics. I'm David Cochrane in Ottawa. The White House has confirmed tariffs are coming for Canada and Mexico, and nothing can be done to stop them, according to U.S. President Donald Trump. Trump has just spoken from the Oval Office. We're waiting for that video to come into our newsroom. But speaking earlier today, Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt said Trump will implement the 25% duties tomorrow.
The president will be implementing tomorrow a 25% tariffs on Mexico, 25% tariffs on Canada, and a 10% tariff on China for the illegal fentanyl that they have sourced and allowed to distribute into our country, which has killed tens of millions of Americans. These are promises made and promises kept by the president.
Since November, Canada has been on a diplomatic charm offensive, trying to convince Trump that tariffs hurt both countries. But as of right now, that appears to have failed. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau spoke earlier today saying Canada would respond, and now we're getting a clear sense of the intention of what Donald Trump is going to do. As I said off the top, he is speaking to reporters in the Oval Office. There is a camera in there recording it. There is no transmission of a live feed, so we are getting the updates from wire services. And if you were hoping that Canada would avoid a trade war with its biggest and most important trading partner, the news is grim. Here's a summary of what we're getting. Donald Trump says nothing can be done by China, Mexico, and Canada right now to forestall tariffs. So people have thought there was a border plan or something that could be put in place to stop this from coming tomorrow, as the president is now saying. It suggests that is not possible. We have big deficits, Trump says, and tariffs are something we're doing. We may increase the tariffs beyond the 25% he's threatening on Canada, Mexico, and the 10% he's threatening on China. We will put tariffs on chips and oil and gas, chips being microchips, of course, but core industries there, such as oil and gas. Not looking for concessions. Oil and gas tariffs, there was some hope that they might be exempted by February 18th is what Donald Trump is saying. And he says he also wants to bring pharmaceuticals back to America with tariffs, and that is part of his broader trade strategy. So that is the latest from U.S. President Donald Trump. He's signing executive orders and taking questions from reporters. We are waiting for that video to come back. We will bring it to you in its entirety when it becomes available to us and the rest of the media outlets around the world. Right now, though, I'm going to bring in our chief political correspondent, Rosemary Barton. And what a day, Rosie. I mean, these latest updates from the president, I'm going to be looking at my laptop here just to see what else new may come out.
So, because I haven't read them yet, do they have a percentage attached to them?
Trump has just moved, bringing tomorrow's tariffs down to 10% on Canadian oil. So it looks like 25% for everything, 10% for Canadian oil. So this is all happening sort of in chaotic real time. We're following this. The Canadian government is following this. The markets are following this. But his comments earlier, Rosie, that there's nothing you can do. This is happening, and all the efforts up to now don't mean anything.
Although, again, there also seems to be a new date attached to it. Is that correct?
That's for oil and gas. Just on that point, the press secretary said earlier today that Donald Trump's threat of a February 1, 25% tariff on Canada and Mexico, that stands. That will be implemented tomorrow, to use her words. Whether that means legal implementation, fully enforced, we don't know. The president now speaking, as he does, as Andrew was saying to us last hour, extemporaneously at his desk, is saying oil and gas tariffs would be brought in by February the 18th, and it appears to be at a lower number than the threatened 25%. We're talking 10%. Either way, though, we're looking at this month, or next month, because it is the last day of January, an enormous shock to the Canadian economy and an upset of the most important trading relationship in the world right now, most profitable.
Indeed, and I do wonder whether the lower tariff for Canadian oil is because there is this concern around him that doing that will be a shock to the cost of gas for Americans in the United States. 10% is better than 25%, but I think that Americans will still feel it at the pump. And in some ways, this is, I think, probably really, really upsetting for the Premier of Alberta, who did, whether she had her critiques and not, but she worked very hard to try and get the president to leave oil and gas out of it. She went to Mar-a-Lago, she talked to him, she was in Washington, she was making her case day after day. So to hear that she has managed to have it pulled back is one thing, but the fact that it will be 10% on Canadian oil and gas starting in a couple of weeks is not good news for the Alberta economy, but none of this is good news for Canada. And you're right, it demonstrates that when the intent of the government was to prevent this from happening, that was not apparently on the table for Donald Trump. This was not, as he says, a negotiating tactic. This was the end game.
Yeah, and look, Rosie, it's important to remember, too, like as much as we focus on the bilateral relationship, it's a trilateral one that includes Mexico, a stable government at the beginning of their mandate getting the same treatment, when the issues he initially said this was all about in terms of fentanyl and human flow of humans across the borders are far more severe at the U.S. southern border than they are at the U.S. northern border. But the wires continue to update that Trump saying that he will bring in oil and gas related tariffs by February 18th. The 10% thing, as opposed to the 25% rate, is what we're hearing. He's also saying we're going to take back the Panama Canal, again reiterating the expansionist policies that he's been expressing that included what started in the views of certainly the government. A joke about Canada becoming the 51st state has now become a little bit more dubious on that. And he's launched into a conversation about saying he's going to be speaking soon with Vladimir Putin. And he hopes to do something significant there, saying we are having serious discussions with Russia. So this is all happening in real time right now in the Oval Office in Washington, D.C. You can see the White House there. Cameras are in there. Reporters are in there. But it is what we call in this business a tape turn. The pool goes in, they record it, and they come out and they feed it back, and everybody gets it at the same time. The Wire reporters, the Associated Press, and Reuters news agency, they are in there sending out line-by-line bulletins as the president says something that is newsworthy. And certainly these are all newsworthy comments to Canada, to the Canadian economy, and Canadians worried about their jobs and their economic security in the medium term. And Rosie, as this is happening, as we're following this in real time, the Canadian government's following this in real time.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to get a sense of whether we'll hear anything tonight, because as you know, the issue has been, it's one thing for the president to say something, it's another thing for the president to write it down and take the action. So I think that's what people are waiting to see. If there's something that they can look at in some detail, they'll be more inclined to react. If not, this might wait until they have more to deal with here. But I would expect that people in the oil and gas industry in this country right now are pretty devastated because they know exactly what this is going to mean for them, given how much of the oil we export to the United States.
Yeah, and the argument against the 25% tariff rate on oil and gas was that about the price of a gallon of gas in the U.S. would go up by about 75 cents. So 10% is not 25%, but that's still 20, 25 cents it's going to go up. So for a president who came in saying he wants to lower gas prices and make life more affordable for Americans, his threatened actions are going to do
Though at least with that, let's point out again, that date is February 18th. Is the rest of everything as of tomorrow? I don't know. We'll see. But does the oil and gas sector have a little bit more time to try and make the case of how important they are to the American economy? I'm not sure. I am looking forward to hearing the words come out of his mouth as well.
I would very much like clarity. I think a lot of people would like clarity, including my next guest here, the president and CEO of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, Candice Lang, who is kind enough to join us now in this breaking news environment. Candice Lang, I know it's impossible to react with total certainty, but based on the threats being reinforced by the press secretary and by the president himself, 10% on oil and gas, presumably 25% on everything else. I mean, what does this mean for Canadian business?
Well, thanks for having me. When it's a breaking news day and everyone is just trying to, I think, hold it together, it's just an incredibly torturous time, I think, for all of us, not just business, but all Canadians. But I think where we've been really focused through all this, whether the gloves are coming off tomorrow, today, we are in this for the long haul, because I think what we know with the tariffs is, whether they're used as a big stick for non-trade related concessions, there's a broader agenda here to really reshape many relationships. And of course, we're very concerned about our own with the U.S. and this broader plan to really shift business south of the border and what that means for us.
Yeah, we just got another bulletin on the wire. Donald Trump says tariffs may cause short-term disruption. I think that is an understatement from the president there. But, Candice Lang, as we look at this, some of the data I've seen, the analysis is that there's about 2.4 million jobs in the Canadian economy that are considered to be trade exposed. This is analysis done by Trevor Toome at the University of Calgary. 6% of all jobs in Canada, and those are pretty much split evenly between companies that export and then their suppliers and service providers. The order of magnitude of what the president calls a short-term disruption for those workers. We've seen projections of a 2008, 2009 style recession, maybe unemployment rate as high as 10%. I mean, is that what you're expecting at the chamber? I know you've done your own analysis there.
Yes, we've modeled this, and in a full, 25% tariff retaliation, like retaliatory measures taken scenario. I mean, Canada is looking at, being in a recession by mid-year. Now, having said that, and your comments about what just came out, I think the thing that gives me a bit of, I guess, relief or hope is that like we know what tariffs do to the economy on both sides of the border, but when you really look at the amount of our exports to the US that are actually inputs to their manufacturing, you mentioned the jobs on our side of the border. Over 2 million, 1.4 million jobs are supported from our trade and the business we do every day in the United States. And if the agenda here really is to redomicile some of those businesses in the manufacturing, that in fact is going to take time, which is why we are doubling down in this moment on leveraging that time starting yesterday on what we have to focus internally to strengthen our position. And we think it's absolutely the right time to address our own internal tariff-like barriers on internal trade.
Well, there's some more developments, and I apologize for springing this on you in real time, but we're all learning this together, Candace Lang. Donald Trump says he's not worried about the market reaction to his tariffs. This is a lot of people thought he's very worried about the stock market reaction as a when it's up, it's a sign of the strength of the economy. But he also says we'll be doing something very substantial on tariffs with the European Union. So this suggests that this is really a broader agenda to rebalance global trade, and his belief that Western democracies in particular have taken advantage of the U.S. economic might, and the liberalization of trade has led to manufacturing jobs and other industries flourishing in countries outside of the United States. And if we presume that Howard Lutnick was speaking the truth the other day as his confirmation hearing, this is about getting those industries back. He suggested this about pharmaceuticals. We know a lot of those are made in Europe. But the idea that it's not just a Canada-Mexico thing, this is Europe, this turns into a global economic challenge now, not just a continental one.
Yeah, I think that agenda has been brewing and dripping out over the last while. But I think, and we know, I think there's a lot we disagree with on Trump's positioning around trade deficits and how he sees that, and even some of the false narratives we believe he puts out there about those trade relationships. But I think it goes deep into the lack of understanding how integrated supply chains are within all those trade relationships. And in fact, I think what will be very interesting, although unfortunately probably the painful way to go about this, is that the American economy and American workers and people will have to experience, what it takes to now unwind those integrated and efficient supply chains that actually support manufacturing within the United States. And that, depending on which sector and supply chain you take, they are complex, and they are built that way because they work well for business today.
Candace Lang, this is a final point. The government is watching this in real time too, and trying to figure out how to respond, and to calibrate a response in such a way that it hits back in a way that Americans feel the pain in politically sensitive areas, and maybe put pressure on the president, but without compounding the misery of Canadian businesses and Canadian citizens and workers. I mean, what would your advice to Justin Trudeau and the people advising him and the premiers be in terms of what we're hearing from the president in this last little while?
Yeah, I think as we've talked about, we want to avoid tariffs and an escalation at all costs. But if we need to respond, that work is being done. And I think measured, calculated, surgical, precise to be strategically oriented with the impact we want to have, that is best. And then I think more broadly, when we look at, the fiscal policy, maybe bracing for the impact and supporting businesses, especially small and medium-sized businesses that can absorb such shock and impact, it's important to be timely, very targeted, and, try to make sure that we are looking at temporary measures and that we don't actually lock ourselves in to fiscal costs, and because we have to be measured in our response on that front as well. So timely, targeted, and temporary.
Candace Lang, President and CEO of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
Well, if you're just joining us, this is a special extended edition of Power and Politics responding to escalated threats from the U.S. president. The tariffs are coming tomorrow and by February 18th on Canada's oil and gas sector, 25% on everything. Tomorrow is the latest we have from the White House, 10% on oil and gas by the 18th of February is what we're seeing on the wires. We'll have tape of Donald Trump soon, and we will bring that to you the minute it is available in its entirety. So, Rosie, since we started, our chief political correspondent, Rosemary Brown, by the way, she's here
Don't
with
worry
me.
about that today.
She's always here. Look, since we started, it was Canada, it was oil and gas. Now it's the European Union. Donald Trump is talking about. This is not just a continental thing. This is a larger global tariff as a cudgel agenda.
Yeah, as a cudgel, but also I think, and you've been talking about this, as an attempt to return the American economy to previous glory that it had when manufacturing was based in the United States before so much of it was offshored to China. That is fundamentally what this is about. It's about trying to get industry and manufacturing back into the United States and create more jobs and opportunity for the U.S. The European Union piece is interesting to me because it does then, I think, open up some possibility of bigger allies for Canada, right? We have a free trade agreement with the European Union. What then could we do if we align ourselves with allies to take this on? I'm not saying it's going to blunt what is about to happen to us. Certainly, it will be damaging. But if you can find someone that you can sit beside and stand up to the president, I think that there's an interesting position there for me. But it also shows that to his point that we will hear eventually when he speaks, is that there is nothing we can do. If there is no negotiating tactic, well, then what are we willing to do, and who can we align ourselves with in order to make sure that this has as little effect as possible, or in order to reshape our economy entirely as well, so we are no longer dependent on the United States the way we are. I mean, this is, I would imagine, devastating for the people that were behind NAFTA, the first NAFTA, and behind the renegotiation of CUSMA, which really was supposed to further entwine these relationships that people believe are so important. And the president is indicating that they no longer are.
Right. I'm also curious to see some of the Canadians who stood up and cheered on Donald Trump, how they're feeling in the wake of this today. Okay, look, if this is part of a plan to move manufacturing inside the U.S. border, then people like Drew Dilkens are obviously very worried about that. He's the mayor of Windsor, Ontario, and also the chair of the new Border Mayor's Allowance. Drew Dilkens, more than $300 million of goods cross that bridge right there, the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor, every single day. What's your reaction to these latest bulletins coming out of the White House?
My grandmother once said, "Don't get stressed about the things you can't control." And this seems to be a moving target. Of course, we're getting very close to February the 1st, so there's a lot of concern about what may or may not happen. But I think we just need to see at this particular point in time, we need to be ready. We need to be ready in a very deliberate way, in a strategic way, in a very surgical way to apply pressure back on the pain points that we have and the leverage that we have in certain industries. And I think, my own city, David, you talked about the amount of trade. We're home to the busiest commercial border crossing between the U.S. and Canada with the Ambassador Bridge. A full 25% of that trade crosses here each and every day. And of course, the auto industries on both sides of the border, whether it's Windsor being the auto capital of Canada or Detroit being the motor city, we know the tight integration of the supply chains, and that anything that Donald Trump does in the nature of 10% or 25% will have an immediate impact on my community, but also the folks in Detroit as well.
It's always good to follow your grandmother's advice and not get stressed about things you can't control. But I don't. How you doing with that? I mean, this seems fairly stressful because the stakes are just enormous.
Oh, listen, 25% tariff could be catastrophic in many cases if it went on for any period of time. And so, the Border Mayors Alliance, what we've done is try and link mayors in border cities like mine from coast to coast, so all the way out in Surrey, all the way out to New Brunswick with many stops in between, because we know communities like ours are going to be hit first. We're going to be hit the hardest, and there's going to be an immediate impact here that will be felt in our community, but it's also going to be felt in the United States. So the Border Mayors Alliance is about connecting us in our own country, but then being able to reach across the border to the mayor of Detroit, in my case, and other mayors in surrounding areas to say, guys, we really got to be singing from the same song sheet here and be part of the same chorus, because the impact in our communities, although it seems to be aimed at Canada, it's going to be devastating for all of our communities because of the integration of the supply chains. And so that's the work that we're doing. We want to feed into the national dialogue and discussion that's going on and be ready to be activated at a moment's notice.
Your American counterparts get that, though, right? I mean, we have talked before about the healthcare workers who go across the bridge every day or through the tunnel every day to work in the health system, you know, in Detroit and throughout Michigan. They must know the effect all of this would have. I mean, why do you think that message is, if it's making it to the White House, it's just being ignored by the White House at this point?
I think there's still a sense that folks are trying to figure out what the end goal is. They're being careful not to cross the president in any material way in the early days here. They want to see what the goal is. And we're not sure. I mean, this started off as a goal to right-size trade. Then it switched to border security and drugs, where we have a shared interest, I think, between the United States and Canada wanting to control those things. And it seems to be a moving target. And so as long as it's a moving target, we're not going to be able to get to the bottom of it. If it's about an early renegotiation of the former NAFTA, CUSMA, then let's get to the table and figure out what the friction points are and move forward. But at this point in time, it just seems to be a moving target. No one's quite sure where this is going to land or when it will land. And at the end of the day, we're just going to have to be prepared to deal with what comes our way, and we will be prepared.
Look, I agree. It is a moving target, and it's impossible to say things with absolute precision and uncertainty. So, but I had to ask you about the latest thing he said, right? Because on the wires right now, Mr. Mayor, is Trump saying nothing can be done by China, Mexico, and Canada to forestall tariffs. We have big deficits, and tariffs are something we're doing. We may increase those tariffs, and we are not looking for concessions. I mean, what does that say to you about the ability of people acting in good faith in this country to try to avoid this hit?
Well, I've taken a few economics courses in my time, and I think if one looked back in history about the effects of trade or tariffs rather on trade and on the impact on the United States as an example, you'll find that it'll stand to increase the dollar. And the United States, just like Canada, is a trading nation. And so the higher their dollar goes, the less attractive their goods are to be purchased from other places around the world. Less attractive it will be to purchase for Canada to purchase their goods. And so I think to your earlier point just before I came on, David, I think you're going to have, if this goes on for any length of time, you will start getting a rewiring of supply chains where Canada will start looking more closely at what options we have in Europe and in other parts of the world to make sure that we can still sell our goods and keep our economy going.
The acute vulnerability of the Canadian economy is on full display, right, in this moment when you talk about what he is trying to do, presumably, and the way he is trying to do it. I mean, what do you think the federal government can do? What do you think the response should be? We just heard from Candice Lang, who said, targeted and time-limited tariffs. What do you think the calibration should be when the Prime Minister and the government does eventually respond to whatever Donald Trump does?
Well, I agree that these supports are going to be absolutely mandatory, especially if we're talking about 25% tariffs. And one asked me not too long ago what it would mean. And I said, I think this could be of the magnitude of what you've seen in terms of COVID relief if this went on for any period of time. But I would suggest that we really need to work to get clarity on what the ultimate objective is here by the president, and then find out what the off-ramps are. At the end of the day, we don't want to get into a position where, he feels obliged to keep this going just because he made a pronunciation at a microphone once or twice. Let's figure out what those off-ramps are. Let's hope it doesn't happen in the first place and try and do all we can. And I think folks have been doing that. But to the extent it does happen, what are the off-ramps that we can take, that he can take, where we can all move forward and find a pathway that allows us to continue developing and building our economies together?
What if the off-ramps, this is a final point, Drew Dilkins, are the catastrophic outcomes that the president himself has said, that we don't need Canadian cars? They can all move to Michigan. Those factories can be south of the border. I mean, for your town and for all the towns around Windsor, your city, sorry, that's devastation. I mean, what if that is the end goal and he's prepared to fight all the way for it for 4 years?
I think just the nature of the integration of the supply chains, it would take a long time for folks to be able to move entire supply chains and operations to the other side of the border. I just think it's so impractical that at the end of the day, even if he does that, he's just going to increase the value of his own dollar, which is going to have a negative impact on all of the other trade that they hope to do around the world. And so I think simple math here might make a sensible person make a right decision. And I like to think that in the former renegotiation of NAFTA, you know, the president was making strong pronunciations at the microphone, but the level 2 and the level 3 folks who really had to get the rubber, you know, make the rubber hit the road, were smart and sensible and actually found pathways and understood what the implications were of what they were doing. And so let's hope that that's the case this time around as well, that okay, the president needs to make some move because he's locked in a position, but let's hope smart people are doing smart things behind the scenes.
Yeah, it's a different presidency and a different administration this time, and a lot of those people just aren't there. But yes, it's good to have hope. Drew Dilkens, Mayor of Windsor, Ontario, thank you for joining us. I think we're going to speak a lot in the weeks ahead. Thanks for being here, sir.
Thanks, David.
Okay, we're going to stay in Ontario, where the threat of those U.S. tariffs is dominating the provincial election campaign. The CBC's Jamie Strachan is in Toronto. So, Jamie, Doug Ford called this election to push back against Donald Trump. Well, what's been the reaction today?
Well, he was looking, you know, for that battle to frame this election, and it looks like he's going to get his wish. You know, Dave, we've heard a lot about, you know, things are fluid, things are playing out in real time. Well, today on the campaign trail, this all did play out in real time. Doug Ford was out making a series of spending announcements when, you know, at the same time that the White House briefing was going on, where it became clear that it wasn't going to be March 1st, it wasn't going to be down the road. It was going to be February 1st that these tariffs were going to be coming into practice. And during the Q&A with reporters after his announcement, he continued with that kind of hyperbolic rhetoric that we've heard from him around the kind of fight in terms of the kind of impact that these tariffs were going to have on Ontario families and why he was the right person to fight back against them.
We have to show strength being united, and I've emphasized to the federal government that we have to retaliate hard, not soft, but hard. Meet them dollar for dollar, tariff for tariff. If he wants to put pain on Ontario families, on Canadian families, he wants to take their livelihoods away, take food off their table, we will hit them with everything we have. And never underestimate Canadians, never underestimate Ontarians. We have a lot of tools in our toolbox that America depends on and needs us.
And I think, David, you know, it could be argued that there's no politician on either side of the border whose rhetoric is sharper than the Premier of Ontario's is around this tariff issue. And it was funny, the announcement that he was making was, you know, something to kind of get out in front of this, the impact it's going to have on Ontario jobs. He was announcing billions in spending that would, you know, potentially offset some of the job losses that these tariffs could have here in Ontario. Billions around things like road building, infrastructure, electricity infrastructure, building new arenas, all these kind of things that could maybe offer new jobs down the road should these tariffs have the kind of impact that many are predicting on the economy here in Ontario. In his words, things that would outlive and outlast the Trump administration.
But, you know, you can respond to it, I suppose, as a government after the election, Jamie, but these tariffs just have an absolutely devastating effect on Ontario's economy, just the auto sector alone.
Huge, David. I mean, I think it's undeniable. I mean, you look at the raw numbers. I mean, a vast majority of this province's business is done with the United States. 1 in 5 jobs. You know, we've heard the data. If Ontario was a country, it would be the U.S.'s 3rd largest trading partner. Ontario, the 1st or 2nd biggest trading partner with more than half of U.S. states. So it would be devastating. You heard the mayor, you know, before me, you know, come on and kind of outline that. I think right now, you know, for a lot of those industries that rely on producing goods for U.S. businesses across the border, especially that integrated auto sector, how will this play out? Will U.S. companies still be buying these goods in the same amount, in the same frequency? What role does the dollar play in all of this? On the flip side, though, David, if this tough fight back that the Premier is talking about comes into practice, it'll have an impact on consumers here in this province, at the grocery store, at the liquor store, and buying anything that involves U.S. goods. So there's two sides to this. He's got to talk tough in terms of protecting the manufacturing, the jobs, companies that do a lot of business with the United States. But if he gets, you know, those counter tariffs that he's looking for, it's going to have an impact on consumers in Canada's largest province. And of course, all of it means it's going to loom over the Ontario election, something the Premier seems to welcome and want, the reason he called this election in the first place.
Yeah, but with Queen's Park and Caretaker Convention right now, Jamie, if there's a requirement for them to go back to the legislature and do something, Doug Ford has made it impossible for his government to respond with legal authority outside of special warrants and other cabinet powers, right?
That's true on that front, David. But one thing he hasn't done is step back from that leadership role that he's taken in terms of leading the premiers in that. And there's been, you know, a lot of pressure from Liberal leader Bonnie Crombie, from Marit Stiles, leader of the NDP, that he's got to do that. But he's shown no indication that he's going to do that. He has made this the central issue in this election, and he shows no signs.
Okay,
of
Jamie, we got to go. We got Donald Trump talking. We're going to listen to the President of the United States.
Not right now, no.
Not a negotiating tool?
No, it's not. No, it's a pure economic. We have big deficits with, as you know, with all three of them. And in one case, they're sending massive amounts of fentanyl, killing hundreds of thousands of people a year with the fentanyl. And in the other two cases, they're making it possible for this poison to get in, number one. And number two, we have big deficits, and it's something we're doing. And we'll possibly very substantially increase it or not. We'll see how it is. But it's a lot of money coming to the United States. As you know, we have about a $200 billion deficit with Canada, getting close to $200 billion. They've treated us very unfairly. And I say, why should we be subsidizing Canada? You know, it's wonderful. I have so many friends in Canada. It's a great place.
Is there a concession
But
you're looking for, sir?
no, we're not looking for a concession. And we'll just see what happens. We'll see what happens. And with Mexico, it's the same thing. We have a $250 billion deficit, and we have a lot of people coming into the border, and now we've largely stopped that, but we've stopped that ourselves. I think they've done a fantastic job. You've seen the numbers, they've dropped to almost zero. But we've suffered under the past administration for years and years. We've suffered with millions of criminals coming into our country. Criminals, people from jails from all over the world. They come through Mexico, and they come through Canada too. A lot of them come through Canada, and a lot of fentanyl comes through Canada. And China makes the fentanyl. You know, China makes the fentanyl, gives it to Mexico, puts it through Canada, puts it through different places, mostly Mexico, but also a lot through Canada. And so all three haven't treated us very well.
Sir, can I ask you about your meeting with NVIDIA? What did you talk about, and do you think you need to ban more of the chips that they're selling to China?
Well, he's a great gentleman, and I hadn't met him. He's the biggest in the world in terms of chips. And I can't say what's going to happen with it. We had a meeting. It was a good meeting. But eventually we're going to put tariffs on chips. We're going to put tariffs on oil and gas. That'll happen fairly soon. I think around the 18th of February. And we're going to put a lot of tariffs on steel. We already have tariffs on steel, and we've saved our steel industry, but that was relatively small compared to what it'll be. But we're going to be putting tariffs on steel and aluminum and ultimately copper. Copper will take a little bit longer, and that'll happen pretty quickly. It'll mean it'll be a great boost for our steel industry. It'll make our steel industry very strong. If I didn't put the tariffs on years ago on steel, which actually Biden left because there was so much money that they couldn't do anything about it, we would have lost. We wouldn't have one steel mill in this country if I didn't do that. We saved the steel industry. So it was an honor to do it. And I think the people that love me most in the whole world are people that make steel. But we're going to be putting sometime this month, next month, we're going to be putting tariffs on steel and aluminum. And we'll give you an announcement as to what the exact date is. But it'll be a tremendous amount of money for our country, a tremendous amount. These are big numbers. And in addition to that, and you see the power of the tariff. I mean, the tariff is good. And nobody can compete with us because we have by far the biggest piggy bank. And so that'll take place very quickly. But also we'll be doing pharmaceuticals. And to bring our industry back, we want to bring pharmaceuticals back to the country. And the way you bring it back to the country is by putting up a wall, and the wall is a tariff wall. We were the richest country in the world. We were at our richest from 1870 to 1913. That's when we were a tariff country. And then they went to an income tax concept, and you know, how did that work out? It was fine. I mean, it's okay, but would have been very much better. So we'll be doing pharmaceuticals, importantly, and drugs, medicines, etc., all forms of medicine and pharmaceuticals. And we'll be doing, very importantly, steel, and we'll also be doing chips and things associated with chips.
And sir, what do you plan on talking with the Japanese Prime Minister about next Friday when you all meet?
Well, he's coming in, next week. I don't know, he asked for a meeting, and I have great respect for Japan. I like Japan. Prime Minister Abe was a very close friend of mine. What happened to him was so sad, one of the saddest days. But they're coming in to speak to me, and I look forward to it.
Mr. President, on the crash, do you have any concerns that your commentary about things you have described as common sense or your observations could in any way interfere with the thorough investigation of the crash?
No, I think they'll do an investigation. It'll probably come out the way I said it. I like to put it up front. I'm so tired of listening to things happen to our country, and then people say, we'll do an investigation, and 3 years later they come out with a report that nobody looks at. Especially, not in all cases can you do that, but in this case, you had a helicopter that was, the Black Hawk was too high. It was above the 200 limit by double. Shouldn't have been there. And there were some other mistakes made too, and I pointed them out also, and I was right on all of it, but they'll still do an investigation just to check it out, but I think that's what you're doing.
As Commander-in-Chief, are you at all concerned about opining about the Army and the conduct of that aircraft when you are Commander-in-Chief and these are the people who report to you, and there's an investigation on that?
This was all caused by bad rules, regulations, and other things by Biden, the Biden administration. And when you look at the way they ran things, in fact, if you look, we hired, one of the first things I told them to do, I said, get talented people in those beautiful towers overlooking runways. You better get them in there fast because we don't have people there that are qualified. And you knew that because planes were landing very, very late. They were circling all over the place. We had people that didn't know what the hell they were doing. And if you look, excuse me.
And there are other
excuse me. We have to have the best people, the smartest people, the sharpest people as control tower experts. And that's what they have to be. They have to be experts, and they have to be very smart. And we didn't have our best. And if you read the quote that I read yesterday at the news conference, it talked about people that were psychologically injured were okay, and people that had lots of problems were okay. I'd read it again if you'd like me to, but I don't think I have to waste your time.
Is there any concern, though, sir, with planes in the air all around the country, people relying on that as safety? Are you suggesting there's an ongoing risk?
No, I think there's very little risk, but I think that we have to make sure that this never happens again. Very, very little risk. And we're taking actions that this can't happen again. The helicopter, as you know, was out of its zone. Shouldn't have been out of its zone. It was at the same height as the airplane. Now, the airplane was coming down on its track. It was perfect. It was in perfect shape coming down, and something was in its way. You can't let that happen. And it won't be happening again. And this was all because of weak rules in the Biden administration. And we're just not going to let that kind of thing happen again. And again, I could wait, and I could, give a report in 2 years like they always do. And sometimes it's obvious. In this case, to me, it was very obvious. And I think I've been proven to be very correct. Yeah.
Mr. President, what do you expect from your meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu next week?
I expect a lot of good things. From all meetings, I expect good things. Marco Rubio, as you know, is going to make a tour of various countries in South America. He's going to be meeting in Panama, where Panama's treated us very badly. They gave him, rather foolishly, a thing called the Panama Canal, the most expensive project we ever built, if you look at today's numbers. Most expensive ever built. We lost 38,000 men. In that case, all men, just about all men. 38,000 to the mosquito, to malaria and various other problems that you get from jungles. It was a tremendously costly event. We built the Panama Canal 110 years ago. Think of it, the most expensive development we ever did. And really one of the wonders of the world, one of the great wonders of the world. And we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama. And Panama's been ripping down all the China language signs. They've been working like mad to try, but about 70% of the signs were up and they were written in Chinese, and that's not the deal. So we're going to take it back. They've already offered to do many things, but we think it's appropriate that we take it back. They've totally violated the agreement. We have an agreement. They violated the agreement, and Marco Rubio's going over there to talk to the gentleman that's in charge.
Mr. Gaza, do you still think it's a good idea for Jordan and Egypt to be taking in Palestinians when they reject the idea and the Palestinians who are living now in Egypt?
I think Jordan will take people, people from Gaza. And I think Egypt will take them also. I mean, I heard somebody said they're not going to, but I think they will. I feel confident they will.
Mr. President, will tomorrow's tariffs include oil?
What?
Will tomorrow's tariffs be inclusive of Canadian crude?
I'm probably going to reduce the tariff a little bit on that. We think we're going to bring it down to 10% on the oil. So it's 25% on the Canada side.
Mr. President, are these tariffs stacking on top of already existing tariffs, or
Yes,
this will be the total?
on top of whatever may be existing.
Mr.
Mr. President, ask you a question about Venezuela. Rick Cornell was seen on state TV shaking hands with President Maduro. Is there any concern that that might lend legitimacy to the Maduro administration?
No, we want to do something with Venezuela. I've been a very big opponent of Venezuela and Maduro. They've treated us not so good, but they've treated, more importantly, the Venezuelan people very badly. We have tremendous Venezuelan population. I got 92% of the vote, the Venezuelan vote. Now we want to see what we can do to get people back in their homeland safe and free and all. He's meeting with a lot of different people, but we are for the people of Venezuela. We're for the Venezuelan Americans. If you look at it, we have them all in Florida, right around the Doral area. That's really, they call it Little Venezuela, right? And they voted for me close to 100%. So we'll see what we can do to straighten out the situation in Venezuela. Venezuela has been very unfortunate. I was very surprised when I saw that Biden agreed to buy a lot of oil from Venezuela, because Venezuela was just about finished, the dictator. And when that happened, it brought him back to life. You know, Biden went out and they buy millions of barrels of oil. I say, what's that all about? So we're not going to let that stupid stuff happen. So we'll see what happens. We're not happy with Venezuela. We don't like the way they've treated the Venezuelans at all.
Mr. President, there have been some warnings or messages that government websites will be shut down this evening to scrub them of DEI content. Can you confirm if that's
What's
accurate?
been shut down?
Government websites, will be shut down this evening to scrub them of DEI content. Can you confirm whether that's accurate and if there are any concerns?
I don't know. It doesn't sound like a bad idea to me. DEI would have ruined our country, and now it's dead. I think DEI is dead. So if they want to scrub the websites, that's okay with me. But I can't tell you. I guess probably certain people handle it certain ways. But I'll tell you who's very happy about it: the military. The real leaders, the real generals in the military, they're very happy about it. Doug is very happy about it. He's got a big group of people that are going to be working for him, really starting right now. He just got signed up, and they're very happy about it. He had a lot of DEI. Everybody did, but he has not been a fan. It was really hurting our country badly. It's costing a lot of money too. You see the kind of money we're talking about? Hundreds of millions of dollars for nonsense. Now we have our country back now. Our country is back, and it's a nice thing to say. I've never seen such love. I've never had anything like it. I've never seen anything like it. People are coming up, sir, thank you for bringing our country back. We were losing our country, and I think we're stronger now than we've been in many, many decades.
Is there any update on your call with Vladimir Putin?
Well, we'll be speaking. We'll be speaking, and I think we'll perhaps do something that'll be significant. We want to end that war. That war would have never started if I was president, and we want to end that war. That war is a horrible war. Millions of young people are being killed, mostly on the lines now, mostly soldiers. But the cities have been largely destroyed, many of them. They're like demolition sites. But the soldiers are just shooting at each other. You know, it's a very flat land. I said this the last time, very, very flat land. The only place that a bullet stops is when it hits a person, and they're hitting a lot of people, they're hitting a lot of soldiers, but on both sides. You know, I think Russia would probably say close to 800,000, and Ukraine 600,000 or 700,000. And it's just a senseless situation, and it's got to stop. So whatever I can do to stop it, and we are having discussions, yes.
Ongoing, already scheduled and ongoing?
Already talking, yes.
So you've already spoken to Vladimir Putin?
I don't want to say that, but we are having very serious discussions about.
You don't want to?
We are. Well, I just don't want to say that. We're having very serious discussions about that war, trying to get it ended.
With Russia?
With Russia, yeah.
At the Department of Justice and the FBI, there are a number of high-level people who are being asked to resign or are being told they are going to be fired. Did you specifically request any actions at the Bureau or DOJ with respect to those employees?
No, but we have some very bad people over there. It was weaponized at a level that nobody's ever seen before. They came after a lot of people, like me, but they came after a lot of people. No, I wasn't involved in it. I'll have to see what is exactly going on after this is finished. But if they fired some people over there, that's a good thing, because they were very bad. They were very corrupt people, very corrupt, and they hurt our country very badly with the weaponization. They used the Justice Department to go after their political opponent, which in itself is illegal. And obviously it didn't work.
Are you going to impose tariff on the European Union?
What does that mean?
Are you going to impose tariff too on the European Union, like you are going to do for Mexico and Canada?
Well, you're asking me a question, because I'm sure you didn't hear, am I going to impose tariffs on the European Union? Do you want the truthful answer, or should I give you a political answer? Absolutely. Absolutely. The European Union has treated us so terribly.
You promised Americans to try to reduce costs, and so many of the products would be tariffed when they come into the country. The outgoing country is not paying the tariff. The buyers in the United States pay that, and then that's passed on to consumers in most instances.
Sometimes.
How would you expect to have prices come down if you have such a broad plan for tariffs? And what do you say to the voters who want to see you reduce everyday costs?
Well, let me just tell you that I got elected for a lot of reasons. Number one was the border. Number two was inflation, because I had almost no inflation. And yet I charged hundreds of billions of dollars of tariffs to countries. And think of it, I had almost no inflation and took in $600 billion of money from other countries. And tariffs don't cause inflation, they cause success. They cause big success. So we're going to have great success. There could be some temporary short-term disruption, and people will understand that. I had that when I negotiated some of the good deals for the farmers. And unfortunately, those deals have been led astray by Biden and his people because they didn't enforce the deals. We have a deal with China, which is phenomenal for the farmers, but there was nobody to enforce it in the Biden administration. They let them get away with murder. So that's another thing we're going to be bringing. They committed. Wait a minute. They committed to buying $50 billion worth of farm product, and they did it when I was president. And as soon as I left, they stopped doing it because there was nobody in Biden to enforce it. But the tariffs are going to make us very rich and very strong, and we're going to treat other countries very fairly. But if you think about it, other countries charge us tariffs. We don't charge them tariffs. And it's about time that that changes.
Sir, are you concerned about the market reaction around tariffs?
No, no. Tariffs, the word tariff is a very misunderstood word. You've heard me say, I say it kiddingly, but it's one of the most beautiful words in the dictionary. It really is. And we've been taken advantage of because others have charged us VATs. As an example, the European Union charges us 20% plus a VAT tax, called a VAT tax, very similar. And it costs us an absolute fortune. We are treated so badly. They don't take our cars. They don't take our farm products, essentially. They don't take almost anything. And we have a tremendous deficit with the European Union. So we'll be doing something very substantial with the European Union. We're going to bring the level up to where it should be. And if you think of the European Union, then you go to NATO, it's largely the same group of countries. Until I came along, I mean, we were paying almost 100% of NATO only to get bad trade deals. And now it's been evened out, but very unfair having to do, it was evened out pretty good. Actually, I did a good job. They paid $440 billion if you look at the Secretary General's report, and he was here recently and he said that. He said one of the most amazing things I've ever seen is what President Trump was able to do with these countries of Europe, of which he was in charge of them, but he couldn't get them to pay. I went over, I said, you got to pay, and if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you. It's very simple. But very unfair is with Ukraine, because we're in for $300 billion plus, and they're in probably for $100 billion. There's a $200 billion difference, and they need it more than we do. You know, we have an ocean in between. They don't, and so they're going to have to step it up a little bit.
With efforts to reduce the federal workforce, whether it's offering what we call the buyout package or other efforts, do you have any concerns that there will be employees broadly across the federal government who might take that up? And they're a part of the many different ways that agencies protect the public, from food inspections to water safety to
I know, but everybody's
controls.
replaceable, and we'll get very good people to replace them if it turns out to be more than we thought. It could be a lot, it could be a little, we don't know, but we'd love to have them leave. We're trying to remember this. We want them to go into the private sector. It's our dream to have everybody almost working in the private sector, not in the public sector. We have many people, very few people came to work. They were, you know, it started more or less with COVID, but actually even before COVID. But it started with the COVID, they didn't come back. And then Biden let them get away with murder, and they, you know, we had federal workforce, like 4% coming into the office. And that just doesn't work. You know, people can say it does, but it doesn't work. You have to be unified in a group in the office.
Okay, you've been listening to U.S. President Donald Trump speaking to reporters in the Oval Office as he signs a series of executive orders related to things such as deregulation and regulations in the U.S. government. But speaking there about the big breaking news that affects this country today on trade. The signature policy of Trump's first term may have been the southern border wall. Now he is talking about building a tariff wall, outlining his plans to bring in 25% tariffs on Canada effective tomorrow, 10% on oil and gas, a lower rate of tariff on that sector, not coming till February 18th. But talking about China, Canada, Mexico, the European Union, sectors such as pharmaceuticals, steel, copper, aluminum, microchips, saying nobody can stand up to us because we have the biggest piggy bank, and casting back to a time in the 19th century where he believes the United States was at its wealthiest because of the tariff policy in the years following the U.S. Civil War. Listening in on all of this has been the chief political correspondent, Rosemary Barton. Rosie, you know, we started getting the alerts on the wires. Nothing Canada can do, nothing Mexico can do, nothing China can do. Here we are. What do you make now that we've heard it from the president himself?
Yeah, I mean, a couple of things stand out there. The first, one of the things that you talked about earlier, that he says that this will cause only short-term disruption to the United States, that ultimately it will not cause inflation, and that Americans will benefit. I'm not sure what short-term Donald Trump means, but I would suggest it's a little longer than he thinks. The second thing is where he said on the reduction of the tariff on oil, he said probably we'll do it a little less, 10%. I don't know what that indicates. Is this set in stone, or is this not set in stone? And then finally, that point that you made there, that this is about building a wall of tariffs around the United States, that free trade is dead, according to Donald Trump, and that he's coming for everyone to try and extract money to build up the American economy. This is, as we were pointing out, this is no longer sounds like a negotiating tactic. This now sounds like an ideologically driven economic picture that the president is trying to put into place as quickly as possible, and that is extremely disappointing for this country and will be incredibly difficult to manage. Again, though, I would say we still don't have anything written down.
No, we do not.
And so we need to get a little bit more clarity on, is the 25% on everything? When he talks about some of the steel, aluminum, copper, when he talks about oil and gas, how broad is this? How quickly is this going to be put into place? Those are some of the things that I think we still need to figure out here.
Yeah, and it sure sounded like staggered implementation, different dates, different rates, different times. But, you know, if you look at all of the NAFTA countries, you look at China, you look at the European Union, that is a massive share of the global economy he's declaring a trade war on, and all of the G7 with the exception of the UK and Japan. And who knows what's in store for them.
And the United States is dependent on China, on Mexico, on Canada for most of its goods.
Yeah.
So where will the goods be coming from in the interim? I think that is a question that doesn't maybe have an answer, a clear answer. But certainly American consumers are going to feel this if it goes into effect very quickly.
Okay, we're going to talk to someone who's been through this before. That's Flavio Volpe. He's the president of the Automotive Parts Manufacturers Association and a member of the Prime Minister's Council on Canada-U.S. Relations. Flavio Volpe, we've heard a lot of things from Donald Trump. That was pretty explicit about what's potentially coming tomorrow. Well, what's your reaction to what we just heard?
Look, more of the same. And I think we all sit here and listen to him ramble on. He sounded like President Putin there. It's mass chaos and a whole bunch of things. He threw in tariffs on oil in the same conversation that he was talking about millions of people, young people dying at the front in war in Ukraine and Russia. I think we all have to breathe out when he speaks. He throws it all in there because we're listening. It does not have a relationship with the truth. And the thing that matters is if he's got something coming, like that executive order said that we've got something coming, or his threat of something coming, when it comes in a legal instrument. Let's analyze it. Let's respond accordingly. And the people that we haven't heard from are from American consumers and industries that are going to pay for all of this. And we saw the Dow Jones take a little bit of a hit today. I think that if he puts a 25% tariff on cars and parts on February 1st or March 1st or February 18th, whatever the date is, you should have me on about 7 days later, because nobody in the USA will be making cars or parts or rolling out those raw materials. And probably the market will tank, and probably those silent American stakeholders will be in court looking for emergency relief.
Well, Flavio Volpe, that's a date to come back at any point once we do see the legal instrument. And I completely take your point that he says so many things which have no relation to the truth, to use the phrase that you have said. But in some ways, it doesn't sound like it matters, right? You heard him say that this mythical period from the 1870s on, where there was no income tax and you got revenue from tariffs, that's the richest they've ever been, sort of ignoring the post-Second World War, I guess, economic boom that America and Europe and everybody went through. He says tariffs don't cause inflation, they cause great success. Whether it's true or not, it seems what he believes and what he's prepared to act on.
You know, one of the things that we all have to grapple with, and whether that's domestic interests or foreign interests here that partner with the United States, is none of us has ever modeled that the American president would be belligerent to American prosperity. What he talks about is untrue, but convenient for him. But there is nothing that Canada will do in response to these tariffs that's going to be as tough on Americans as having to pay these tariffs. And, you know, when Rosemary just talked about, you know, where are they going to get all this stuff? You know, we talk about Canadian oil. Well, that goes into refineries in the U.S. that drives jobs. They refine that oil into fuel that we all use. Where's it going to come from? And if it's still just going to come from Canada, it's going to cost more. Well, that's just going to go into their price of oil and the cost of fueling the economy. On cars and parts, you know, in Canada, we buy steel from Pennsylvania. We buy resins from Texas. And we buy 50% of the auto parts that go into all 2 million cars that are made here come from U.S. factories. 40% of what goes into Jeeps made in Toledo, Ohio, come from Ontario. I assure you that if he puts a tariff that erases profit, or even worse, books a loss on every single car, car companies in typical car plants make 1,000 cars a day. If you're going to lose $4,000 a car, which means you're going to lose $4 million a day, you've got a fiduciary obligation to say, there's an end date to that, and I'm going to go fight that in court. He is the president. He's not the emperor. That may surprise him. He may not care. But, you know, what we all have is the option to do two things: remain calm, and then respond in the rule of law. Have the markets respond. I'll tell you, anybody who's a shareholder of an American car company, the day after these tariffs go through, will see the value of their holdings drop. Institutional shareholders will see that. That market response is going to force boards to either have their executive take action or find new executives. And I noted that he keeps talking about America being back in all of these different sectors. Didn't have any of those leaders at the inauguration when he set up that Politburo-esque stage behind him. He had the tech bros, then he had his family, then he had his nominees. And so I think with calm, we should be real with ourselves on what we're seeing. Right. When you see him speak like that, call it out, at least to yourself, for what it is. It's provocative chaos meant to put us on our heels. Don't go on your heels. We will deal with what comes.
Okay, Flavio Volpe, the president of Automotive Parts Manufacturers Association, joining us here on what is a special extended edition of Power and Politics. U.S. President Donald Trump and his White House press secretary making clear that they are going to impose tariffs on Canada in some form tomorrow. 25% is the number he said, though the threat of a tariff on Canada's oil and gas sector coming in later than tomorrow and at a reduced rate, probably of 10%, is the latest from the president today. Flavio Volpe, I take your point very clearly. It's all very calm and rational, and fact-driven analysis, which I don't know if that applies anymore in the Donald Trump world. He is broken free from the laws of political gravity, in everything that happened on January 6th and his convictions, and he's escaped all legal and political accountability to come back to the White House for a second term in spite of everything. And he looks at the way tariffs interact with the U.S. economy, the world economy, because he's going after Europe and everybody now, and he just sees it differently or interprets it differently than you and just about everyone else do. So I appreciate, don't get on your heels, but when you get walloped by a 25% tariff, it's hard to keep your balance.
Look, I represent companies that do not have this flexibility of, oh, by the way, we'll just go and supply it out of Kentucky. The auto sector is going to get hit really hard. They don't pay me to panic. Mm-hmm. They pay me to think about, what are the alternatives? Can we find other markets? In the short term, no. Can you find legal relief? Maybe. Should we genuflect? Go down to Mar-a-Lago and beg for mercy? Absolutely not. If we are in a post-free trade world, we're all big boys and girls. Let's figure that part out. This is a guy that's demonstrated that he'll make a bet even with a bad hand. And so if we agree that he's not going to change and he's not going away, then we all have to have a different resolve. Canadians are going to feel this. Every single model, every single guest you have on says, this is going to cast us into a recession. Well, let's accept that we're going to be in a recession and that we can't get out of this first step. And let's think about what that next step is. Ultimately, Americans have to stand up for themselves in their own interest, and some of those will align with us. It'll be, hey, by the way, your tariffs on Canada has now given us runaway inflation, and it's stopped our growth. And let's, when that happens, and in my business, that'll happen in a week. Then let's work with him. Right. And if he is unconventional, well, let's accept that and let's work unconventionally as well. There's a lot of people who say, we should be panicked. We should find a different way. Well, what's that way? Right. Some reporter just asked him about Europe, and he just came up with a Europe tariff.
Well, he has threatened that before. So, yes, it is new in this context, but he has threatened it earlier. But yes, he does make these threats, though he didn't say Europe tomorrow. He did say Canada tomorrow and Mexico tomorrow. So I question Flavio Volpe before we let you go. I mean, you're talking about calm and acceptance and a logical response to whatever this is, which is what the federal government is kind of saying as well. But you've already seen there from President Trump, at least in what he's saying, 25% for everyone, 10% for oil and gas. You've been in the rooms as you talk about how to hold things together and have a united response. If he starts applying different standards and different carve-outs and different measures against different sectors and different regions, what does that do to the ability to hold Team Canada together when it hasn't been that easy, even before he got the job and even before he's imposed a single tariff on anyone?
Well, look, you're talking about what the political challenge will be. And I think that we all have to decide how much this Canada project means to us. We're 180 and 68 years into it. And automotive is not going to be asking for a carve out. We're going to take it on the chin, and then we're going to work with Michigan, who's going to take it on the chin, and Ohio and Indiana. Some other industries and some other regions have different dynamics, and I totally understand that. I think it's incumbent on us to be patient with them, and if they stray a little bit, work to bring them back. This is like getting locked in a cage with a tiger. The tiger will eat you, but if you're going to have any chance, if you panic, you're not going to be able to think about that one move or that second move or that time that you can buy, that you can figure it out. Panicking and pushing different parts of Canada away and different industries away, or saying you should be the one, we have this immutable card in oil and gas. I don't think anything's immutable here. And I think we should be also modeling that we may disappoint each other over the next few days and weeks and months. But if we believe in a strong, independent Canada, then we should support the federal government in its negotiation, and then be tough with the federal government on what our expectations are. Right. He is looking for weaknesses between his allies, and he's looking for cracks in the Canadian resolve, and we shouldn't give him to him.
Well, Flavio Volpe, I don't think I want to be in a cage with a tiger, no matter how much time I have to think about it. But I get the sense I may end up working tomorrow, and if we get the clarity in the legal instrument, we're going to give you a call. I want to thank you for being here. That's Flavio Volpe, the president of the Automotive Parts Manufacturers Association. Well, the big news, and the reason why we came on early and we're staying on until 7 o'clock without commercials, is that U.S. President Donald Trump says a 25% tariff is coming tomorrow on Canadian and Mexican goods, as well as a 10% tariff on China on top of existing China tariffs. And he says there is nothing those countries can do about it.
We have big deficits with, as you know, with all three of them. And in one case, they're sending massive amounts of fentanyl, killing hundreds of thousands of people a year with the fentanyl. And in the other two cases, they're making it possible for this poison to get in, number one. And number two, we have big deficits, and it's something we're doing. And we'll possibly very substantially increase it. We're not. We'll see how it is. But it's a lot of money coming to the United States. As you know, we have about a $200 billion deficit with Canada, getting close to $200 billion. They've treated us very unfairly. And I say, why should we be subsidizing Canada? It's wonderful. I have so many friends in Canada. It's a great place.
Is there a concession
But
you're looking for, sir?
no, we're not looking for a concession. And we'll just see what happens.
All right, that was President Trump speaking in the Oval Office a little over an hour ago. The CBC's chief political correspondent, Rosemary Barton, is here with me. Rosie, Flavio Volpe, remarkably calm, having gone through this and been through negotiations before, but he just spelled out the knock-on consequences of what this could be, and they're pretty stark, even as he delivered it very calmly, but just where things could be economically, nationally, and politically.
Yeah, but I am struck by and I realize he's paid to remain calm.
Yes,
but,
as you said.
but I am struck by a couple of things he said there, and it's something that our colleague Aaron Wary has written about and others have written about, and that is the idea of economic patriotism and nationalism that could be born out of this, right? And the idea that we are wrong to think there is nothing we can do. And I think that is the kind of message that you would expect to hear from the government when they decide that they know enough to speak. There are things that we can do. What we are going to have to struggle with is counter tariffs going to be enough? How can we use the revenue lifted from counter tariffs to support Canadians through this? What kind of transitions would be needed? And then I would just point to the other issue, and that is the issue of time. Donald Trump has a 4-year term. This is his last mandate. As the law stands now, and he has probably 18 months, right, before midterms. So that is partly the reason why his agenda is so ambitious and he's moving so quickly. So there is some time that works in our favor in some ways, right? Like the kind of changes he's talking about are not going to take place over a 6-month period of time. The problem is that our economy in 6 months could be devastated. Yes. And I don't know how we fight back at that point. So anyway, I'm looking for a little bit of light in everything we're seeing today, and I think Flavio Volpe brought some of that. But the challenge is to turn this also into an opportunity, to not just sit back and take it, as it were, but to find a way to fight back.
It was interesting. Just I spoke with Beatha Carency from the TD Bank the other day, and she said it could be like 6 months before this all works its way through. But at the end of that 6 months, it's bad, right? It's 10% unemployment, it's GDP
1 million
contraction.
people out of a job, yep.
So I know on the outside you've got the midterms. So if you're the Canadian government now calibrating this response, you got to look at industries, sectors, states, congressional seats, Senate seats that are up in that cycle and hammer that with whatever you can to try to threaten his control of the House and the Senate.
Yeah. And we're going to have a different prime minister in 5 weeks' time, and potentially an election in 6 weeks' time. So we're supposed to do all of this in this kind of instability, with this kind of upheaval, with a prime minister, no matter who wins, who has never done the job before and may not know what he or she is doing. That's the reality that we're in.
Yeah, I got to do a lot of laundry if it's going to be that busy. All right, Rosie, thanks so much. We're going to bring in another guest. Joining me now is Ontario Liberal MP John McKay. He is the co-chair of the Canada-U.S. Interparliamentary Group. Mr. McKay, it's good to speak with you. What are your American colleagues in your interparliamentary group saying to you about the state of the relationship between our two countries?
Well, in truth, not much. When we were down there about a week ago, the Republicans, of course, were quite pleased with themselves, but because they were in the Canadian Embassy feeling a bit awkward, and our Democratic colleagues were somewhat depressed, as might be reasonable to expect. So as long as the Congress is supine, and as long as the Senate is supine, and the Supreme Court and all the tech bros, it's pretty frustrating trying to access normal channels in the United States.
So not saying much on the specifics. I mean, presumably because they don't know, I would guess. I mean, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, did an interview, and he didn't seem to know what the president's plans were on tariffs. But with what they do say, John McKay, are any of them saying the things that Donald Trump was just saying, that the U.S. was at its wealthiest sometime after 1870 when it relied on tariffs, and tariffs don't cause inflation, they cause great success? I mean, is that an orthodoxy, or is that a one-man view of things?
Even the most wildly enthusiastic Trump mega Republican doesn't repeat that because even they would know it's complete nonsense. There is, however, a very depressing atmosphere in Washington where everyone is afraid of what he might do next, particularly what he might do next to them. So the conversations that we do have, while personally quite civil, don't actually lead anywhere.
They're what? Completely beholden to the power he has over the party? I mean, the MAGA movement has manifested itself in many ways inside the Republican Party, in that if you don't completely toe the line with Donald Trump, Elon Musk and people unleash on you on social media, and then when you're up for your nomination in your primary, you get hammered there, right? I mean, is that essentially what you think is driving the fear that they won't be able to hold on to their positions and their jobs if they say anything contrary to the president?
Well, as you know, David, I've been going down there for quite a number of years and have developed a few friendships. And one congressman, his name I won't mention, was on the floor of the Congress, this is a few months ago, and saying some pretty provocative things about Canada, particularly with respect to our defense commitment. And he said, and besides which, I'm meeting with a bunch of Canadians this afternoon, and boy, am I ever going to tell them. So we trooped into his office, and he says, well, I guess I know what you want to talk about. And so I said to him, I was going to repeat his name. I said to him, there are a few months ago, I probably would have agreed with you, but you know, what you said was completely inaccurate, and you know it's inaccurate. So then, you know, just a few minutes later, he revealed to us that he was going to have to spend $1 million on being primaried.
Yeah.
And we all went, oh, okay, now we get it. So that was his preoccupation. He was going to spend $1 million on being primary, and then have to spend another $2 million on being reelected, which he was. And we met him at the embassy.
Right.
That's the world in which they live.
Well, and that is the challenge, right? As the primaries become so contested and the dominance of one person on a party is so profound, it starts pulling everyone to the edges, right? Away from the middle.
Exactly.
And they need to be constantly fundraising and doing things. But the people they're going to for the money, Mr. McKay, a lot of them would be business people, right? And they know what tariffs are going to do to their economy. So I don't know, what is your sense in terms of when you were there for the inauguration? Business groups can't want this, right? We've heard from the manufacturers associations. They do not want to see this. The auto sector does not want to see this. The refiners who buy Alberta oil and other oil do not want to see this. What's your sense on whether that's penetrating into the political consciousness of Washington, D.C.?
Well, I'd like to be optimistic, David, but I'm not. The supine nature of the tech bros and American industry is pathetic to behold. We would have rational conversations, well, primarily with Canadian companies that are doing business, a lot of business in the U.S., some really significant companies. And they get it. They absolutely get it. And all they're trying to do is figure out how this particular tariff is not going to hit them in the head. So it is remarkable, the silence. I was going to say silence of the lambs. That's a little bit over the top. But the silence of the industries that are going to be most affected. And maybe it's just, we're going to have to go through this for several months and possibly years until it becomes a reality at the boardrooms and at the consumption of goods and services. I regret it. I'm not sure that anyone has figured a way out of this, but it is a terrible reality, and we're going to have to treat this as a war, a trade war. We've been through this before in recent memory, but also historically. That's where our nation's founded on.
Right.
So we're going to have to do that. And I would, as a point, just try to talk to our friends in Mexico and coordinate the response, because it's not only tariffs against Canada, it's tariffs against Mexico and China as well.
And Europe, potentially.
And Europe. And it seems to me that maybe we can make more pain together than we can individually.
John McKay, your point about trying to be optimistic resonates. I remember once at a tough time, someone said to me, you just need to be positive. I said, yep, I'm positive. This is going to suck. And I feel like we're in that kind of a situation now. John McKay, it's good to speak with you. We appreciate your insight into what you heard when you were down in Washington. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, David.
Okay, we're going to go to Washington. We're going to talk to the CBC's Katie Simpson. So Katie, we all saw those alerts coming out on the wires when Donald Trump was laying out exactly what he is now saying he's going to do. What's the latest from down there now that we've seen and heard from the president himself? And basically, he's going to hit everyone everywhere on everything by the end of this.
It's just blankets and blankets and blankets of tariffs, whether it's sectoral, whether it's by country, it's tariffs are coming. And it's that's just what's going to be happening. So Donald Trump, one of the first questions he was asked in the Oval Office, reporters had gathered in the Oval Office because he was signing an executive order about regulations. It's not related to the tariffs specifically. And so reporters started asking these questions, and the first question was, is there anything at all that Canada, Mexico, or China could do to avoid these tariffs? And his answer was no. And he went on to say it's an economic move, describing it in those terms, describing how he wants to generate wealth for the United States, and he sees tariffs as a tool to go there. And really, it sort of takes all of the air out that, this is sort of like really, really based on border security, particularly when it comes to Canada. Donald Trump, initially when this threat was made, back on November 25th, on that evening post on Truth Social, Donald Trump initially said, okay, two things. We're going to bring in these 25% tariffs unless you shut down the border to illegal fentanyl because it's killing Americans. as well as stopping people from crossing the border illegally. He wants to stop illegal migration. And since that time, the goalposts kept shifting. Well, he started to sort of complain about the trade deficit, adding that into it. Is that part of the discussion, part of the factor? Or, you know, his general complaints about the way trade is done between Canada and the U.S., his irritants, his concerns, and his larger sort of goal of making trading relationships more favorable to the United States. And so today, when he came out and definitively said, no, it's economic, there's nothing they could do to stop it, he still went on to complain about fentanyl coming into the United States. And make no mistake, there is a problem, a very intense problem at the southern border when it comes to fentanyl entering the United States. There is a significant problem with China when it comes to the manufacturing and distribution of the chemical precursors, when it comes to money laundering, when it comes to all of those issues. Canada does have some challenges with some bigger picture things when it comes to money laundering, when it comes to organized crime. But when it comes to actually physical amounts of fentanyl entering the U.S. from Canada, it is a fraction, it's less than 1%. It's less than 1% of all the fentanyl that's stopped.
43 pounds.
It's 19.5 kilograms to 9,500 kilograms in the south. So it's not the same sort of challenge, and it illustrates that, you know, Canada made its $1 billion proposal to make border security improvements, and it kind of sort of seems, the way he spoke today, that it kind of probably doesn't matter what Canada was going to try to do, because he seems set on it. So that really was the big takeaway that I had there. As soon as he said that, I thought, okay, there it is. There it is. This is just the reality of the moment. He also went on to describe additional tariffs for the European Union. You know, a reporter asked, you know, are you going to put tariffs on the European Union? And he said something along the lines of, well, do you want the political answer or do you want the truth? And everyone said the truth. And he said, well, yes, of course. So tariffs are coming that way. We don't have any specifics there. And then he seemed to sort of suggest that some tariffs on some industries could be different, that perhaps the tariff on Canadian oil would be at 10% rather than 25%. That is what I sort of understood. The thing is, when Donald Trump speaks at these events, just the nuance of how he speaks, we need to see it on paper. That's what we really need. And I know it's agony for Canadian businesses, agony for Canadian consumers and Canadian workers, because these changes have such a profound impact on the way Canadians are going to do business, on the way the Canadian economy is going to grow, all of these challenges. And so he said these things in the Oval Office, and they are obviously super important. Obviously, you know, it sent stock markets down. The Canadian dollar went down. The Mexican peso went down. But we need to physically see, you know, the details in writing before really people can know. The other thing is Donald Trump just left Washington. He's gone to Mar-a-Lago. So all of this is going to sort of go down from his house in Florida.
Okay, you know, Katie, it's fascinating. Just before I let you go, throughout all of this, it's been, what does he want? What does he want? The simple answer has been tariffs, because he believes in them and he wants them. And maybe that's really where this goes.
And that, like, when he said that, it stood out to me. He did again complain about border security.
Sure, of course.
There are some massive challenges at the southern border, and he sees irritants at the northern border. Some people in Trump's world have complained about money laundering in Canada, organized crime in Canada, and those kind of like deeper-rooted issues that are a challenge to really sort of get at. And I know that the Canadian government has looked at ways to sort of address that as part of their $1 billion border plan. But as someone who watches this all the time, I'm going to go talk to my colleague Alex Panetta just to see if he thinks the same thing. But that really stood out to me. It's like, no, there's nothing they can do. There's nothing they can do. It's economics.
Okay. Katie, always appreciate it. Got to get another guest because we are expecting some sort of a press conference. No, it's all good. It's all good. This is one of those days. Katie Simpson in Washington, D.C. Well, President Trump says he is looking to build a tariff wall for the United States and that he plans to impose a 25% tariff on Canada and Mexico starting tomorrow. And he says there's not much Canada or anyone else can do about it.
We have about a $200 billion deficit with Canada, getting close to $200 billion. They've treated us very unfairly. And I say, why should we be subsidizing Canada? You know, it's wonderful. I have so many friends in Canada. It's a great place.
Is there a concession
but
you're looking for, sir?
No, we're not looking for a concession. And we'll just see what happens.
For more reaction to all of this, Laura Dawson, the executive director of the Future Borders Coalition, joins me now. Laura Dawson, we're not quite there, but it sure sounds like we're going to be there tomorrow. I mean, what do you make of these latest comments and threats from the president?
Yeah, David. I mean, I've been listening to the last two speakers, Katie and John McKay, and it's just like, yeah, what they said. My perspective has been, I spent the day talking to Canadian business, Canadian stakeholders, government advisors, and it is as serious as it sounds. It is as irrational as it seems. There seems to be no way to avoid these tariffs. But we still don't know which tariffs, discretionary tariffs that come out of Donald Trump's hands, or these sort of more systemic tariffs that are coming to sort of restructure the U.S. economy towards more domestic production. There are, I think, wiser heads in Washington, and I think those heads are, directing towards a rational plan with Canada. But Trump is going to do what Trump is going to do, and DC itself is in chaos. It's really hard to get the attention of a senior official if they're being asked to hand in their resignation, or if several hundred of their staff members are being asked to downsize. So DC is in such turmoil right now that it's really hard to find a place for the Canadian message to land. Meanwhile, back in Canada, businesses are saying, how bad is it going to be? How long is this going to last? And Canadian public are saying, how serious is this, and are we going to survive it?
Those are very good points to make about the chaos in Washington, D.C., because the executive orders and everything is just moving at this frenetic clip. An email from Elon Musk saying, click reply, and we will give you a severance and pay you for 8 months, and you're out of a job. I mean, the FBI is apparently going to investigate people or fire people who worked into his investigations. By the way, while you're seeing that, we're getting more guests in to get ready for the rest of the show. But, Laura Dawson, when he says we have big deficits, there's nothing China, Mexico, and Canada can do right now. We're going to hit everything. We're not looking for concessions. He talks about Europe as well. This is going back to something Politico reported on in November about this paper that Robert Lighthizer and his associates put out, saying that this is Trump's former trade chief, and those close to him are preparing to sell their plans for massive new tariffs on imports that will go beyond anything seen in the first term. And they have a paper and an argument to convince lawmakers and the public that their plans for dramatically higher tariffs will energize the economy instead of tanking it. That's November 12th. That's where we are. That sounds like that's where we're going, and that has been the intention all along.
Well, and it's strange that that's where it starts to feel like good news. That's how long and difficult this road has been, because at least we know with the Lighthizer type plan, he may, be a very hard-nosed trade negotiator, but at least he follows trade rules. He's not a golf pro from Mar-a-Lago. He knows how to use international law. Canada knows how to operate with international law as well. Canada has the economic counter-arguments that make sense to U.S. legislators in the inner circle. We saw Howard Lutnick this week saying, yeah, Canada seems to be doing what they asked us to do, what we asked them to do. We seem to be moving in the right direction. So on points of logic and fact, Canada has been doing all of the right things. We know that Trump is super focused on trade balance, on trade deficit, surplus, etc. Now we're even looking deeper into levels of nuance, into what sectors he's paying more attention to, what sectors he's paying less attention to, and it seems to be manufacturing that we really have to zero in on. I mean, we make a great agreement with services. The U.S. has a trade surplus in Canada with services because we have all that tourism, and it's wonderful. Also, the energy argument, we've been trying to use that the U.S. benefits from exports of Canadian energy, but now we're having to sort of drop down to this level of nuance and focus in on U.S. manufacturing and doubling down on any areas where Canada buys a lot of U.S. manufactured products or is in important synergistic trade relationships.
Just as a final point, Laura Dawson, I mean, it's Canada, it's Mexico. Canada can work with Mexico. China's involved. I don't see an alliance forming there. But there's also the threat on Europe. We all remember during COVID, a lot of our vaccines came from Europe. He wants to get pharmaceuticals back into the United States, and he's going to target Europe on that. He wants to go after microchips. How do you deal with this now? It seems like this has gone beyond a continental trade agenda. It's more of a global rebalancing that he's talking about, expanding the sectors, and you know, it's everything everywhere at this point. Does Canada need to call the European Union together with Mexico, you know, United Kingdom, everybody, to try to come up with a formulated response here to try to squeeze the U.S. back in this moment?
Yeah, Canada needs all the allies it can get. It needs all the coordination it can get. But Donald Trump hates institutions. And so trying to fight an anti-institutionalist with more institutions is, I don't know how successful that strategy will be. Really, it's about figuring out those areas that are so important to him. You mentioned medical devices, technology, pharmaceuticals, services. We can be a very strong partner in these areas. Arctic security, very strong partner in these areas. I still think there's lots of opportunities to lean forward with good proposals that help Donald Trump win and declare victory and say, look, I did this thing, and Canada can be a partner there. But it's really hard when you're being beaten up to sort of be Pollyanna and say, hey guys, here's who we can work together.
Laura Dawson, we always appreciate the insight, even when it's a little bit bleak. We're up against, I know you're a truth teller and we appreciate it. Laura Dawson, thanks so much for being here. Always a pleasure to have you on the show.
Thanks, David.
Well, if the pulse of Canadian politics wasn't already racing, it certainly is now. U.S. President Donald Trump confirms tomorrow's deadline for a 25% tariff on Canada and Mexico stands and says there is nothing the countries can do to stop it.
Is there anything China, Canada, and Mexico can do tonight to forestall your implementation of tariffs tomorrow?
No, nothing. Not right now, no.
Not a negotiating tool?
No, it's not. No, it's a pure economic.
Okay, our party insiders are here on this breaking news day, because what other kind of day has there been for the past month? Greg McEachern is a former Liberal ministerial staffer. Fred Delory is a former Conservative campaign manager, and Melanie Richer is a former communications director for the NDP. Yeah, Greg, what do you think? We're standing by tentatively. For a minute ago, we were supposed to hear from David McGuinty, who is in Washington. That's on hold right now. What do you think we're going to hear from the government tonight, the Prime Minister? What's your expectation here?
I would doubt that we're going to hear from the Prime Minister tonight for the same reason anyone who's been watching you and your colleagues this afternoon, where you have President Trump contradicting himself, not having enough information. When Fred and I were here last week, you mentioned about how does Poilievre respond to this when you don't know what the facts are. How does the government respond? We still don't know. There's an old line, marry in haste, repent at leisure. This seems really fast and messy. And it's like watching a volcano and trying to keep up. You know, all of us have day jobs. We're, thinking of what our clients' reactions are to this, what Canadians are. And it's just, look, when I hear Canada in the same breath as Mexico and China, and nothing against those countries, except they were not in Afghanistan, where Canadians paid the ultimate sacrifice. Canada was. If you go to the State Department website right now, there is a page that, it's dated January 20th that talks about we are a huge energy supplier to the United States, especially in the Northeast. We are still their number one customer. And so I guess it's time to find, we're looking for some new people to do business with, because it does not make sense. I watched what the president said about tariffs. It's a beautiful word. I don't know if he understands the word, but it is just a really frightening time. And then the other thing, David, is just everything else that he's doing, mass purges at the FBI, et cetera. Like it is a very dark, very, very dark time.
He pardoned 1,500 people. He's blaming DEI on a plane crash with a helicopter. I mean, Fred, we can, Greg laid out very rational and logical arguments on this, but it doesn't seem to matter right now in the Oval Office. It's what he wants to do when he wants to do it.
Yeah, he's been talking about it for a very long time, right? He talked about it last summer during the election. He was going to do this. He talked about it after the election. He's going to do this. So we're all sitting here and we're seeing it. It's hard to be surprised. I know he does a lot of radical things that we don't always expect, but this, he was pretty well telling the story he was going to tell.
At least in the tactic he wanted to use, but the motivation has changed like 10 times. Like the dollar amount is like, it was about fentanyl, it was about human trafficking. Now it's just like, we want pharma, we want copper, we want steel, it's everything.
He said it was economic, is what he said today.
Yeah.
Which is the true core of what this is all about, and it's going to have devastating consequences on both sides of the border.
So Mel, the domestic argument that's been going on here is we got to do this and he won't do it. We got to do that and he won't do it. And people started to do and move and accelerate and all of those things. And it sounds like as of 5:34 Eastern time, he's still going to do it no matter what.
Totally. And I think what we're seeing now, and maybe it's hindsight, but to your point, he's been talking about this for a while, the picking folks off or the divided strategy is obviously, it doesn't matter. He said very clearly, is there anything Canada can do? No, Canada can't do anything. Like, we're doing this no matter what. So the fact that we've not all been speaking from the same speaking points, I think only just harms us and should reinforce what we've just seen from President Trump, that it is important, period, that premiers, prime minister, government, labor, everybody is speaking from the same speaking points. And I think making the message clear to folks around President Trump and making the message clear to state legislators, because this isn't going to be fun for them either. And obviously, all of the things that governments provincially and federally have done to meet what President Trump was asking us to do didn't matter, doesn't matter. So you need to figure out what you need to be doing. And yeah, folks are rightly probably pretty terrified by that response.
Fred, just to come back to you on what Mel was talking about, getting everyone together, keeping everyone together. Right now, it sounds like 25% on the entire Canadian economy tomorrow, but not on oil and gas until the 18th, and then only 10%. If he starts different standards for different sectors and different regions and different things, boy, the ability to pull together a unified response, no matter who it is, that's going to be tough because you're going to get internal competition going on.
And when you're in the U.S. and you're sitting there and you want to call someone in Canada, who do you actually call? Who's the leadership right now? We have a lame duck government, a prime minister who has announced his resignation. We have a leadership that has 2 more months to go before we even figure out who our next prime minister is. And then how long before we actually get into an election? Will Jagmeet Singh make a deal or not? Every day that seems to twist around a bit. We could be months away from an actual government that has a mandate from the people. This is a mess, and I don't know how we're going to get through this without an election as soon as possible.
Okay, help me understand how an election makes this better. I get the mandate thing, right? I get that argument. The president of Mexico has a brand new mandate. She's there for 6 years, not helping, right? So if you're going into this, and look, this is not an argument for Jagmeet Singh to support Justin Trudeau, but like what mechanically makes it better by having an election and going into caretaker mode for 5 weeks?
To have a government that could deal with Trump for the next 4 years that he's president, that's going to be stable and through this. If we have an election, we can get a mandate to a political party that can then make a plan for the next 4 years. Trump's in for 4 years.
Sure.
It's not 5 weeks.
But, Greg, if the tariffs are there on March 24th when Parliament comes back, I mean, who knows what happens between now and then, right? Like, if you need to pass legislation, if you need to do these things, if unemployment's 10%, if the economy is contracting by 2 percentage points, I mean, hit the campaign trail without doing the foreign interference stuff in a time when the U.S. president is calling the shots on what happens in the country. I mean, where does it get us as a country?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the partisan thing to say right now is I'd talk about the Liberal leadership, and I just think that's kind of ridiculous. I don't think people care right now about whether, Pierre Poilievre wants an election or not. Doug Ford's called an election, first winter election since 1981. I don't know what the rush was. And if something happens in Ontario, they can't reconvene Queen's Park. So I don't think, we still have to have the election. That would be weeks and weeks away. We have a parliamentary system. The UK went through this ahead of World War II, where they changed leaders. I think right now people are more concerned about what Mel was talking about, where all the leadership doesn't matter. We have a prime minister right now. We have premiers. They can work together on this, or they can't. That's really up to them. Yeah. And I think, in the case of the Alberta premier, I don't think it's worked that well for her. And, there's a reason why Doug Ford called an election, because he thinks his actions thus far have been helpful for himself and for Ontario. Yeah,
like Mel, like Fred's central point that I think it's time for the political situation in this country to get clarified. A very fair one, right? But it's the timing and the mechanics of things I wonder about, because like Ontario is in this election right now. If they need to respond, I mean, I guess they have to break with the caretaker convention and just go function as a cabinet. But so much is happening so fast. I wonder what it means for even a campaign trail, because it's not like it's going to stop.
Right, totally. And what's interesting about, a potential election or not is if this happens and the impact is immediate, if people are immediately losing their jobs or immediately things change for family budgets, I hear you that, we don't really know who's in charge or who's doing what and what we're going to do, but 5 weeks of that will be devastating for a lot of families. So I don't know that those families will want us to be in an election.
If I may, the House isn't coming back for another 2 months. We're talking 5-week election. we could have a new government in place at the same time by then, or an re-elected Liberal or a
I
VP
don't
government.
I don't like prorogation either.
I just don't understand. We're saying this 5 weeks or whatever. We could get this done and get a government in place with a mandate from the people to do things at a federal level, which is just completely missing right now. You could say it's partisan. It's not partisan.
I just don't.
We
I
don't
honestly,
have a government right now.
honestly,
they can't do anything. They can't bring in any legislation or bring in anything to help.
Well, look, there are some things they can do through, a couple of things. Just, and this is for the audience at home. I'm trying to explain as it's been explained to me. I'm not trying to rebut any of the pundits, but the tariffs will come in when they come in. The economy doesn't fall off a cliff within 24 hours. This will take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months before it starts to seep in. This is the analysis that we've had from some economists. It's going to be broad-based and it's going to hurt, and some sectors will feel it right away. So there are things you can do simply through the executive power of government when it comes to EI regulations or different things to deal with some of the short-term stresses and strains. It's when it gets to the critical mass point that it requires legislation to bring in these, as they call, COVID-style relief programs. Not COVID scale. The global economy is not shutting down, but COVID style. That's when you need the legislature to come back, right?
If that takes months and months before we're going to feel the effects of these tariffs, why don't we have an election before that, before going down this road and then having an election potentially during that time now?
Well, I think the answer, Greg, is that the Prime Minister took a long time to quit, the Liberals in the middle of the leadership race, and they don't want one. I think that's probably the answer.
And I guess the Conservative talking point right now is called an election. Right.
That's
instead of dealing with I'm very uncomfortable talking about this. These impacts through solely the lens of an election. I just think that there are a lot of Canadians right now that would be watching us going, those guys are out of touch. I'm about to have probably the biggest business impacts ever. We are talking about, especially if we have to retaliate, we are looking at a recession. And I think that's a bigger deal than that Pierre Poilievre is not getting enough attention, and because we're not talking about carbon tax anymore, and Justin Trudeau's announced that he's stepping down. I think today I saw a president who it just seemed to be, he reminded me, we have all trained politicians who are they just skim the surface. And he seems like he's gotten the briefest of briefs, and he's talking about that. And I find that incredibly frightening. And I said here last week, where is the Democratic Party? And I've noticed, Pod Save America, very well known Democratic staffer, former Democratic staffer podcast, and they're asking the same thing. I have no idea where the opposition to any of the horrible stuff that President Trump is right now. No idea. I do know where the Canadian governments, plural, are, but I have no idea where the Democratic Party is.
So Mel, election, no election, whatever. They'll figure that out, right? I don't think we'll have an election before the leadership is decided at the Liberal Party on the 9th of March. But then how do you, like Jagmeet Singh has said, if you want to help workers, come talk to me and we'll find a way to help workers. I don't know if that works in the time frames of when they'll need sort of very specific help and without knowing specific things. But then we're going to bring it down and we're going to have an election. How does your thought process and your political strategy calibrate when moving beyond liberal, conservative, New Democrat? It's Canada right now, right? And Mexico and Europe and everybody. I mean, how does your thought process calibrate when it becomes this much bigger thing?
Well, I think that's what you're seeing reflected from Jagmeet, right? And, folks have said, oh, he's not being cleared, seems not strategic or whatever, but I think that that's exactly what you're seeing. He's seeing this massive threat, and he's seeing that people could massively be impacted by it, and he's trying to find a way where we still go to an election when the timing right now for an election is March, because that is when the government will come back. And in the meantime, if you're willing to do something for people, let's talk. So I think that's exactly what you're seeing, is you're seeing somebody consider partisan interests or, we need to go to an election because we don't think this government has confidence anymore. We don't think this government's acting on the best interests of people. And people could be massively impacted and massively impacted soon. So I think that's exactly what you're seeing with his recommendations or his proposals that he's putting forward. But yeah, I think it's hard. It's a tricky time.
Yeah, and just to let you know, it is 5:44 Eastern Time. We were expecting to hear from federal cabinet ministers who are in Washington, D.C., meeting with their U.S. counterparts, kind of important conversations. That was supposed to happen at 5:30. We're hoping we're going to hear from them around 6 o'clock Eastern, so about 15 minutes from now. So we're standing by to bring you that live, and we'll update you on that when we get more hard information. But Fred, let's do a thought exercise, right?
Love these.
I know. Well, because it is.
Fred's getting ready.
It's the what happens if Fred Delory gets everything he's asking for.
Right.
You get your election, and you get Prime Minister Poilievre, and you get a clear mandate for a Conservative majority. What is it about what he said about the Canada-U.S. relationship and what he brings into a meeting with Donald Trump that you think makes this situation less dire than it is at this moment? How does he fix it?
For one, the most important part would be a clear mandate from the people to take Trump on, which no one currently has in this country at the federal level. That is the number one thing. He can go through a campaign and we can have these discussions on how we're going to deal with this. It is going to become the top issue.
But beyond a show of electoral strength, what's the idea and what's the plan and what's in the track record that suggests that this is the answer?
Look, I think Poilievre has shown himself to be very adept and smart at politics and understanding where things go before they get there. We saw it with inflation and housing. He was way ahead on those issues. So I think he's a very smart guy, and I think he's got a good team around him that they're building that'll be able to show force against these guys and actually sit down and have these conversations. And I think as well, this is going to have a tremendous negative impact on the states. We don't know what stories or what things are being told to them from our side because I don't know who's talking on our behalf.
Well, look, people keep saying that, but it's the Prime Minister and his ministers. They're in Washington, well, not the Prime Minister, but the ministers are in Washington, D.C. all the
but
time.
How credible are they when they've resigned?
I don't know.
Right?
I mean, Melanie Joly met with Marco Rubio. They're getting the meetings. I don't know. We're not in the room, right? But they are the government of the day, right?
They're the government of the day for a Prime Minister that has resigned.
Sure.
So I just don't know how much credibility they have when they're out there talking on our behalf.
Okay, so Greg, on that point, right? The political situation for your party and for this government is not good, right? Especially compared to the last time. Doug Ford says he needs an election. I don't know if there's going to be an Ontario Votes watch party at Mar-a-Lago or not, but I have my doubts. But they are going to Washington. We're waiting to hear from them, but they are in the situation they're in, as Fred correctly points out. So how do they make this work, given the fact that everyone knows there's a countdown clock on Prime Minister Trudeau and the polls are where they are, and the Americans are aware of that? How do they make it work?
Well, I'm trying to look at Premier Smith, who recently elected, went through a leadership review, flying colors. By the results, does she have a lot of credibility? I don't know if that's the issue. The three of us all grew up far outside the Ottawa bubble. We're in it. We live and work in it now. I can tell you that this is not even like the summer in terms of, Ottawa can feel very sleepy in August. It does not feel very sleepy right now. You talked about those ministers. It's go, go, go all the time. And I know this, and you two probably do as well because of our day jobs. But there is still a lot, at risk and a lot on the table. And the other thing is, to Fred's point about you need a mandate. The Prime Minister of our country, whoever it is at any time, has to respond to the threats of the day. You do not say, I didn't see this new president coming in and doing this. Let's call an election. Maybe Doug Ford is using that, but as Mel pointed out last week, last May, he was talking about an early election. Donald Trump's tariffs were not even on the horizon at that point. So I think the reason for his election has changed, and he's able to perhaps spin it through different circumstances.
Right. Well, you should disclose to the audience that Fred is doing some work on the Doug Ford Ontario election, so there's limits to how far he can go on this conversation. So it is going to intersect with this larger thing, but I just want to let the audience know because we want to be transparent here. I hope I'm not getting you in trouble by saying that, Fred. You just have to declare that. So but on this, Mel, because I don't know if I got a clear answer there, Greg. How do they fix it with the situation they're in, right? Because there's nothing we can do, Trump says, so I don't know if you want a quick thought on that before I go to Mel.
I like the clarity that there was nothing, and I will give, the Premier Smith this. It turns out there was nothing that would have changed his mind. So it's a bizarre world. I don't know what how to answer that, David. I'm sorry.
Right.
But
Yeah,
like, if he says there's nothing, what else could somebody do? Sorry, Mel.
There's just one
Very
line,
quickly.
Just one line he said, for now. Trump did say there's nothing they can do for now. I'm just curious what that means. I have no idea.
Dude, yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, sure.
So
I
there's some
know,
kind
I
of
know.
door open.
You may
I
as
don't know
well have
what
put
it
a
is.
Latin text in front of me and asked me to translate it. But Mel, this is the situation that, because we've had this conversation, okay, have an election, just give them defense spending, just tighten up the border, just do this, and it's like a whack-a-mole of reasons to avoid trade war. But I go back to this, I read this in November, this is from Politico, Google it. Lighthizer and his allies lay groundwork for Trump's massive new tariffs. This is the most clear-eyed analysis I've seen. Donald Trump's former trade chief and those close to him are preparing to aggressively sell their plans for massive new tariffs on imports that will go far beyond anything seen in Trump's first term. Memos among themselves as they prepare to convince lawmakers and the public that their plans for dramatically higher tariffs will energize the economy instead of tanking it. That's an orthodoxy. That's a philosophy. Like the people who've preached deregulation and free trade, this is the opposite of it. That's not transactional. That's, we want to use American might to reshape the economy, and we've all been running around like chickens with our heads cut off, blaming defense spending and blaming this and blaming that, when it's just what he wants is tariffs, it seems.
Yeah, like he wants to use his muscle. So what do you do in response to that other than you got to fight back? I think, I'm obviously not an expert on any of these things, and I'm not in any of these conversations, but if you're on the schoolyard and somebody keeps pushing you around, eventually you kind of got to push back. And that's kind of what it sounds like. It sounds like there is nothing that can be done. It sounds like there's nothing that can be said. It sounds like there's no reasoning. It sounds like there's no proof that you could show and say, hey, this is going to hurt you in these ways. This is what's going to happen. This is what you're going to do to our economy, to your economy. It kind of sounds like you got to push back. And I think if that's the blueprint that they're following, yeah, it's going to be tough.
Well, Fred, to pick up on that schoolyard bully analogy, I was not a bully. You will not be surprised that I was bullied a time or two in my life, sometimes on this panel. But you dealt with it, a kid born in the 70s, that you got to a point where you had to just inflict as much pain on that person as they were inflicting on you, and then it became a lose-lose for everybody. We'd like to talk about win-wins in the trade thing, but it seems like this is where we're all headed right now, that it's going to be a tightening of screws on both economies.
Yeah, look, it's going to be lose-lose. I don't know how this is going to stop inflation. It's going to explode on both sides of the border. If they're thinking that it'll remake U.S. Manufacturing, if that's where, instead of buying Canadian products, so they don't have to pay the tariffs, that they'll reinvest and build up their economy there. I mean, maybe that'll happen at some level, but generally it's going to just raise the cost of everything, because what happens every time a tax comes in, it just gets moved to the consumer, and that's what's going to happen with the tariffs to Americans and Canadians when we have to retaliate.
So Greg, if this is, the revelation of, the true motivation here, if it is, he talked about it, we want to bring pharmaceuticals back to the U.S., so we're going to put tariffs on the European Union. We got a lot of our vaccines during COVID from European countries who could have withheld it for their own national security reasons, but they shipped it even at the height of the pandemic. He wants to bring that back inside the United States. If it is this more fundamental use of American might to restructure trade practices and trade flows and where manufacturing is located, this is a much more difficult conversation for whoever is running whatever country to deal with, because it's day 11 of 1,461 days of Trump, and this is what he has said his goal is.
Yeah, and that goal, like the pharmaceutical stuff, is about getting brick and mortar back in the United States.
Jobs.
But that State Department paper that I referenced earlier, one of the things they talk about the collaboration with the United States was our approach to COVID and funding vaccines. The thing is, Trump also talked about defeating inflation and the price of eggs. Well, guess what? The price of eggs have never been more expensive, I think, than they are right now.
Because of avian flu.
Yeah, in the United States. I mean, I think it's great. Look, if I was a spoiler in this, I would try to find some sort of way to get Canadian eggs to a food bank in the United States. If you want to your point, kind of push back and punch a little bit and embarrass him on this, because what he wants to do on tariffs is, as Red pointed out, inflation is going to grow on both sides of the border. So his desire to pursue that is also going to defeat his promise to defeat inflation. Yeah. And that's going to be, I'm trying to find the bright spot here. I will enjoy watching that.
Yeah, look, the price of eggs is up, not because of Trump, it's because avian flu led to the slaughter of a bunch of like egg-laying
Typical
chicken.
mainstream media and the facts.
We went through this in the post-COVID thing when people were putting pictures of chicken breasts in the price tag. It was because avian flu. It happens, right? And, you get these industrial manufacturing things, and a virus rips through, and they got to be slaughtered, and there you go. That's it. But Mel, that challenge, is. This is more fundamental and sort of a radical restructuring of things than it is, fix your fentanyl problem at the border. Because the math on that never kind of made sense beyond an impulse, and to hit with a 25% tariff and these threats, it clearly is a more fundamental thing than this, than the initial thought and arguments have been.
And the idea there, like, that's not an idea that we haven't, or the principle behind it isn't necessarily a principle that we haven't heard, right? We've heard Canadians here even say, oh, during COVID, our inability to get X thing or this thing has really had us behind. So the ability to produce stuff in country is generally a good thing that a lot of people like. It's the muscle to not just be able to do it inside, but to make us kind of the powerhouse in the world. I think that's the difference there. You had Laura Dawson on earlier, and I had the opportunity to ask her some questions last week, and she said something about, to your point, Greg, of he has some very solid things that he wants to achieve, that he's told the American people that he wants to achieve. He wants to, lower inflation, lower the price of gas, lower the price of food. Those are things that we can help him with. Right. So how does that then feed into the problem? If he is now having to deal with, a more expensive cost of everything, well, then maybe that's an opportunity to reason with the folks around him. But yeah, the finding the ways to make this better in a circumstance of we want to use that muscle to just have more economic strength. It's going to be hard.
I feel like we're really hamstrung here because we're arguing facts and trying to apply rational political analysis to it, right? And right. He promised to make everything cheaper, price of gas. So even a 10% tariff on oil and gas versus 25, that's like a 30 cent a liter, 20 to 25 cent a liter hit. But then he says, Fred, tariffs don't cause inflation. They cause great success. And he cited this period beginning in around 1870 as they came out of the Civil War and had tough tariffs and protectionist policies as we've never been richer. And what do you do there, right?
Well, I will admit I haven't studied that period closely and the political ramifications.
A lot of smallpox and things like that,
So look, sadly, this is going to happen. We're going to see it. I think we're probably on the correct side of this, that this is going to lead to massive inflation, and he's going to be proven wrong, and it's going to have potentially long-term consequences for both countries.
It's interesting, I'm not an economist, but I've been reading a lot of economic theory on tariffs, and in terms of inflation, you get that initial hit when the tariff is applied, but it's not necessarily a persistent month-over-month increase. It's just, it really sucks because prices are up and they're staying at that level. So the rate of inflation, you may not go back to things, but you're going to see a price shock, Greg. And then the challenge is as the Prime Minister and his ministers and his advisors are calibrating the response and what you can hit and how you can hit it, anything you do back can compound the misery on this side of it if there's no easy options. And going, to the political situation you're in with the calendar where it is, man, that's tough for them.
Yeah, and the other thing is, if you've been watching the new press secretary at the White House, there are some media organizations in that room that didn't used to be in the room, and you're going to be surprised that they're not known for their journalistic integrity. And so if the economy in the United States is impacted negatively like we expect it to be, we can't even count on that the stories are going to be told the same way, accurately, so that he could make up whatever he wants as the reasons, and he's probably going to have, he's said some pretty provocative things about what he could get away with. We're probably going to see some real wallet-hitting impacts, and his supporters may still think it's Joe Biden's fault, or it's funny, the awful plane crash this week. I was with a client and I mentioned that there was a similar one in the early 80s, and Ronald Reagan, there was a man who rescued someone, and the State of the Union was a couple of weeks later. Ronald Reagan recognized that person, and my client said, did Ronald Reagan blame Jimmy Carter? And that's kind of
Sure did.
Yeah, you know, so like this is I think this is going to be a big challenge, is that we're not even going to potentially get the truth.
Well, you know, you've touched on something there because, you know, Mel, like, and this is something all the journalists, we all talking about what's happening in the White House briefing room. The first question traditionally when the press secretary for the president comes out, goes to the Associated Press, right? The oldest reliable news service in the world. It's not happening anymore, right? The first question today was to a podcast hosts a podcast called Ruthless. Now, it's not about cruelty, ruthlessness. It is about life after the death of Ruth Bader Ginsburg, so ruthless. And that was the person who got the first question, right? And so the information silos it will be a thing, right, in terms of making the argument to the American public.
And like when you need fact-checking and rigorous journalism now more than ever, to your point, that is kind of interesting to see how that goes, and the ability for folks to do something about it also almost seems a little bit on shaky ground when you're not getting the facts, you're not getting the information. So yeah, that's not a new change. Obviously, it's maybe a new change in the White House, but something that we've started seeing a little bit of a shift towards. I don't think that it's a helpful shift. I don't know that, you know, you can point to good coming out of that, because it's really hard to fact check. It is really hard to, you can get on a podcast and say whatever you want. You don't have the same standards or guidelines that journalists obviously follow. So that's, it's tough.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was just earlier this week, I believe, we had the report on the foreign interference inquiry that said that it's misinformation and disinformation that's the biggest threats to democracy. Okay, I'm just going to give you an idea of where we are, if you're watching at home, and just get a little bit of clarity from the control room. We are expecting a press conference soon from about 10 minutes away from 3 ministers in Washington, D.C. Melanie Joly, the Foreign Affairs Minister, is there. David McGuinty, the Public Safety Minister, is there. And I believe it's Mark Miller, the Immigration Minister. Okay, maybe. That's what we're being told. And will we be saying goodbye to Fred and Greg and Mel in just a second? Okay, all right. Actually, all right, we're going to quickly, though, before I say goodbye to them, what do you think these ministers need to say? What can they say? Greg, just Fred, a quick 10 seconds.
We've decided we need to call an election now to beg the Prime Minister to do so.
Okay, more seriously, what do you think they can say about the situation right now?
Look, something that's real and tangible, and I think it started already during pandemic, buy local, buy Canadian. Start looking at, you know, what you can do to support businesses in your community. That's something everyone can do right now.
Mel?
I think you just need to reassure people that we're handling it. We're doing something. We're trying to figure out how to help folks. I think if you know, you're not going to be able to say how those conversations are going, but you can at least tell people that you're working on it.
Yeah, especially when we still really, truly don't know.
Totally.
You know, he says so many things, and who knows where they're gonna land. Fred Delory, Greg McKecker, and Melanie Richet, always look forward to Friday. Thank you so much. We're going to say goodbye to the panel, but I want to welcome Brian Kingston, the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Canadian Vehicle Manufacturers Association. We've talked to you about this. Brian, what are your thoughts on everything we've heard, and so many things we've heard today from Donald Trump?
Well, obviously, extremely concerned with what could play out tomorrow if we do see these tariffs go forward. For the automotive industry, which is so deeply integrated with the United States, we'd be looking at production stoppages, increases in prices across the board, and potential job losses, not just in Canada, but across North America, because this supply chain is so tightly integrated. So I hope that there still remains an off-ramp from these tariffs going in force, because this is an industry that has been founded on a highly integrated supply chain. If American manufacturers cannot get inputs from Canada or Mexico, they will have difficulty producing vehicles as early as next week.
Do you see any off-ramps, Brian? It didn't sound like any off-ramps when the president says there's nothing that can be done.
Yeah, it's not looking great. I always remain optimistic, though, because the auto industry, particularly when you look at the Canada-US supply chain, it is working very well, and it works very well for America. Canada is the biggest export destination for U.S. vehicles. Over the past 4 years, we've seen almost $300 billion in new investment into North America. The overwhelming share of that has gone into the United States. So by virtually every metric, this is good for the U.S. They actually have a trade surplus with Canada if those sorts of metrics are what matter to the White House. So it's a good relationship, and it actually works to the benefit of the Americans more than anyone else in North America.
But Brian, I wonder, based on what we heard today, if you think those metrics do matter to the White House, because Donald Trump talks about a bunch of other things, right? He talks about the money he can make from tariffs. He talks about how no one can stand up to us because we have the biggest piggy bank. He talks about the protectionist era of the United States in the late 19th century as being the wealthiest they've ever been, and he talks about wanting to bring pharmaceuticals and manufacturing and car manufacturing all inside the borders of the lower 48 states. So the metrics versus the motives, it seems like the motive is trumping that, so to speak.
Well, look, I think the metrics will become important once we start to see the realities of this policy. Canada builds about 1.5 million vehicles, the majority of which goes into the U.S. market. You can't replace that production overnight. Estimates are that it would take 5-6 assembly plants in the U.S. at a cost of $50 billion to replace that Canadian capacity. You add Mexico into that and the number becomes significantly larger. So this all means cost and economic damage to the United States. So, I think that reality will become apparent very quickly, and auto will be one of the industries that's impacted most significantly, most rapidly.
It's an unfortunate way to have to learn the lesson, though, right? To go through the economic pain that will undoubtedly be inflicted on all sides of all the borders, if this goes ahead. But the president says tariffs don't cause inflation, they cause great success. I know you've made the argument to your counterparts, and we hear this from politicians and government ministers that they've made the arguments to their counterparts, and their counterparts acknowledge it. But what level of pain do you think there needs to be in the U.S. economy for the president accepts that this is the wrong approach to go down?
Yeah, look, I hope we don't have to go through significant pain for a change in policy from the U.S. I also hope that there's an understanding of the broader global situation that we are faced with right now. Remember, China has enough capacity to satisfy global demand for electric vehicles. We cannot be fighting amongst ourselves in North America and cede this race to this new technology to another region of the world. That is what will happen if we start to put in place these tariffs and trade barriers. North America is responsible for about 17% of global production. We could be responsible for more if we continue to integrate the supply chain. So, I think there's a recognition of that in this battle that is unfolding between the U.S. and China, and fighting with one arm behind your back is a recipe for disaster.
The tariffs, at least based on what the press secretary to the White House has said and what the president has said, it's 25% tomorrow on everything except oil and gas. That would be 10% by about the 18th of February is what the president suggested today. You've seen how tough it's been to hold Team Canada together even before Donald Trump got into office and before he took the oath and before he did a thing. If he starts segmenting the Canadian economy and regions and industries like this, where does that go? It doesn't seem like it goes to a good place, Brian Kingston.
No, it doesn't. But you know what? I think it really puts the onus on Canada to finally address some of its ongoing challenges with respect to attracting investment, building out new projects in this country. We've got a long list of irritants that have made the Canadian market very challenging. We now have no choice but to address this. I mean, a great example is electric vehicle mandates at the federal level and in Quebec and British Columbia. This makes Canada a challenging market to do business in, so I think it's time now to take a hard look at everything we're doing domestically. We can't control what the U.S. president does or what the future trade policy is going to look like, but we do control our own economic destiny when it comes to building a more competitive environment, and so let's get down to business and make that happen now.
What about on a more base level, though, of region against region, industry against industry, premier against premier? All of this seems to be rife for public and bitter division if he goes as far as he says he's going to go.
It is, and there's no doubt that, if you look back to why we were successful the last time around that we went through the USMCA negotiation, we did have a pretty cohesive approach to dealing with the Americans and negotiating with the Americans. Canadians have some of the best trade negotiators in the world. We can be successful engaging with a much bigger partner, but yes, we have to be on the same page. We have to have premiers pulling in the same direction as the federal government, or we're going to open up cracks that will be exploited. So, that's going to be fundamental to our success going forward.
Okay, Brian Kingston, always appreciate the time, and let's hope there isn't a lot of pain for anybody and none of this happens. Thanks for being here today, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to bring in Peter Armstrong. He is, of course, a CBC senior business reporter, and he joins me now from Toronto. Peter, how does this roll out if it happens? I mean, how does this start to manifest itself in the economy? How does it flow through? Like, give me the Tariff 101 here.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, the first thing that has to happen is something official has to be said. We have to know from the government what the specific tariff code is on what specific products and how it's going to be enforced. And until we get that, David, we're all still guessing. And as much as Donald Trump changes what he said from day to day, at the end of the day, they're going to have to pick something. But once it does, the Bank of Canada did a really good illustration in their last monetary policy report that came out this week. On the one hand, they didn't want to say at all what this might do to the forecast, but they did sort of try to walk people through what the process is, and that if you impose tariffs here and then you have the Canadian retaliation here, what's the chain of events that comes? And one of the things that sort of stood out to me in that is that all of it leads to lower demand. That even if you can't find a proper substitute for, say, Canadian oil going to Billings, Montana, whatever it may be, the demand would be lower. They're trying to figure out how to get around that tariff, and maybe there will be a little bit of something else, or maybe they'll just get a little bit less of your product. But the end result is less demand. And as there's less demand, you'll see prices come down. And as prices come down, you'll see layoffs. And the bank, I think, did a fairly effective job of walking you through the chain of events that might happen from the moment they get put into place to 2 or 3 years out. And, all of the numbers are a little bit wonky, but they did look at, over the drop over time in GDP would be 2.5% lower than it would have been without the tariffs in place in year one, and then another 1.5 lower than they would have been in year two. So this is very serious, and it is, potentially catastrophic. But again, I come back to the key point is we need something to react to. Businesses are trying to plan how to do this. Brian Kingston was just talking about that.
Yeah.
How do you actually adapt, and what can you do? It depends on what happens, and it depends on what the president says. And the president says something completely different from day to day, so it gets very hard.
Okay, I just got the heads up that we're going to see the ministers in Washington very shortly from someone in Washington. But Peter, just quickly, it's going to take a while to ripple through the economy, but that doesn't mean there can't be shocks and things like market currency today. What are we seeing so far based on what the president has said?
The point I've been making throughout has been the markets don't believe the president's going to do very much of anything here because they haven't moved. When he announced first the White House briefing and then what we heard from the president, we finally saw some movement. But even then, it wasn't as drastic as it might normally have been. The dollar is back down to levels that we haven't seen since the absolute depths of the COVID pandemic in March of 2020. The markets generally sold off, but they're still fairly tepid, David, trying to get a sense, as I say, what is this? When is it going to kick in? What specific products are going to get hit? And I think we're building up to a place where the markets will react to it once they get the information.
Okay, Peter, thanks. I'm going to step in. I do see Melanie Joly, the Foreign Affairs Minister, David McGuinty. Thank you, Peter. David McGuinty, the Public Safety Minister, and Mark Miller, the Immigration Minister. They are at the Canada Embassy in Washington, D.C. They are getting ready to go. I don't know if they're waiting for a specific time to start, but we'll let it go.
Okay, I will introduce you. One second. Bonjour et bienvenue Bonjour et bienvenue au Théâtre National de la Presse. Welcome to the National Press Theatre. I'm Elizabeth Thompson with CBC News. With us today, we have Public Safety Minister David McGuinty, Foreign Affairs Minister, le Ministre des Affaires étrangères, Melanie Joly, and Immigration Minister Mark Miller, who will be speaking with us about the announcements that we've been hearing in Washington. Ministers, the floor is yours.
Okay, so Mark, David, and I are concluding our trip to Washington. We had several important meetings, including with the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, with Tom Homan, the Border czar to President Trump and also several key senators on the Hill. We continue to believe that we have a very strong case when it comes to first, our border, and second, also to our trade relations. Of course, like you, we heard the comments of President Trump today regarding tariffs. We have yet seen any form of clear decision making, and as well as any form of specific details coming from the White House regarding these comments. We're engaging still with many key decision makers because we believe that we need to lay down the groundwork, not only on preventing tariffs, but of course on making sure that should there be a response, we will be ready day one. And also we will be working, making sure that we have strong allies within Congress. And so this is the work that I've been doing for now more than 2 months. This is the work also that we've been doing also together this week. So looking forward to answer your questions, and Mark and David will be available. Je vais juste répondre en français, faire une petite introduction en français.
Just repeating the same thing in French. We are just ending our trip to Washington. We've met a number of people, namely the Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and also the border czar for Donald Trump, Tom Homan, and some very key senators. We continue to believe that we have a strong case when it comes to the border and when it comes to the issue of trade. We, like you, heard the comments that the president made concerning tariffs, but we don't have any further information from the White House right now with any specific details at all. Canadians should know that we are working hard on the ground still to try and prevent these from happening, or at least to be able to respond to them.
Je suis avec David et
I'm here with my colleagues. We're going to take your questions now.
Merci. On passe maintenant aux questions. We're going to the questions now. It'll be one question, one follow-up, and if you do the math, we've got 15 minutes and 25 or 26 people lined up to ask questions. So if both the questions and the answers can be as short as possible. First question, we're going to go to the room, then online. First question in the room is Lisa Mayer from CBC News.
Good evening, ministers. Thanks so much for taking the time today. Hi. Trump said there's nothing Canada can do to prevent the tariffs coming into force. Do you think the $1.3 billion border security package was in vain?
You want to answer that, David?
The investments we're making in our border takes a strong border and makes it even stronger. The net benefit of this is good for Canadians and good for our American neighbors. We're showing great progress. We've made huge improvements on different fronts, including dealing with migration, dealing with the fentanyl problem. We continue to make progress, and we're very encouraged.
Thank you. And my follow-up quickly, the president says this isn't a negotiating tool. Are we now inevitably in a trade war with the U.S.?
So first and foremost, like I said, we're still engaging with many of the part of the Trump administration. We're also working our way through Congress, meeting with key Republican senators and also Democrats. And we're making our case. And we have a very strong case. Now, as mentioned many, many times, should there be tariffs, we will be ready. And we will respond. And we will have a strong retaliation plan.
Prochaine question, Christiane Noël, Radio-Canada.
Bonjour à vous trois. Le président Trump a dit que le Canada ne pouvait rien faire pour faire changer d'idée. Qu'est-ce qui vous indique qu'en ce moment vous êtes en train de perdre votre temps?
So what is giving you hope that you can convince him?
Mon collègue en charge de la sécurité publique parler de la frontière parce que je pense qu'il a une très bonne réponse et je pense que les Canadiens sont intéressés.
Écoute, c'est jamais un gaspillage de temps.
It's never a waste of time
avec les États-Unis.
To engage with the United States.
La frontière dans laquelle on investit est
the border that we're investing in right now is now stronger. And we spent a lot of time these last few days communicating with people, senators and others. And these were productive discussions about the border. And to follow up, the reporter says, do you think you'll get any concessions? Weak, strong? What do you think? I'm not going to speculate today about anything. But we are working to prevent the tariffs and also to respond if the tariffs go into place. In the meantime, what I am seeing with my colleagues and the people that we've been talking with, people that we meet, particularly senators in Congress, are very aware of what is happening and the impact that this would have on the American economy and people. And that demonstrates that the work that we've been doing over the past 2 months to meet some of these key decision makers in Washington and in the country, that it is working. It is starting to work.
Next question, Tana McCharles, Toronto Star.
Thanks, ministers. So I wonder if you could then interpret for us how the Canadian government interpreted Mr. Trump's remarks today. Did you see a hardening or a softening of his resolve? Did you attribute the staggered delayed tariff on oil to anything in particular? Can you just interpret how you read his remarks?
Well, I must say, Tonda, and I mentioned that in my opening remarks, we have yet seen any formal decision-making done by President Trump, nor any specific details. And what we know and what we can make sure that we abide by is the first executive order of January 20th, relating to the fact that there was a process studying the trade relationship between Canada and the US, and of course, Mexico and the US, and that the president was asking federal agencies to do that study for April 1st. We're participating in that study. Meanwhile, what we also knew is that there was a declaration, a tweet that President Trump made regarding fentanyl and the security of the northern border. We did the work. David and Mark are here to make sure that people around the Hill in Washington are aware, and we had a meeting with Tom Homan, the borders are, where we exchange information. And so in that sense, we think that it is important work that we're doing. And we think that we're laying down the strong foundation at the beginning of the mandate of President Trump, because we know that there's a level of unpredictability that is linked to his administration. And by laying down the groundwork, now we will be able to build for the next 4 years.
And Chrystia Freeland today said that she would like Canada should put 100% tariffs on Tesla vehicles owned by Elon Musk and all U.S. alcohol imports. How do you respond to that? Do you think that is a wise move for the government to take in its responses to Trump?
Well, of course, Dominic LeBlanc, the Minister of Finance, is working along with us on a response plan. But right now, I won't comment on any declaration made by any candidates in the leadership race. We're focused here on having and developing strong ties with decision makers in Washington and doing the work that will ultimately result in protecting Canadians' interests.
Blanchfield, Politico.
Yeah, hi, ministers. You've spent a lot of time, invested a lot of time, obviously, in Washington, and then we're all waiting to hear what the president says. You said you've seen no written confirmation of orders. How do you feel about the fact that you have to sit around and watch TV or look at wire services or whatever to find out what's going on?
Well, Mike, I must say that we've seen the first administration of President Trump, and so we also went through the renegotiation of NAFTA, and so we have some experience. That is why, as a seasoned Canadian government, we know that we have to look at processes and we have to make sure that we know exactly what is coming out, apart from the different declarations, but in terms of paperwork, executive orders signed, and that we need to rely on these processes. So that's why we continue to engage with so many people to make our case. And meanwhile, we will be ready day one should the president make his final decision.
Do you have any indication of when you're going to see this, or what it is you're looking for? Can you say anything about that?
Mike, like I said earlier this week, when I was asked a similar question, I'm not in the headspace of President Trump. And that's why we will continue to work with people that work with him. And I think that the reaction towards our border plan, or the reaction regarding just the fact that there is a trade surplus when it comes to goods between Canada and US, if you don't take into account the question of energy. And when we present these arguments, people are reacting extremely positively.
Okay, next question, Stephen Chase, Globe and Mail.
Hi, Stephen.
Hi, I hope you can hear me. I'm just wondering, does Mr. Trudeau had a chance to talk to Mr. Trump today? Because in the White House press conference, the White House spokesman said that Mr. Trudeau should be talking to Mr. Trump.
So I know that they've been in communication. This is a question that you should ask directly to the Prime Minister's office. The information I've had is the White House and the Prime Minister's office have been in contact indeed.
You mean today?
Including today, indeed.
And will you announce tomorrow the retaliatory tariffs if this goes ahead, or will there be a 2-week waiting period for consultations?
So what I said, and you heard Dominic LeBlanc saying it, and you've heard many of us saying it, the Prime Minister as well. Should there be tariffs imposed, we will be ready day one. And we said also that there would be a first round of measures, a second round of measures, and a third round of measures. And so we will continue to make sure that we have a strong plan, and we'll keep ourselves also some leverage should there be, of course, tariffs imposed. We think that these would be, of course, unjustified tariffs, and that's why, of course, we would have a strong response.
Lynn Piper, Global.
Hi, ministers. Thanks for taking my questions. To start off, does the government believe that tariffs are 100% coming tomorrow, or is there any possibility we won't see tariffs come in place tomorrow?
Jillian, I wish I could answer that question, but the reality is we have yet seen a piece of paper declaring that. And of course, President Trump has made many different declarations, which we take very seriously, and that's why we're working on it and at it, and that's why also David and Mark are here in Washington, and I've been here also for 3 days. But fundamentally, this is a question that you should ask President Trump yourself.
I wish I could. And for my follow-up, Minister Miller, I'll direct this one directly to you. Former Foreign Affairs Minister Perrin Beatty says Canada is in a fact-free zone right now dealing with Trump on tariffs. Do you agree with that characterization, that facts are not important right now?
Well, look, Jillian, I think the reality of today's meetings are such that Canadians expect us to try. These tariffs could be crippling for our economy, just as our response will be damaging to the U.S. The U.S. has mentioned its concern with the border security, fentanyl, the immigration system. And so for Canadians, as frustrating as it can be seen that these things may be seen to be done in vain, we absolutely have to try. And I understand the sentiment that people feel that this might be useless. I think it isn't. The border, regardless of tariffs, is very important to our national security on both sides of the border. The U.S., and we've made this quite clear, over the last 10 years has been a net exporter of asylum seekers to Canada. Doesn't mean that we don't have our own challenges on our side. And if we want to make sure our southern border is properly secured, we need to work with the U.S. because there's 400,000 people that travel and transit across every day. Part of that makes our presence here important because we have to communicate that to the U.S., a country that is very focused on the Mexico border. But we also have to make clear that we have our interests to protect and that we're willing to work with the U.S. on what they see as some of the frustrations with our immigration system. And I've spent the last 18 months making sure that our immigration system is sustainable and is one that we can be proud of, while tightening some screws that we've had to do through a number of policy adjustments, including the imposition of visa on Mexico, changing some policies, making the system more rigorous. That is bearing fruit, but we have to prosecute that case with some folks that are threatening a tariff. So facts or fact-free, we certainly have to communicate reality to Americans and to President Trump and his administration.
Okay, we have two people left on the list at the moment. Prochaine question, Mélanie Marquis, La Presse.
Merci. L'intention de M. Trump d'imposer des tarifs de 10% au lieu de 25% au pétrole ou
tariffs
naturel, est-ce que c'est le fruit
10% on oil and energy?
Ou est-ce que c'est quelque chose que vous avez négocié?
Is that something that you know, or is that something you negotiated with him?
Aucune forme de tarif.
No, we haven't talked about any of that.
OK. Puis, la porte-parole un peu plus tôt de la Maison-Blanche, Caroline Leavitt,
Press Secretary for the White House earlier
demain que les tarifs
said it
entrent en
will be
vigueur. Là, on est le
implemented
31,
tomorrow.
18h29. Comment est-ce que des entreprises et des citoyens peuvent réconcilier la version qu'on vous entend dire puis la version de la Maison-Blanche?
Understand what you're saying versus what the White House is saying.
Le gouvernement canadien a réagi à ce que le président va faire concrètement, au-delà de ses déclarations.
The Canadian government will react concretely when the president does something, when he signs something, when he takes a concrete decision. Then the Canadian government will react. For now, we hear things that he's saying, but there hasn't been an action. We are taking it seriously. We're talking to people. We're talking to people around him. We're talking to decision makers to make sure that we can make our arguments and to explain that Americans are also going to suffer from tariffs. Canada, we will respond. We will have fierce response if needed. But what would I say to companies and Canadians? We should get ourselves together and speak together.
Hi, Ministers. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Sam.
At this point, do you believe this issue of 25% tariffs is actually about border concerns, migration, and fentanyl?
So we were asked a bit that question. You answered it, Mark.
We don't believe it is, Stephanie. We need to convince the Americans that it isn't. And so that's part of the reason we're here. We went into these meetings with no guarantees, and we certainly can't guarantee that to Canadians tonight. But I think Canadians would want us to make that effort. We know the challenges that we face with our southern border, with the US's northern border. It is a concern. We need to hear them out. But we also have to make it clear to the Americans that we have our challenges with the way they are working the border and making sure that our case is being heard quite clearly from them. The facts, I believe, do set you free. And the facts that we expose to the Americans today, I think, are important in the discussions that Mr. Trump will be briefed on, notably the reduction of 89% of people moving from the north to the south today. I think that's very important and should register in people's minds, as well as the work that we need to do on a daily basis to make that border secure. I'll leave that security aspect up to David, though, for that part of the answer, Stephanie.
Go ahead, Dave.
Stephanie, I think that it's important for us to be here simply to share the extensive nature, the details of the plan that we're putting in force and have put in force on the border. And it's interesting talking to different legislators, different actors, as Melanie was mentioning, Minister Julie was saying there are different folks we're interfacing with, and they don't know much about what we're doing on the border. And so the more time we spend encouraging them to understand and to bring them up to speed, the more beneficial it's becoming, the more they're saying, oh my gosh, we didn't realize. So these efforts we're making here are very much to sensitize build relationship, and build a fact-based ground on which to grow. And so we think the last several days have been very successful in that regard.
Yeah, indeed.
I suppose for my follow-up, what is your understanding of what President Trump will in fact be briefed on? I understand you've spoken to Mr. Homan today, Mr. Rubio. What exactly is your understanding, or what's your sense of how much that you've communicated will actually be relayed to the president himself?
Well, we've presented definitely a lot of information to Tom Homan. I've had the chance with the Secretary of State to talk about a border plan, to exchange more information, to explain that less than 1% of the fentanyl that is coming into the U.S. comes from Canada. Less than 1% of illegal migrants that are coming into the U.S. are coming from Canada, that are on our side. Also, we have a fentanyl crisis, and we want to save lives together. And this is a common interest that we work together on this. And I think we got some positive feedback from different meetings we had. So I think it is worth it. I think that the president has had information in the past regarding our border plan. We'll be receiving more information based on all the meetings we've had, all of us.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. And for the record, you managed to answer all of the questions that were waiting in almost record time. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sam.
Bye.
Okay, that was a urgent press conference by three cabinet ministers who were in Washington today trying to meet with U.S. lawmakers and cabinet members to try to head off Donald Trump's threat of trade action against Canada and, of course, Mexico, as the president has escalated the rhetoric quite substantially. Today we heard from Public Safety Minister David McGuinty, Immigration Minister Mark Miller, and Foreign Affairs Minister Melanie Joly. The other voice you heard throughout all of that, translating the French, was Rosemary Barton, our chief political correspondent. And Rosie, thank you for doing that.
Yeah. I know where your one weakness lies.
That and my hair. Look, a response there, but not a lot new, really, in terms of the messaging from the government. They're not going to respond to headlines and press conferences. It's going to be when the legal instruments come in, officially spelling out the tariffs.
Yeah, a lot of caution, I would say, there in terms of a response, and certainly a complete lack of information. Like, if you want an idea of what it's like to deal with Donald Trump, that was it. Three senior ministers completely in the dark about what the next moves are and how this is going to unfold. So that's not encouraging, but it's not surprising either. The other thing that struck me was that they all three still think that they made inroads today.
There was more optimism there than I expected to hear.
The people that they're talking to, and increasingly these cabinet secretaries are being confirmed and so have official roles, the people they're talking to are hearing them, they say, and are starting to understand what the issues are. That's all well and good, but for now, it doesn't appear as though any of that information is filtering back to the president, and it doesn't seem as though he's going to change his mind in any immediate way. But yeah, they seem to think that this is still worthwhile to make this case, to talk to these people, and ultimately, maybe they're doing that because they will have to at some point get the tariffs removed if indeed they go into place tomorrow.
Well, you got to play to the whistle, even if you're down, right? So, like, if the minute they stop trying, then it's definitely all over. Okay, Rosie, thank you for that. We're going to get some reaction on all this. James Moore is a former Conservative industry minister. He's also a member of the Canada-U.S. Trade Council. James, I'm sure you've been following all of this all day. I mean, what's your thoughts on what we heard from the president and what we just heard from those three members of cabinet?
Well, I think it's an appropriate posture to play the long game and, frankly, play the slow game. Lots of rumors and gossip over the past few days about what's in this and what exactly will be announced tomorrow. Even after the White House press secretary said that it's coming tomorrow, there was also some chatter coming out from the administration that there may not be energy tariffs imposed until mid-month. Well, let's just see what exactly is in the executive order and what measures are being put in place that we can respond appropriately with a measured response. I think that's the appropriate thing to do. I do have confidence that the government understands the serious nature of this. And I think over time, we're going to have an appreciation sort of settle into the United States about why this is bad for the United States. Hashtag Trump tax is trending on social media across the United States. You saw the S&P, the Dow, and the NASDAQ all took a dip today. We know that Donald Trump and the administration pays very close to the stock markets because they see the stock market reaction and the market reactions to his decisions as sort of a proxy for the American economy. It's not. but that's how he views it. So therefore, take that for what it's worth. So I think all those negative indices will start, causing a little bit of caution. And until the very last minute, we don't really know what's going to happen. So I think it's appropriate for the government to have a more cautious sort of rhetorical stance.
What did you make, James, of the way? What did you make of the way the president framed all of this today? Right, because initially this was there's too much fentanyl, there's too many people crossing the border illegally. I want you to do something about it, or you're going to get hit with tariffs. But today it was about trade deficits, the European Union. We want pharmaceutical manufacturing back in the United States. It really is that sort of Robert Lighthizer view of tariffs to force things to move back inside the U.S. and rebuild the manufacturing sector, which is a more difficult argument to win with this president.
Well, it is, and I think the just sort of direct engagement with the president is the most important thing over time, and that's why it's tragic that in Canada we now are probably in a cycle now where we're going to have 3 prime ministers in the span of 3 months. It's entirely unhelpful at this moment. So these ministers down in Washington trying to do their bit is admirable, but we're kind of in a bit of a fog right now in terms of what the Canadian position is going to be, and that's unfortunate. But look, whether it's Marco Rubio or incoming Ambassador Hoekstra or some of the border states or senators or others who are familiar with these files, they're kind of, I think, trying to guess where the president's going, because whether it's fentanyl, border issues, trade deficit issues, or the sort of repatriation of investment dollars back to the United States, these are very different things with very different dynamics. The only reason why the United States has a net trade balance with Canada is because they're getting energy at a discounted price, which is fueling the growth of the American economy. That's a good thing for the United States, not a bad thing.
Yeah.
And when consumer goods and the cost of building plants, the cost of building homes, the cost of food, the cost of production, the cost of fuel, the cost of cars, the cost of everything in the next quarter is going to go up, and the market is seeing that and knows that, is reacting to that, I think Americans are going to realize that, wait a minute, the problems that we have with Mexico and the problems that we have with Canada, this blunt instrument of a 25-25 tariff against each seems really blunt and disproportionate relative to the net positive relationship we have with Canada. So this is going to hurt everybody. This is going to hurt the American consumer. It's going to hurt Canadian exporters. It's going to hurt the Canadian economy. But in the fullness of time, I think that hurt will hurt too much, and we'll be back to a responsible trading relationship. But this will be a 4-year relationship, not a 2 or 3 month dynamic that we can sort of fix and move on from, because President Trump for 40 years has been fixated on this issue of tariffs as being a remedy for things, when historically we know that it is nothing but a tax on the American consumer.
Yeah, a painful race to the economic bottom is not a good way out of this, but that's kind of the path it seems we're on. I just wonder, James, like 25% tariffs on everything tomorrow is what they say. We'll see, as you say, but February 18th for oil and gas at only 10%. That's still 10%. That's 10 more than anybody wants. But if he starts putting differential tariffs on different sectors and different regions and different industries, what are your thoughts on what that means internally for the cohesion of the place? Because it's been tough to hold everybody together leading up to this point, and it's still not officially done. If he starts picking and choosing, how does Canada respond?
Yeah, there's going to be an east-west tension and cohesion in the country that's going to be, I think, problematic and important for the government of Canada to manage. But unfortunately, we don't have a parliament, which, of course, would be part of those instruments in a democracy that would let off that steam, that would allow people from different regions to sort of exercise their anxiety about the way in which their region is being treated. And that's a problem. We have a Liberal leadership race and an Ontario general election campaign, both of which will, I think, maybe let off some of that steam, some of that anxiety. But still, no matter what the federal government decides, you might have a Liberal leadership candidate saying, well, Justin Trudeau in their government did a good thing, but I would go even further.
Yeah.
And Doug Ford will say, they did a good thing, but you need me reelected to go even further. And that'll push things. You have François Legault yesterday saying that he has a guarantee from the Trudeau government that they're going to be kept whole. Well, the rest of the country is kind of left out in the dust and not knowing exactly what that commitment to Quebec is, that maybe they're not going to be made privy to. So these tensions, east and west, are enormously problematic and need to be, I think, sort of brought back together and brought back to ground by a responsible government that understands their obligation not only to the Canada-U.S. relationship, but to East-West national unity. And that's why, hopefully sooner rather than later, we have an election campaign and we can have that conversation. And the people who will compete in that campaign will make it known that that's their priority.
Well, I think, the national government has reassured all the premiers, as my understanding in the first minute, that no sector or region or part of the economy will bear the brunt, and they'll try to keep everyone as whole as you can in something like this, James, which, as you know, is not going to be easy and it's not going to be cheap. James Moore, we appreciate the time. Thanks for being here today on a big news day.
You bet.
All right, U.S. President Donald Trump says the 25% tariff is coming tomorrow on Canadian and Mexican goods. Speaking earlier in the Oval Office, Trump was asked whether this could mean higher prices for Americans, and he refuted those claims.
Tariffs don't cause inflation, they cause success. They cause big success. So we're going to have great success. There could be some temporary short-term disruption, and people will understand this.
Sir, are you concerned about the market reaction around tariffs?
No, no. Tariffs, the word tariff is a very misunderstood word. You've heard me say, I say it kiddingly, but it's one of the most beautiful words in the dictionary.
Okay, my next guest is in Toronto, but Deborah Yedlin is the president and CEO of the Calgary Chamber of Commerce. So we wanted to hear what she thinks about this. Deborah, it's good to see you again. What do you make of the threat from the president, but the lower tariff threat on the oil and gas sector?
Well, I think what it tells us is that he clearly understands the importance of energy, has a better understanding what the a higher cost of energy would mean to the U.S. consumer. I just think about it. If consumers go to the pumps every week or every 3 days, depending on their car, and to see higher prices for gasoline is a reminder on a regular basis that prices are higher, and they're higher for a reason, and they would be higher because of the tariffs. And so I think there's some of the economic argument is starting to settle if he is indeed going to say that energy is only 10% as opposed to 25%.
This has been the argument from the Canadian government on the oil and gas sector. I'm just trying to look for the precise number, but I think it was about 75 cents a gallon at 25% tariff, is what they said. So 10%. Are we talking 30 to 35 cents? I mean, that's still a pretty big jump, right? Because it is more than a third of the initial tariff threat. So you assume you're going to get 30 cents on the gallon with that, right?
Oh, absolutely. And so you're going to be reminded of that every time you go to the pump. And then all of a sudden it adds up. And then from an inflationary standpoint, because it's not just energy, obviously, it's going to affect steel. It's going to affect inputs like zinc, potash. And so the cost structure, broadly speaking, is going to go up for the United States and for the U.S. consumer. And if President Trump really wants Jay Powell to start decreasing interest rates, the U.S. Federal Reserve, this is not the way to do it, because this is going to cause an inflationary trend in the United States, and he will not be able to sort of impose on Mr. Powell as much as he'd like to see interest rates come down. This is going to cause interest rates to go up. It's just a matter of time.
Premier Daniel Smith has put out a statement on social media saying Alberta has been calling for stronger action to secure our borders and curb the deadly flow of illicit drugs and illegal migration. Clearly suggesting that, at least as of right now, she thinks that is the motivation here. Donald Trump seemed to suggest that it's bigger than that, right? It's about getting industry to move inside the United States with what he said today. I mean, what do you think this is really about at this point, Deborah?
Well, it's hard to tell because he seems to change his mind on such a such a regular basis. I think the fentanyl issue and the migration issue is something that he has been fixated on for a while. But I think that this is about reshoring, manufacturing, and building up the U.S. Industrial complex. I think that was what the intent of Joe Biden's Inflation Reduction Act was, too. It was industrial policy aimed at building the U.S. economy. And so he's looking at it from a different perspective. I don't think it's as realistic because it's very hard to reshore. It's very hard to undo supply chains. And it's not economic to do that either. So if you want to create transactional friction in your economy, this is the way to do it, and that only drives up costs.
When he said today, the president, that nothing can be done, and it's not well, for now, he also added, but he's not looking for concessions. And what does that say to you about the ability of Canada to negotiate its way through this, to talk its way through this, or to demonstrate responsiveness on other key issues in the Canada-U.S. relationship that gets you through this, if that's what the president is saying?
At some point, you have to wait to see what actually comes forward, because otherwise you're blindfolded and you have really no way of knowing which way you really have to move. And I would say that the hardest thing to do is to look through the noise and to say you can come up with concrete plans, but you can only do that when you actually know what's in front of you. So we have a lot of hypothetical ideas in terms of how we're going to retaliate or how we are going to move to de-escalate the tariffs, but we really don't know what those look like until we actually see those orders executed by President Trump. We're in a very difficult situation, and hopefully we get to a point where there is an opportunity to roll back the tariffs and before there's a lot of damage done to the economy on both sides of the border.
I mean, just the point you made there, that you can't really know what the response is going to be in terms of retaliation. You can't really know what the supports are going to be either, or what may be required until you know the full extent of it, right? So everyone wants some clarity, which it is not, I guess, in President Trump's interest to give, though we were told by the press secretary today that we're going to see something within the next 24 hours, specifically on tariffs. So I know you hope there are no tariffs in the next 24 hours.
Hope's not a strategy.
Yeah, but what would you like to see, presuming they make good on their word, at least in terms of the information you need to see if there is some sort of action from the President and the United States tomorrow?
Well, I would like to see, I think Lutnick said that he was recommending sort of a low 2.5% and increasing gradually, giving people an opportunity to sort of think about what the impact really was and not doing it all at once. In the best of all possible worlds, we have no tariffs. In the worst of all possible worlds, the tariffs are phased in and we have a chance to understand how we have to respond in a concrete manner. But right now, again, it is a guessing game. We don't know the magnitude. We don't know exactly what industries he's going to be leveling what percentage. And so it really is a very challenging time, and we're going to have to wait for 24 hours. And what I do see is that there's a lot of anxiety. People are very concerned. I think the markets are going to be very upset on Monday, and we're in for a bit of a rough ride.
Yeah, that dimmer switch approach, that's a bit like boiling the frog. It still ends up in a bad spot. But you're right, it maybe slows the impact and gives us time to sort it out. Deborah Yedlin, I know you got to go. I want to thank you so much for being here with us today. Appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me.
All right, well, U.S. President Donald Trump says a 25% tariff is coming tomorrow on Canadian and Mexican goods, as well as a 10% tariff on China. And as he said very loudly today, there is nothing, in the president's view, those countries can do to avoid it.
We have big deficits with, as you know, with all three of them. And in one case, they're sending massive amounts of fentanyl, killing hundreds of thousands of people a year with the fentanyl. And in the other two cases, they're making it possible for this poison to get in, number one. And number two, we have big deficits, and it's something we're doing. And we'll possibly very substantially increase it. We're not. We'll see how it is. But it's a lot of money coming to the United States. As you know, we have about a $200 billion deficit with Canada, getting close to $200 billion. They've treated us very unfairly. And I say, why should we be subsidizing Canada? It's wonderful. I have so many friends in Canada. It's a great place.
Is there a concession
but
you're looking for, sir?
No, we're not looking for a concession. And we'll just see what happens.
The CBC's Katie Simpson joins us from Washington. Now, Katie, has anything new happened? I'm afraid to even ask you that question, or are we still sort of in this? What do you got?
Here's what's new.
Okay.
Here's what's new. Donald Trump got on a plane and went to Mar-a-Lago. So he is on his way right now to Mar-a-Lago. So that's the latest. And I haven't seen any Truth Social post from him in the air on Air Force One at this point. But no, when you listen to the detail in that answer, there's sort of a lot of couching with everything going on there. It's certainly the most definitive that Donald Trump has ever been, and certainly the White House press secretary, the most definitive they've ever been that tariffs are coming. But again, and I know that everyone on this program and everyone on this network is going to keep saying it and saying it and saying it until we have nothing left to say. But it really comes down to we need to see what it's going to be on paper before people can really sort of react to it or get a better understanding of how it's going to impact Canadian businesses. That entire sort of event where Donald Trump was in the Oval Office, it sort of was, as it tends to be at a Trump kind of event, it covered a wide range of issues. It was kind of all over the map. That is just what happens at these events. And we've seen it at his rallies. We've seen it at news conferences. We've seen this. This is not new. But a lot of the language that he used was couched, but then also definitive, but then couched again and also definitive. So it's really going to take everyone getting the details on paper before we can really understand what it's going to be all about.
Yeah, the Wall Street Journal has just published an editorial, Katie. This has been helpfully supplied to me by someone watching the program, saying the dumbest trade war in history is the headline. Trump will impose 25% tariffs in Canada and Mexico for no good reason. So if the Canadian argument and the Mexican argument is penetrating, or maybe the Wall Street Journal just came to this conclusion on their own because they are a business-focused newspaper. This is what you hope becomes the dominant conversation in the United States. You're in the United States. Is this penetrating in the consciousness? Because so much is going on. Like, I talk to you multiple times a day about multiple different things, right? Like, is this resonating?
Here's the thing. There was just a massive tragedy in the United States with this horrific plane crash. That is where a lot of attention is focused in this moment. And there are some major, major changes to the way government is operating in the United States and in D.C. specifically, because the horrific plane crash happened right here. So many people are just so devastated. It's not just the victims and their families who are dealing with this immeasurable loss. You've got first responders who've had a horrific go as they, tried to save people but weren't able to save anyone. So you've got, there are layers upon layers upon layers of trauma around that and attention, rightfully so, on that. In D.C. specifically, you've also got so much deep concern about the changes that Donald Trump is bringing to the federal public service with all of these orders or requests for people to take buyout packages, leave their jobs. Donald Trump saying, anyone can be replaced, that kind of thing. And a lot of people who work in federal government offices or for the federal government, they're based here in the Washington area. So it's like layer upon layer upon layer of anxiety. So when it comes to tariffs, until Americans start to see the price of goods go up, I think that's when things are going to really, really resonate and really settle in. Because Donald Trump ran on a campaign promising to tell Americans he was going to make the cost of living more affordable. At his rallies, he would always talk about the cost of eggs, bacon, household goods, those kinds of things going up. One thing that keeps coming up, or that has come up a couple of times that we've heard Trump officials respond to, is that the price of eggs have gone up significantly. And Donald Trump kept saying he's going to bring down the price of eggs. And the White House in this moment is blaming the Biden administration. There have been some changes to egg production that are an issue, but this is the thing he promised. He's going to make life more affordable. And a lot of people perhaps were like, okay, this is the thing that I need in my life to change. I need to be able to pay my bills, pay my rent, pay my mortgage, and get my kids to school. And so, and that's what they based their vote on, because they were just really sick and tired of what was going on with the Biden administration and inflation. And they blamed the Biden administration for that. So if Donald Trump brings in policies and somehow it resonates with the American people that it's this policy from this president made my life more expensive, it might resonate. But Donald Trump has this way of really countering narratives that are negative to him. Think of his campaign to call everyone fake news and those kinds of things. And so there is a certain willingness to give Donald Trump more than just the benefit of the doubt with what he says. So it's really going to depend on where this goes. And, if Americans experience real life, real time price increases, they go to the grocery store and their grocery bills go up even further, that I think might resonate. That might start more conversations about tariffs, but until we get to that point, I don't think we can say.
Yeah, and look, the politics of prices, I know it's deadly to incumbents, but it's often things just outside of their control. Eggs are up because since 2022, 92 million chickens have been killed and slaughtered because of avian flu outbreaks.
Yeah.
That's not a policy choice.
No.
That's just disease. And, fewer chickens, fewer eggs, supply and demand, that's what's going on. So this is kind of the silliness of some of the politics in a lot of countries over the past little while. But the tariffs as the solution. I just wonder, Katie, we saw the ministers earlier, Melanie Joly, we saw Mark Miller, and we saw David McGuinty. A positive kind of note that they're making progress or making inroads. People are hearing the argument, but there's kind of one person, right, who needs to hear the argument, and right now he doesn't seem to be hearing it, or if it's getting to him, he doesn't buy it, right? This is the challenge.
Or this could just be additional threats. The thing is, we can't predict it, right?
Yeah.
And Melanie Joly sort of spoke to this, was it yesterday? The days...
I know, they're blurring, Katie. They're blurring.
The days, they're blurry. Whenever Melanie Joly held that news conference here a short time ago, not the one today, but the last one that happened this week.
After her Marco Rubio
That's
meeting.
the one.
That one, yeah.
She talked about, look, I can't get into Donald Trump's head, and this is just what it's like to deal with the Trump administration. The Trudeau government did deal with this kind of uncertainty during the last go-around with Donald Trump threatening to tear up NAFTA. Of course, they were able to get to an agreement and renegotiate a deal and, get to that point. But it sucked up all of the smart people in government, all the government resources. The top brains were all put on that file to work on that nonstop. And government sources I've been talking to in Canada say it's the exact same thing, except it seems, in that moment, Donald Trump was out to renegotiate a trade deal very specifically. I know that Donald Trump wants to renegotiate it. Well, it seems he wants to really get into the USMCA or NAFTA 2.0 and maybe make some changes there. But it seems like this moment is more unpredictable. I don't know what it is. What makes this moment more unpredictable than it was then? Perhaps it's like the shock value of 2016 when no one was expecting Donald Trump to win. That was one factor in it, but that's not the case this go around. It was not necessarily surprising that Donald Trump won, but there's still, it just seems more unpredictable now. I can't explain why.
Well, he's experienced and he's unrestrained. In that, like the conventional Republicans, and you're aware of this, where they're the first administration, they're on enemies lists now. Some of them having their security details pulled for daring to defy him. Katie, thank you. And by the way, the Melanie Jolie conference, that was Wednesday. That was only 2 days ago. I know.
The days have.
I know. I think we're probably going to end up talking tomorrow, Katie. But thanks.
I will be working tomorrow. I will see you tomorrow, right here in this chair.
Yeah, it's been 11 days since the inauguration. I think we've talked to every one of them. Okay, Katie, we're going to let you go. Thank you so much. Good luck. Just to let you know, in terms of who is speaking to Trump, Senator Susan Collins of Maine has put on social media a post about the integration of the Canadian economy. 95% of the heating oil used in Maine comes from refineries in Canada. The Air National Guard base in Bangor depends completely on jet fuel and diesel from Canada. From fisheries to potato farmers to paper mills, these tariffs have a significant impact on Maine's economy and risk increasing costs for our residents. So that is a senator in the Republican conference, I believe is what they call it, as opposed to a caucus, who says she will be making the argument to the Trump administration that don't do this. As the Wall Street Journal calls it, the dumbest trade war in history, that Trump will impose 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico for no good reason. That is the threat today. The implementation of this, the White House press secretary says, will come tomorrow. Lots of coverage still ahead tonight and tomorrow here on CBC News Network. I'm David Cochran. Thanks for watching Power and Politics. Lots of extended coverage on all of this throughout the weekend. But stay right here. More coverage still ahead right here on CBC News Network. I think we'll be talking soon. Thanks, gang.